several other newborn babies, approximately 36 of them. But disturbing visuals, unfortunate and sad visuals on your television screen of the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit coming in from Amravati District Women's Hospital from Maharashtra. Viewers, it was successful that many other kids, newborn babies, were saved by the doctors and nurses and the staff on duty, which immediately moved the infants away from the ventilators when the whole system of the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit actually caught fire. This fire actually broke out at 3:30 a.m. and there was a ventilator explosion which took the life of 3 newborn babies, while 33 others were saved during the incident. Viewers, Chandigarh police have busted a terror plot with 3 arrests and major recovery of explosives, a detonator, weapons and electronic equipment. Police say that the accused were allegedly acting on the directions of foreign-based BKI handler Satnam alias Satta Naushera. Now, sources are also pointing to the Pakistani ISI angle as investigators probe the wider terror network and the intended target of the alleged attack. Here's everything that we know in this story. Take a look.
A terror plot has been busted in Chandigarh, with police making 3 arrests following specific intelligence about the movement of suspected Babbar Khalsa international operatives. The operation has now triggered a wider probe into the terror network. Police have identified 3 accused as Lovepreet Singh, Jashanpreet Singh alias Jashandeep and Prabhpreet Singh alias Prabh. Police say the 3 had planned to plant an IED in Chandigarh with the intention of spreading terror. Sources investigating the case claim the accused were allegedly in contact with the Pakistan-based Khalistani terrorist and were allegedly working at the direction of Pakistan's ISI. According to the preliminary investigation, the accused were allegedly acting on the directions of foreign-based BKI handler Satnam alias Satta Naushera. The investigation is now focused on the alleged Pakistan-based handler, the source of the explosive material, and the wider network behind the conspiracy. While the police are now working to establish the intended target and identify other associates linked to the alleged conspiracy.
Viewers, the Congress Haryana unit is in turmoil, with the party now facing an internal rebellion over the Dipendra Hooda's remark in the 1984 riots. Convict Sajjan Kumar, former Haryana Speaker and ex-Congress MLA Kuldeep Sharma, has written to the party president Mallikarjun Kharge. Now, he's demanding Hooda's removal from the Congress Working Committee and also accusing him of making irresponsible remarks that have arranged and angered the Sikh community and hurt the party's interest ahead of the Punjab polls. More in this story. Take a look.
Congress faces internal rebellion as ex-Congress MLA Kuldeep Sharma seeks removal of Congress leader Dipendra Hooda from the Congress Working Committee. The former Haryana Vidhan Sabha Speaker wrote to Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, urging the party leadership to remove Dipendra Hooda from CWC over his remarks praising Sajjan Kumar. In his letter, Sharma said that Hooda's comments have sent shock waves among the Sikh community of India and damaged Congress interest on the eve of Punjab polls. Sharma further said the Congress should completely disassociate itself from Sajjan Kumar and that such immature and irresponsible remarks have weakened the party. This action comes as the Congress party faced huge backlash following the Rohtak Congress MP Dipendra Hooda calling 1984 anti-Sikh riot convict Sajjan Kumar a role model. Congress own party leader Charanjit Singh Channi distanced himself from Rahul and company over Hooda's remarks.
Sajjan Kumar Sikh कौम दा कातल है, गद्दार है, इन्हें साजिश की थी सिखां नूं मारन दी और मरवाए, इनू 2 बार उम्र कैद सज़ा हो चुकी। जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री बनया ਮੈਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਮੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੰਭਾਲੋ ਇਹਨੂੰ, ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦੱਸਾਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਮਾਨਵਤਾ ਦਾ ਕਤਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕੀਤਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ। ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਇਕੱਲੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੌਮ ਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਇਸ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਮਾਨਵਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਰਮਸਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਹਜ਼ਾਰਾਂ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਤਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਟਾਇਰ ਗਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਟਾਇਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਸਾੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਘਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੜ ਕੇ ਲੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਪੱਤ ਰੋਲੀ ਗਈ। ਇਹ ਬੰਦਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੌਮ ਔਰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਮਾਫ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਤੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਮਾਫ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ? ਇਹ ਬੰਦਾ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਨਿੰਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਘੱਟ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਗਦਾਰ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਬੰਦਾ, ਰੋਲ ਮਾਡਲ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ, ਇਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲੈਣਾ ਵੀ ਪਾਪ ਹੈ।
However, MP Dipender Hooda today denied calling Sajjan Kumar a role model.
मैंने कल भी इस बात को क्लैरिफाई किया कि पिछले 2 दिन से मैं देख रहा हूं कि कुछ लोग मेरी बात को तोड़ मरोड़ के लोगों के सामने रख रहे हैं। मेरी गुजारिश है कि सबसे पहले तो मैंने वो शब्द नहीं कहा जो अंग्रेजी का जो शब्द रोल मॉडल, जो शब्द मेरे बयान के साथ जोड़ा जा रहा है, मैंने वो बोला ही नहीं, जो मैंने जिसका प्रयोग भी नहीं किया। मेरी कोई भी मंशा किसी हमारे भाई को ठेस पहुंचाने की नहीं थी। सिख समाज के हमारे भाइयों को तो ठेस पहुंचाने की मैं सोच भी नहीं सकता, ना मेरी कभी कोई भावना ऐसी थी। लेकिन फिर भी सिख समाज हमारा अपना परिवार है। अगर किसी भाई को की भावनाएं इसमें ठेस हुई हैं तो मैं आपका भाई हूँ, मैं खेद प्रकट करता हूँ। मेरी मंशा, मेरा मकसद किसी का दिल दुखी करना नहीं था।
Now with Congress own leaders coming out against it, the party seems to be an internal war over its own stance on Sajjan Kumar.
Viewers, in our next breaking, fish was served at a Congress event in Ayodhya during the holy month of Sawan, which has now sparked a big controversy. The UP Congress chief Ajay Rai was in Ayodhya on Sunday, where he visited the Ram Janmabhoomi Mandir, and after that there was an event that sparked a row. Fish was served at a Congress event, and this was cited after he went to the mandir, he recited the Hanuman Chalisa, but later when he went for this event at the Tarun Bazaar, which was organized by the Congress leader Ram Nihal Nishad, fish was served, and a video of this being prepared at a banquet hall has surfaced online. So BJP has called this as an insult to the Sanatan, and the Sawan is considered definitely as a holy month for the Hindus. So on your television screen are visuals of where this preparation was held, and all of this has been organized by the Congress leader Ram Nihal Nishad, where this a big controversy and sparked in the holy month, sacred month for Hindus of Sawan.
अजय राय आजकल लगातार अयोध्या आना जाना कर रहे हैं, और आज उन्होंने अयोध्या आया और इस पावन पवित्र श्रावण मास के उपलक्ष्य में हनुमान जी का दर्शन भी किया, और उसके बाद उन्होंने जो पाप करने का काम किया है, जो है भगवान भूत भावन के जो है इस पावन पवित्र अवसर पर जिस तरह से उनके स्वागत में मछली भोज का आयोजन किया जा रहा है, अपने आप में दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, निंदनीय है। वही मार्ग कांवड़ यात्रियों की मार्ग है। जिस तरह से इन्होंने सनातन संस्कृति के ऊपर, इस पावनता के ऊपर कुठाराघात करने का जो चेष्टा किया है, इसकी जितनी निंदा की जाए उतना कम है।
Viewers, tensions have gripped Mazagaon in Mumbai after allegations that eggs were thrown at a Ganesh idol during its arrival procession. These are tensions that have gripped all Mazagaon area, which is in Mumbai. It is alleged that yesterday evening, during the arrival procession of a Ganesh idol, which was organized by a mandal in Mumbai's Mazagaon area, unidentified individuals threw eggs at the idol from a building. Now, this is the building where the eggs were thrown from, and a large crowd that gathered at the scene followed the incident. Now, in the light of the situation, the senior police officers, of course, stepped in, and there was police personnel and forces that were deployed. But the crowds demanded an immediate arrest of the accused and reportedly pelted stones from the building from where the eggs were thrown. So the police have now pacified the crowd, but Currently, it is a peaceful protest that has taken place, but the situation actually erupted into a big situation where stones were hurled back at the building. Viewers, Jharkhand students have launched a mega campaign for jobs. At the Nyaya Yatra, this is the other breaking news that we're getting. There is a Nyaya Yatra that is going to take place where the Jharkhand students have launched a mega campaign for jobs. Now, the recruitment system reform Yatra will cover 24 districts starting today till the 24th of August, where the alleged irregularities in the JPSC and JSSC recruitment. Now, Yatra will begin at 11 a.m. from the Shibu Soren ancestral village in the Lukia Tad, and this is going to be a tribute to the Jharkhand martyrs, traditional rituals, and of course planting of the Sakua sapling. So a big yatra is going to take place. It's called the Nyaya Yatra. It's organized by the Jharkhand students, and they've launched this mega campaign in return for jobs and also, of course, over the alleged irregularities in the JPSC and JSSC recruitment.
दिनों से हम लोग लगातार संघर्ष कर रहे हैं भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त भर्ती अभियान के तहत। अब हम लोग इस आंदोलन को आगे एक महत्वपूर्ण नए चरण का ऐलान किए हैं। आगामी 24 अगस्त 2026 से भर्ती व्यवस्था सुधार यात्रा जो 24 जिलों में होगी, जिसका हम लोग पूर्व में ही सूचना दे चुके हैं, लेकिन पूरे झारखंड प्रदेश के आम आवाम इस बात से के इंतजार में है कि कब कौन सा जिला पे कब ये यात्रा पहुंचेगी। और पूरे झारखंड के छात्र इस यात्रा से बहुत ही उत्सुक हैं और यह यात्रा से बहुत ही विश्वास है, उम्मीद है कि छात्रों को न्याय मिलेगा और यह संघर्ष एक महत्वपूर्ण संघर्ष साबित होगी।
Viewers, nearly 3 years after Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar was killed in Canada, a fresh claim has surfaced over the murder. Gangster Goldie Barar has claimed responsibility for Nijjar's killing in a leaked audio conversation with the UK-based Khalistani terrorist Paramjeet Singh Panna. More in this report. Take a look.
Gangster Goldie Barar has allegedly claimed responsibility for Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar's murder. A leaked audio conversation between Barar and UK-based Khalistani terrorist Paramjeet Singh Panna has surfaced. In the conversation, Barar says that he and his gang were behind Nijjar's killing. Barar accused Nijjar of supporting people who were involved in distributing drugs to the youth.
Gangster Goldie Barar has allegedly claimed responsibility for the killing of Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar in Canada in a purported leaked audio clip. Barar allegedly made the claim while speaking to Khalistani terrorist Paramjeet Singh Panna. In the purported audio, Barar allegedly said that he and his associates had to kill Nijjar over his alleged involvement in prompting drug-related activities among young people. Barar allegedly accused Nijjar of supporting individuals who recruited and pressured teenagers into selling drugs and becoming informants. Hardeep Singh Nijjar was shot dead outside a Gurdwara in Surrey, British Columbia on June 18, 2023 by unidentified gunmen. Nijjar's killing triggered a major India-Canada diplomatic row after the then Canadian PM Justin Trudeau alleged a possible link to the Indian government agents. India, however, rejected that claims and termed it as bogus. The development comes after Canadian investigators said in July 2026 that they had found no evidence linking Indian officials to Nijjar's killing.
The development comes nearly 3 years after Nijjar's killing, which had become a major international controversy. With Trudeau's bluff being called out, should Canada apologize for targeting India for Nijjar's murder?
Viewers, heading to our next segment where we tell you everything that's making waves in the nation with National Wrap. Let's take a look. Two sitting legislators were injured after their SUV collided with a car that had veered off course near ITO on Wednesday night. Police said that the car driven by Ashutosh Pandey hit a road divider before crashing into the Innova carrying the Delhi MLA Anil Jha and Karnataka MLA Abhay Patil. Now, all occupants of both the vehicles, including Pandey's wife and two children, suffered minor injuries and were taken to LNJP Hospital. Their conditions are now reported to be stable. Actor Rohula Mehdi, who starred alongside Shahid Kapoor in Deva, was arrested in by the Kashmira police for allegedly drug trafficking along with an associate, identified at Kasif. Now, police seized 28 grams of MD worth rupees 5.6 lakhs as a tip-off that led to the Dahisar check Naka. Mehdi has been named as the main accused in the FIR and has sent for a 5-day police custody as further investigation continues. Hooghly Rural Police arrested District TMC President and former Tarakeshwar Municipality Chairman Uttam Kundu, who had been absconding on charges including corruption, extortion, forgery and offences under the Arms Act. A court granted police the 14-day custody and a mob attempted to attack Kundu while he was being taken to the Tarakeshwar police station. He was accused of extorting 40 lakhs rupees from Kolkata businessmen and an illegal land grabbing. Tribal students protesting near Chhatrapati Sambhaji Maharaj Garden are demanding better hostel and school facilities, healthcare and student safety. The agitation, ongoing since the 13th of August with an indefinite hunger strike, seeks 1 crore rupee compensation for 3 girls who died by a snake bite at the residential school, 10 crore rupees insurance for hostel students and also filing of 12,500 pending tribal recruitment posts. The protesters are also demanding withdrawal of the 5th August government resolution that they call as unjust. Right now, Mumbai is in full preparation mode for Ganesh Chaturthi, with the festival running from Monday, the 14th September, to Anant Chaturdashi on Friday, which is the 25th of September this year. Pandals across the city are being decked up by artisans, putting final touches on the idols ahead of the 10-day celebration. One of Mumbai's biggest cultural events, drawing massive crowds for procession and for immersion through the festive period. Viewers, Bangladesh has witnessed yet another deadly incident involving a Hindu family. In Rangpur, 4 members of the Hindu family were found dead inside their locked homes after relatives reported them missing for several days. Police say that the house appeared ransacked. Investigators are examining both the murder and robbery as possible motives. Detective Branch, CID and Crime Scenes Unit are probing the case, while 2 people have reportedly been arrested in the connection with the killing. Take a look at this report.
4 members of a Hindu family were found dead inside their locked home in Rangpur of Bangladesh. The deceased have been identified as 65-year-old retired school teacher Ganapati Chakraborty, his wife Pritilata, their daughter Aarti, and their 12-year-old son Priyam. The family had reportedly been unreachable for several days. On Saturday night, relatives went to the house, noticed a foul smell and alerted the police. Police broke open the locks and recovered the 4 bodies from different parts of the house.
মানে এটা তো হৃদয় বিদারক, মানে কি আমি তো ওখানে যে আমি আমার বুকের ভিতরটা ফাটে যাচ্ছে যে এই নিরীহ মানুষ, এটা তো কারোর সাথে কোনো অন্যায় করে নাই, তার মতন প্লেন লোক নাই যে জীবনে কাউকে একটা কটু কথা বলে নাই। তার সন্তান দুইটাও খুব সুন্দর। ঘরের ভিতরে আমি যে বিভৎসতা দেখছি এটা ভাষায় বর্ণনা করার মতো না। এই পরিকল্পিত হত্যাকাণ্ড, তার টাকা পয়সা যদি নেওয়ার দরকার থাকতো তাকে বলতো।
Investigators believe the killing may have taken place 3 to 4 days earlier. The house was found ransacked, with furniture, clothes and cupboards scattered.
আমরা সুষ্ঠু বিচার চাচ্ছি। আমরা সরকারের কাছে করজোড়ে সপরিবারের বিচার চাচ্ছি। আমার পরিবারে কেউ নেই, ওই একটাই ছেলে আমার পক্ষে, ওই একটাই বাচ্চা, ওকে মেরে ফেলছে। আমরা 2 বোন আর এরা 2 ভাই বোন। এই ছেলেটাকে মেরে আমারও 2টা মেয়ে ছেলে।
Police are examining both the possibility of a planned murder and robbery as the motive. The detective branch, CID and crime scene unit have joined the investigation while evidence has been collected from the house. While the investigation into the deaths is underway, 2 people have already been arrested for the murder.
Heading into a short commercial break, you're watching live this morning on Republic TV. Don't go anywhere. There's a world of news waiting for you on the other side. Coming up, after Jaipur, CJP faces backlash in Jodhpur. Local raise slogans against CJP members.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
Welcome back to this edition of Live This Morning. A massive fire has broken out at the warehouse in Russia's St. Petersburg. On Sunday, the flames engulfing the area around 82,000 square kilometers. In fact, the warehouse itself covered about 22,000 square meters and stored paper and polymer material. Now, firefighters have battled the situation as authorities are warning of risk of further spread. Here's everything that we know in this story. Take a look.
A massive warehouse fire erupted in St. Petersburg on Sunday, sending thick flames through the industrial facility as firefighters rushed to contain the blaze. Russia's emergency minister said the affected areas stretched across 82,000 square meters, while the warehouse itself covered 22,000 square meters. The facility was being used to store paper and polymer materials, creating a particularly difficult challenge for firefighters battling the intense flames. Emergency officials warned that the heat, flying sparks and burning fragments from the materials could allow the fire to spread further. Fire crews continued operations around the warehouse as officers coordinated the firefighting response and worked to prevent the blaze from extending to nearby areas.
That's all that we have for you in this edition of Live and Breaking. Coming up after a short break, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval scheduled to arrive in Beijing as a part of the India-China Special Representative's talks on the boundary issue with the Chinese counterpart Wang Yi.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Bharatiya Janata Party has accused the Congress of paying social media influencers 25,000 rupees to attend Rahul Gandhi's Chhatron Ki Goonj program.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah to attend the 9th National Security Strategies Conference in New Delhi. Today he went to deliberate on challenges to national security. Union Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan backs one nation, one election, says frequent elections are an obstacle to development. Precious time and money goes to waste. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval scheduled to arrive in Beijing to take part in the India-China Special Representative's talks on the boundary issue with China counterpart Wang Yi. After Jaipur, CJP faces backlash in Jodhpur. Locals raise slogans against CJP members. Suspected IED recovered in Chandigarh. 3 held over possible terror plot. Accused allegedly linked to Pakistan-based Khalistani terrorists. All right, viewers, good morning. Welcome to Republic. This is Live this morning with me, Karwan Seth. Starting with our first story today, the US-Canada trade ties have hit a major breaking point. Now, this happened after the talks collapsed and Washington imposed 50% tariffs on $20 billion of Canadian goods. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has vowed dollar-for-dollar retaliation from September 8th, putting $880 billion in bilateral trade at risk.
The high-level United States and Canadian delegation walked away from the negotiating table, leaving the economic relationship between the world's closest trading partners in absolute tatters. The two sides appeared to close a deal to lower tariffs on steel, aluminium and cars, but the deal was scuttled at the last minute. Meanwhile, the White House has officially slapped a massive 50% tariff on $20 billion worth of Canadian imports. Now the defiant Prime Minister Mark Carney has rejected the White House's terms and conditions. In fact, he accuses the American negotiators of introducing last-minute demands that threaten Canadian economic sovereignty.
And while we believed earlier this week that we were moving towards a mutually beneficial agreement, in recent days the United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net benefits for Canada and called into question the reliability of any deal. In short, they asked too much and they offered too little. More fundamentally, the cumulative effect of U.S. demands revealed the limits of their commitment to a true economic partnership.
Donald Trump has criticized Canada's trade policies and reiterated his pushback against what he sees as an unfair treatment to the United States farmers. The two sides continue to blame each other for the collapse and have failed to ultimately reach a compromise.
The Second World Humanoid Robot Games. This is a 5-day showcase where thousands of human-shaped machines are racing, jumping, and even performing Tai Chi. The event tests speed, balance, and dexterity, bringing together teams from over a dozen countries to compete in dozens of sports and real-world skill challenges. On the opening day, robots were seen completing the 100-meter dash faster than Usain Bolt's human world record, while traditional Chinese disciplines like Tai Chi put their control and grace to the test. Now, the spectacle offers a glimpse into how quickly humanoid robotics is moving from labs to athletic arenas now.
奔跑姿态代表在场拼搏。
随后，其中国际级28人，国家级75人，国家一级120人。协同行进提供了关键技术支撑。
发令枪响，选手们的起步都不错，哇，一气群臣。我们看看最尖兵剑的是，他的成绩 技术博尔特的9秒58，第1名来自天卓队，大把目光锁定在跳高赛场上。
出马，上来，哇，上去了，是非常漂亮。来，我们来，1、2、3，哇塞，对，这是
他带孩子来看看，这是中国目前最好的机器人是什么样子的，然后就是带他去看了解现在这个机器人的能力。
发令枪响，选手们的旗鼓都不错，哇，一骑绝尘。
红方选手脚下的动作非常的灵活。哇！这是刚才和小龙学的旋风踢法。
走，看看斯曼是该如何应对呢？还能够细微的调整脚下的步伐，你很灵活嘛。哇，两人打了得有20个回合了，大家觉得他们的表现怎么样？让他们听听你们的掌声好不好？行云流水。
您看这里的枪响。
对人类来说，这种运动非常正常，健身的来说，由机器人能做到，甚至那个咱们感觉
所以我刚开始确实不怎么接受 AI 这个东西，甚至有一点排斥，觉得它可能替代了，或者说是取代了一部分的那个人的东西。但现在我觉得势不可挡啊。
31秒的车来到最后100秒100米冲刺。40秒9完赛，观众朋友们把掌声送给我们天国，谢谢。用全自主方式在打比赛，那这种全自主方式是不是本身对？40秒9完赛，观众朋友们把掌声送给我们天国，谢谢。
所以这两个之间啊，是一个。
两位一个滑雪场上演在一起，所以今天可能天气比较热，两位运动员都比较火。新红动力队的运动员，其中的都确实是动作进步非常优良，得到新的成绩，看到成绩完成比赛。
Viewers, you're watching live this morning with me, Karun Seth on Republic. Now, a 4-year-old child is dead and at least 5 others have been injured after an Israeli airstrike hit home in central Gaza. The strike in Azweda came shortly after. Residents said they received a warning to leave the area. As rescuers searched through the destruction, families were once again left with nowhere safe to go. Here's a report with all the details for you.
A 4-year-old Mohammed Taha was killed after an Israeli airstrike hit a home in central Gaza's Zaweda. At least 5 others were also wounded in the strike, including a child, according to the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital. Residents said the strike came minutes after they were warned to flee the area. But the attack left homes destroyed and families.
An opportunity to interact with business persons through the Kedenren initiative. Thank you very much to all your senior colleagues, Kamezawa-san, Fukusawa-san, Hara-san, Kamezawa-san, Ogawa-san, Suzuki-san, Ito-san, Igarashi-san, and all the other distinguished friends from Japan. I've tested my eyes also. A very, very good morning to all the friends from India. Thank you very much for joining the largest ever delegation to leave the shores of India. This is a landmark occasion for all of us from India. We have never seen this kind of enthusiasm to join a delegation going overseas, ever. And I tell you, there were at least 70, 80 more persons who wanted to join. But I was advised by Her Excellency, the Ambassador of India to Japan, Ms. Nagma, that there's no more potential to handle anymore. Thank you very much, Excellency, and to your team for all the wonderful arrangements and for a program which I realized barely leaves me time to do my yoga in the morning. I must express my gratitude to all the three main chambers of commerce and industry from India, Mr. Anand Goenka, President of FICCI, who has taken the initiative to bring all the three chambers and the membership of all the three chambers together. We have Mr. Nirmal Minda, the President of ASSOCHAM. We have with us Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, the Captain of Indian Industry, who is the Secretary General of CII, the largest chamber in India, Confederation of Indian Industry. We have Devin Narang, also from CII. You are from FICCI. And Dr. Suchitra Ella, who represents CII here today, along with all the other colleagues from the embassy and from many, many other chambers who have joined us today from across different regions of the country. Just to give you a little perspective before I get on to my comments, in this room of 200 Indian business persons, we have about 80 companies from northern India. We have about 68 companies from western India. We have 34 companies from southern India and about 28 companies from the eastern parts of India, only to reflect that a wide diversity has joined this delegation. I'm even happier to report to you, and I think contextually this will be necessary because we are looking to forge partnerships between your companies, more particularly your MSMEs, as my dear friend and colleague Anand Goenka just mentioned, in different areas of business. But the sectors that we have, who have joined this delegation, include companies from the aerospace, agri-tech, artificial intelligence, automotive, biotech, chemicals, clean energy, consultancies, different consultancies, lawyers and chartered accountants, consumer durables, defense sector, educational services, 7 companies from educational services, electronics, energy, engineering, financial services, food processing, gems and jewelry, healthcare, infrastructure of different sorts, the IT and ITES sector, leather and footwear sector, logistics, engineering, production of different sorts, different manufacturing companies, metals and mining, pharmaceuticals, real estate, textiles, and tourism. I personally have led many delegations over the 12 years that I've been in government, but such a wide span of sectors expressing interest to do business with Japan is a vote of confidence to our partnership for growth, as the booklet which I believe we have shared with everybody speaks of the India-Japan partnership for growth. As Mr. Goenka just mentioned, our leaders have declared this year as the India-Japan Year of Shared Horizons, marking 75 years of diplomatic relations. You are a little bit older. I believe Kedarren is 80 years old. No better moment than today to discuss our partnership into the future and how we see the next decade folding out, how we see growing collaboration and cooperation between businesses to further strengthen the strong partnership that our leaders share. We just had a very successful visit of Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Japan, Ms. Takaichi Sane, last month, and that was the 16th annual summit between the two nations. 129 MOUs were signed, reflecting the depth of this partnership. And I believe no better organization than yours to implement the large potential between Japan and India. We already have a large number of Japanese companies working in India. I believe that this decade should see that number double from the current levels. I'm told that Kedarren represents 1,580 companies, 103 industry associations, 47 prefectures. I admire your size, but more importantly, I admire your motto, policy and action. And that's exactly where I see our partnership assisting the businesses on both sides through policy support and making sure that the journey of Japanese companies to India and Indian companies to Japan is smooth, is seamless, is profitable, and leads to the shared prosperity of the people of Japan and India. Friends, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a comment, and I'd like to quote, "Over the past 12 years, we've been transforming India's economic DNA by embracing Kaizen, which is an offering from Japan. We believe in the principle of continuous improvement, and we are looking at
All right, viewers, that was Piyush Goyal for you live from Japan. Remember, he's on a 3-day visit to Japan with over 200 representatives from India, the biggest ever delegation into Japan. Moving on, now we've got some breaking news coming in now. Iran has issued fresh warning over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has warned that non-compliant ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz will face fines and detention. Tehran said it has tightened transit protocols and vessels violating them will face penalties, including seizure. It has warned that support for the US economic war will be treated as an act of war. Remember, Iran has now issued escalating security and maritime transit warnings surrounding the Strait of Hormuz conflict. It has put conditions stating that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed and will not reopen until the US fulfills its commitments under the June memorandum. Demands include unfreezing over 100 billion in Iranian assets, lifting the blockade and easing oil sanctions. Iran's Persian Gulf Strait Authority has announced that any vessel violating updated transit protocols faces fines, detention, or direct seizure during subsequent crossings. They've also come out with a blacklist list of banned vessels, which are basically non-compliant ships before chartering, and Iran has now warned and cautioned that even assisting blacklisted vessels, such as engaging in ship-to-ship transfers or transshipments, would result in those partnerships being added to the enforcement list as well. Now remember, this comes after the US President Donald Trump issued warnings of the latest ever economic operation against Iran. Another breaking news coming, viewers. Scott Bessent has stated that President Trump has dismantled Iran's military capabilities, destroyed nearly 100% of its military factories and buried its nuclear program, marking the start of an endgame featuring the greatest financial offensive ever mounted against an adversary, an economic D-Day to sever every lifeline sustaining the regime. He noted that the Islamic Republic no longer exists and long survived by framing extortion as security guarantees and assuming Iranian retaliation was certain, while American enforcement remained negotiable. He said that under the Trump, that era is over, and those who fear defying Tehran should not underestimate the cost of testing Washington, as the president is now leveraging every agency and authority to isolate the tyrannical regime under Tehran stands alone. Now, back-to-back contradicting claims coming in. You've got warnings coming in from Iran. On the other hand, you've got Scott Bessent from the United States warning that President Trump has actually unleashed the largest economic operation against Iran. All right, viewers, keep watching live this morning. We'll pause for a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up right after. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to attend the 9th National Security Strategies Conference in New Delhi. 2-day event to deliberate on challenges to national security.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला सच बेरो
कैसे करके क्या हो गया हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं कैसे चलेगा क्या करेगा मेरा घर और भी कुछ भी नहीं है अच्छा से
Viewers, Bangladesh has witnessed yet another deadly incident involving a Hindu family again. Now in Rangpur, 4 members of a Hindu family were found dead inside their locked home after relatives reported them missing for several days. Now police say the house appeared ransacked and investigators are examining both murder and robbery as possible motives. The Bangladesh Detective Branch, CID and Crime Scene Unit are probing the case, while 2 people have reportedly been arrested in connection with the killings. Have a look at the report.
4 members of a Hindu family were found dead inside their locked home in Rangpur of Bangladesh. The deceased have been identified as 65-year-old retired school teacher Ganapati Chakraborty, his wife Pritilata, their daughter Aarti, and their 12-year-old son Priyam. The family had reportedly been unreachable for several days. On Saturday night, relatives went to the house, noticed a foul smell and alerted the police. Police broke open the locks and recovered the 4 bodies from different parts of the house.
না না এটা তো হৃদয় বিদারক মানে কি আমি তো ওখানে যে আমি আমার বুকের ভিতরটা ফাটে যাচ্ছে যে এই নিরীহ মানুষ এটা তো কারোর সাথে কোনো অন্যায় করে নাই তার মতন প্লেন লোক নাই যে জীবনে কাউকে একটা কটু কথা বলে নাই তার সন্তান দুইটাও খুব সুন্দর ঘরের ভিতরে আমি যে জীবক সুন্দরতা দেখছি এটা ভাষায় বর্ণনা করার মতো না এই পরিকল্পিত হত্যাকাণ্ড তার টাকা পয়সা যদি নেওয়ার দরকার থাকতো তাকে বলতো
Investigators believe the killing may have taken place 3 to 4 days earlier. The house was found ransacked, with furniture, clothes and cupboards scattered.
আমরা সুষ্ঠু বিচার চাচ্ছি আমরা সরকারের কাছে করো জোরে সব পরিবারের বিচার চাচ্ছি আমার পরিবারে কেউ নেই ওই একটাই ছেলে আমার পক্ষে ওই একটাই বাচ্চা ওকে মেরে ফেলছে আমরা 2 বোন আর এরা 2 ভাই বোন এই ছেলেটাকে মেরে সবাই আমারও 2টা মেয়ে ছেলে এই সে
Police are examining both the possibility of a planned murder and robbery as the motive. The Detective Branch, CID and Crime Scene Unit have joined the investigation while evidence has been collected from the house. While the investigation into the deaths is underway, 2 people have already been arrested for the murder.
Coming up, terror plot foiled. Suspected IED recovered in Chandigarh. 3 held over possible terror plot. Accused allegedly linked to Pakistani-based Khalistani terrorists.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
Bharatiya Janata Party has accused the Congress of paying social media influencers 25,000 rupees to attend Rahul Gandhi's Chhatron Ki Goonj program in Pune, which is scheduled on August 22nd. The BJP shared a video claiming it shows a phone conversation between a social media influencer with a worker of the Congress party.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank.
Together we can.
Top headlines. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar reaches Moscow. Jaishankar on a crucial two-day visit to Russia. Meanwhile, NSA Ajit Doval is in Beijing. Doval to hold crucial meet with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Big row erupts after fish served at Congress event in Ayodhya. Controversy over non-vegetarian served during holy month of Sawan. Fire erupts after ventilator explosion in hospital in Maharashtra's Amravati. 3 infants scorched to death. Suspected IED recovered in Chandigarh. 3 held over possible terror plot. Accused allegedly linked to Pakistan-based Khalistani terrorists. Viewers, we're getting you the biggest updates coming in right now on Republic TV. We're getting some breaking news. Nazia Khanam, who's a 30-year-old pregnant assistant section officer in India's Defense Ministry, was found dead by hanging in her Dwarka home in southwest Delhi. So this is an update coming in on Republic TV. This is a very unfortunate incident. A deeply tragic and rather shocking incident has come to light from Dwarka area. And this incident happened after an argument with her husband following a hospital checkup. Police have registered a case of cruelty and abetment to suicide against her husband, Mohammad Azam Ali Khan, who is absconding and in-laws under BNS Section 85-108, while her family alleges continuous dowry harassment, including demands for expensive gifts despite spending over 25 lakh rupees on the April wedding, and physical assault since the arranged marriage, and has demanded an addition of dowry death section. So what we see, viewers, is that the police have registered a case under abetment to suicide charges. The investigation has begun in this case already. So the death has happened under very suspicious circumstances. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Ishan is joining us live from New Delhi. Ishan, just take our viewers through what are the police really saying? Because what we know about this death is that it was very suspicious, very mysterious. Now, of course, the police have launched an investigation into this case.
Sector 23 police station in Dwarka has registered a case where allegations of abetment of suicide and the death of a 30-year-old ASO of MOD Nazia Khan was registered. Now, she was found hanging at her rented flat on 21st afternoon of 21st August. She was 3 months pregnant at the time, and she was barely married for around 4 months. Mohammad Azam Khan was the husband, and her father, Tawab Khan, has alleged continuous mental and physical harassment in this case. Now, the husband and in-laws are the center of attention in this, because there are lots of suspicions and there are a lot of facts that do not point. Because the husband claims that she had locked him in another room and she had locked herself in another room, and then it was with the help of the landlord that she was able to go from, he was able to get inside that room using a balcony. However, police point out that the initial statement recorded before the SDM on the day of the incident contained no allegation of dowry harassment. It is only the next day that the family submitted the entire details. Now, FIR has been registered under Section 85 and Section 108 of BNS, cruelty by husband and relatives, abetment to suicide. And now this is currently, and the husband is now absconding. DCP of Dwarka has confirmed that the investigation is underway and further action will be based on evidence, including the post-mortem report. So the post-mortem report is currently awaited, and the body was taken to the government hospital for conducting of the post-mortem. Now, in this entire so far, there has been no statements from the MOD colleague. The family continues to The family of the victim continues to request for CBI inquiry, but the the entire case brings to light that this is a very important, this is a very suspicious death, and that it is not something that can be ruled off as suicide. So currently the investigation is underway and it is at a very critical stage, and we'll await updates from Delhi police. Back to you.
Right. And there have been a lot of reports. In fact, if we could ask a little bit more about this, because like you're saying, it is definitely a mysterious death, suspicious death. So the police are looking at all the angles here. They're not leaving anything to chance. They're trying to investigate every angle, because from what we understand, this lady, she was harassed and mentally tortured.
Yes, these are the allegations that have been made out in the police complaint that subsequently led to an FIR. Now, the SDM had recorded an initial statement. However, that statement does not contain the allegations. It is the subsequent police complaint that has been taken, that has the main complaints of harassment and mental torture. She is currently at DDU hospital mortuary for postmortem formalities. Now, the husband, before absconding, claimed that the couple argued after a hospital checkup, and she locked him in one room and herself in another room. So this is something that raises some suspicion, because if he was locked inside a room, how was he able to get outside, then go to the landlord, and then subsequently back through the balcony into a room? So the account has some discrepancies. The DCP has confirmed that the sequence of the statements has some investigation that required, and once he said that the evidence will be followed and the case will be taken to its logical conclusion. The father, that is Fawab Khan, hails from Bihar, Champaran area. He works as a truck driver. Now, the husband is currently an director at a one of these grocery delivery apps. So all of this is being looked into by the police.
That's right. Okay, Sean. But thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more on the story. This is a developing story we're tracking very, very closely on Republic TV. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. A fire broke out at 3:30 a.m. in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, NICU, of the Amravati District Women's Hospital in Amravati, Maharashtra, after a ventilator explosion, killing 3 newborn infants who suffered burns. Very unfortunate incident which is coming in. 39 newborns admitted to the ward. Many others were successfully saved as doctors, nurses and staff on duty immediately moved the infants away from the ventilators. So viewers, what we see that it's a very unfortunate incident. 3 newborns have died after a ventilator blast which triggered fire at a Maharashtra hospital. The doctors, nurses and other hospital staff rushed to the ward after the fire broke out and began evacuating the babies. Medical equipment was disconnected and the infants were moved out of the affected area. However, from what we know is that 3 of these newborns have died after the fire broke out. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us, Revati. Revati, I'm coming across to you. The staff did try to evacuate the newborns, but unfortunately 3 newborns could not make it. Now, of course, the investigation would reveal what really caused that blast and fire.
Right. So it's an unfortunate incident in Maharashtra's Amravati district, where an NICU caught fire at around 3:30 a.m. and people around got to know at around 4 a.m. and then they started rescuing the babies that were there in the NICU. Around 9 newborns were there, and unfortunately 3 lives were lost here. 3 newborn have lost their life, but nurses also saved the other newborns, and others were rescued. But 4 newborns have got the burns due to the fire that broke out, and they are currently under medical attention. And also one of them is said to be in critical condition. So also the nurses, while saving the newborns have got the burn injuries, and they are also under medical treatment at the moment. But as of now, there is no specific reason as to why did this blast happen. But yes, the investigation is underway by the Amravati police. Over to you.
That's right. Also, if you could help our viewers also understand more about what the police is saying. The police reached the site, they are assessing the situation, and they have also gone ahead and said there will be a high-level inquiry in this case because, of course, this is a very dangerous situation, especially when very young children are involved.
Right. Even Minister Chandrasekhar Bavankoe took it to X, and he said that a serious probe will be set into this matter. A serious cognizance is also taken by the government of Maharashtra. Also, the newborns who have lost their life, government is with the families of those, and they will help in every way possible. And as I mentioned, that a serious cognizance is taken in this particular matter. Yes, the police and the fire brigade are at the spot, and all the inquiry in the matter will be done. Over to you.
All right, thank you for getting us all those details, Revati. I'll be coming back to you for more. We're getting some more breaking news coming in on Republic TV. Let's move ahead. Fish was served at the Congress event in Ayodhya during the holy month of Sawan and sparked a big controversy. UP Congress Chief Ajay Rai was in Ayodhya on Sunday, where he visited the Ram Janmabhoomi Temple and Hanuman Gadi. He also recited the Hanuman Chalisa there. And later at the welcome program in Tarun Bazaar, organized by the Congress leader, Ram Nishad, the fish was served. A video of the fish being prepared at the banquet hall has now surfaced online. The BJP has now called it an insult to Sanatan, as Sawan is considered a sacred month for the Hindus. So this is a fresh controversy which has now erupted, coming in from Ayodhya. So those are pictures coming in of that event. What happened was that 2 quintals of fish were prepared for Ajay Rai's Ayodhya visit, sparking a very, very big controversy. There was a fish feast for the Congress chief, leading to a big row in Ayodhya.
अजय राय आजकल लगातार अयोध्या आना जाना कर रहे हैं और आज उन्होंने अयोध्या आया और इस पावन पवित्र श्रावण मास के उपलक्ष्य में हनुमान जी का दर्शन भी किया और उसके बाद उन्होंने जो पाप करने का काम किया है, जो है भगवान भूत भावन के जो है इस पावन पवित्र अवसर पर जिस तरह से उनके स्वागत में मछली भोज का आयोजन किया जा रहा है, अपने आप में दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, निंदनीय है। वही मार्ग कांवड़ यात्रियों की मार्ग है। जिस तरह से इन्होंने सनातन संस्कृति के ऊपर, इस पावनता के ऊपर कुठाराघात करने का जो चेष्टा किया है, इसकी जितनी निंदा की जाए उतना कम है।
All right, so with those reactions coming in, we'll try to get some more reactions. So the big row breaking out in Ayodhya after a fish feast was organized as part of a welcome program for UP Congress Chief Ajay Rai. And many have objected, many religious figures, like you just heard right now, have objected to the food arrangement during the holy month of Sawan. What we see right now is that Rai was in Ayodhya and began his visit with prayers at the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Temple. Then at the end, he was welcomed with a big program. But in that program, if you can see that fish was being served. Now, the program was attended by many others, but the big point we're trying to make is that the fish which was being served has now created a big controversy. The video you can see on your screen showing people are collecting fish at the venue as heavy rain is lashing the area, disrupting both the welcome event and preparations for the feast. The fish feast has drawn objections because they say that a lot of religious figures specifically, are saying that the timing was completely inappropriate because the month of Sawan is very important for Hindus. It has a lot of religious significance.
अजय राय आजकल लगातार अयोध्या आना जाना कर रहे हैं और आज उन्होंने अयोध्या आया और इस पावन पवित्र श्रावण मास के उपलक्ष्य में हनुमान जी का दर्शन भी किया और उसके बाद उन्होंने जो पाप करने का काम किया है। जो है भगवान भूत भावन के जो है इस पावन पवित्र अवसर पर जिस तरह से उनके स्वागत में मछली भोज का आयोजन किया जा रहा है, अपने आप में दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, निंदनीय है। वही मार्ग कांवड़ यात्रियों की मार्ग है। जिस तरह से इन्होंने सनातन संस्कृति के ऊपर, इस पावनता के ऊपर कुठाराघात करने का जो चेष्टा किया है, इसकी जितनी निंदा की जाए उतना कम है।
So viewers, those are pictures coming in from that event where the fish was served. Controversies erupted in Ayodhya over a fish feast organized during a welcome program for the UP Congress chief Ajay Rai. With many objecting to the food arrangement during the holy month of Sawan. It's a holy month of Sawan. It has a lot of religious significance, especially for the Hindus. So this incident has definitely kicked up a big storm there. And we will, of course, try to get more reactions on the story. But the UP Congress chief Rai was in Ayodhya. He visited the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi temple and then Hanuman Gari before attending the welcome program for him. Now, after this, the video that you see on your screen, these videos have gone viral. You can see that fish is being prepared at the banquet hall where a welcome program was organized for Rai. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's move ahead. Tension has gripped Mazgaon in Mumbai after allegations that eggs were thrown at a Ganesh idol during its arrival procession. The incident allegedly took place yesterday evening when the Mandal was bringing the idol. Okay, so big updates coming in, viewers. Now, unidentified individuals reportedly threw eggs from a building, following which a large crowd gathered at the spot. Additional police forces were deployed and senior officers reached the site. The crowd demanded immediate arrest of the accused and allegedly pelted stones at the building. Police pacified the crowd and cleared the area. The situation is now said to be peaceful. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV, viewers. And those are pictures coming in of that incident which has occurred. So this incident has happened in Mumbai. And a lot of tension because after allegations that eggs were thrown at a Ganesh idol during its arrival procession, and this has led to a lot of tension in that area. Okay, so the police had to pacify the crowd. I want to go across to Revati. Revati, the police had to pacify the crowd. The situation is now peaceful, but of course, this incident did lead to a lot of tensions in Mumbai.
Mumbai has begun as the Ganpati festival is around the corner, and during these arrival processions, this particular incident has happened where eggs were thrown at Ganesh idol, and this has caused a pretty much tensed situation in Mumbai because people from a building in Mazgaon were throwing eggs at Ganesh idol, and this caused a heated and tense atmosphere in Mazgaon. As of now, the police have intervened in the matter and it is said to be peaceful. But the people there who were present at the arrival procession are demanding that they should be arrested. So as of now, the police are investigating the matter. There are no updates from the police whether an FIR is registered or no. But yes, the people are demanding that an FIR shall be registered and they shall be arrested as they have demeaned and insulted their deity. Over to you.
All right, thank you, Revati, for getting us all those details. I'm coming back to you for more on the story. Let's move ahead, viewers. A massive fire broke out at a warehouse in Russia's St. Petersburg on Sunday with flames engulfing an area of around 82,000 square meters. Take a look at this report as we tell you more.
A massive warehouse fire erupted in St. Petersburg on Sunday, sending thick flames through the industrial facility as firefighters rushed to contain the blaze. Russia's emergency minister said the affected areas stretched across 82,000 square meters, while the warehouse itself covered 22,000 square meters. The facility was being used to store paper and polymer materials, creating a particularly difficult challenge for firefighters battling the intense flames. Emergency officials warned that the heat, flying sparks and burning fragments from the materials could allow the fire to spread further. Fire crews continued operations around the warehouse as officers coordinated the firefighting response and worked to prevent the blaze from extending to nearby areas.
And viewers, getting you some big update coming in right now. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has now arrived in Moscow, where he was welcomed by the Indian Ambassador Vinay Kumar and Russian MFA official as well. He will co-chair the 27th India-Russia Trade and Economic Commission with meetings with President Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov also expected. So back-to-back updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Dr. Jaishankar arrived in Moscow on a two-day official visit to Russia. He's visiting Russia at the invitation of the first Deputy Prime Minister of Russia Federation. India and Russia have a long-standing and time-tested partnership, which will, of course, deepen now after Jaishankar's visit. Chandrakala will tell us more. Chandrakala, what can we expect now in the next 2 days?
Well, in fact, a very busy week of diplomacy, beginning with the External Affairs Minister visit to Moscow. He has already arrived in Moscow. We have seen the Indian ambassador to Russia welcoming him, and also he is slated to meet President Vladimir Putin as he is all set to visit New Delhi for the BRICS summit, and also the fact that External Affairs Minister will be holding the 27th India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Economic and Trade with Deputy Prime Minister, and the fact that he'll also be meeting the Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. This visit comes amid a very, very crucial time when New Delhi is managing acute trade deficit with Western pressure on New Delhi buying Russian oil. So yes, very, very crucial visit, and various bilateral mechanism and bilateral cooperation will be discussed between both the leaders. He will be meeting Vladimir Putin as well as Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. This particular visit also lays the groundwork for the upcoming visit of Vladimir Putin for the BRICS summit in New Delhi next month in September. Over to you.
That's right, Chandrakala. Hold on for a second. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Indian National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is also on his way to Beijing for the 25th round of India-China Special Representative talk on the boundary dispute. He is to meet Chinese Foreign Minister and counterpart Wang Yi to discuss peace along the line of actual control ahead of the upcoming BRICS summit. So back-to-back updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. And to tell us more, we'll try to go back to Chandrakala, because what would be the agenda of this meeting? So we understand that India-China ties definitely back in focus, especially we see that India-China ties are important, and hopefully border at the peace would be the center of the discussion as well. For more, Chandrakala, over to you. What can we expect?
Yes, as I've already mentioned that it's a very busy week of diplomacy. Now the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has arrived in China. He is for the special representative meeting on boundary issue, and this will be the 24th meeting between the leaders of special representatives on border mechanism. He will be meeting Wang Yi, for that matter, also coming at a very crucial time when President Xi is expected to visit for the BRICS summit here in New Delhi next month. Of course, the fact that earlier we have seen that in August 2025, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Xi holding a meeting in the backdrop of the SCO summit. And now this, of course, comes at a very crucial time when, a recent face-off is happening in Arunachal Pradesh between India and China. So yes, this visit by NSA is very crucial. This will be the 24th round of talk. Now we know that both the countries are cooperating in solving the border issues. Of course, earlier we have seen that although both the sides have resumed flights and visa for Chinese nationals and Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, but there is no breakthrough as far as the standoff is concerned. So yes, this particular meeting is very much focused on resolving the remaining border issues. This is the 24th meeting on boundary mechanism. professionalism. So yes, this visit is very crucial also. It will he is also slated to meet Wang Yi, and President Xi is expected to visit for the BRICS summit, where various issues related to the border issues and other regional and global issues will be discussed.
All right, thank you for getting us all those details, Chandrakala. I'll be coming back to you for more on this big story we're tracking. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories coming in. A torch rally was held by the women of the Korai Apumba Club in Manipur. They are demanding the implementation and the updating of the National Register of Citizens before the upcoming census exercise. Take a look.
Around 2,000 women staged a massive torch rally in Keshampats Junction in Manipur. The protesters demanded NRC before the census exercise in the state. The rally was organized as part of the campaign for just and fair delimitation exercise. The campaign has been underway in the state for nearly 1.5 years as the participants allege that illegal foreigners have now occupied Manipur. The protesters raised slogans including "No NRC, no IDP settlement until census." Manipur has been witnessing such massive rallies since August 3rd, with participation now growing on the ground. Protesters have now vowed to continue their agitation until they receive a response from the Manipur government.
Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. Row erupts after fish served at Congress event in Ayodhya. Controversy over non-veg served during the holy month of Sawan. Stay tuned.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे वो जो पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे वो जो पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े।
Welcome back, viewers. In a shocking news from Maharashtra, a massive fire broke out in the newborn ward of the Amravati District Women's Hospital in Maharashtra. 3 newborn infants died after suffering burns in the fire. Take a look.
A massive fire broke out in the newborn ward of Amravati District Women's Hospital, triggering panic in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, where dozens of newborn babies were undergoing treatment. The fire in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit was triggered by an explosion in one of the ventilators at around 3:30 a.m. This led to the death of 3 infants who succumbed after suffering severe burn injuries in the blaze. There were about 39 newborns admitted to the ward. As soon as the fire broke out, the nurses on the duty immediately moved the infants away from the ventilators. About 36 infants were successfully saved during the incident.
And in a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has reached Moscow. Jaishankar on a crucial two-day visit to Russia. Stay tuned.
"13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना।
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर।
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है, स्ट्रॉन्ग है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस।
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar reaches Moscow. Jaishankar on a crucial two-day visit to Russia. Meanwhile, NSA Ajit Doval is in Beijing. Doval to hold crucial meet with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Row erupts after fish served at a Congress event in Ayodhya. Controversy over non-veg served during holy month of Sawan. Fire erupts after ventilator explosion in a hospital in Maharashtra's Amravati. 3 infants scorched to death. Suspected ID recovered in Chandigarh. 3 held over possible terror plot. Accused allegedly linked to Pakistan-based Khalistani terrorists. All right, viewers, good morning. Welcome to Live and Breaking with me, Karun Seth on Republic. Starting with our first story, Gurdeep Singh, my apologies, a 28-year-old man from Jabowal village in Punjab's Kapurthala district was shot dead on Friday night, which is on August 21st in Brooklyn's East New York while delivering pizza on his moped. Now, he was found with multiple gunshot wounds near Crescent Street and Stanley Avenue after an altercation, possibly robbery or road rage, with the suspect fleeing in a vehicle and no arrest made yet, while his death-ridden family, who had borrowed around rupees 30 lakhs to send him to the US about a decade ago, seeks help to repatriate his body. Shocking news coming in from the US now, from specifically New York, where a Sikh man has been found dead. He was shot while delivering pizza in New York City. We suspect that it was a case of robbery, and the family of the Punjab-based man is now requesting and seeking authorities to repatriate his body. He was, remember, on his way to deliver pizza in New York while he was found dead. Now, it is suspected the specific location was Brooklyn's East New York. He was delivering pizza on his moped when he was found with multiple gunshot wounds near Crescent Street and Stanley Avenue. Now, this is after an altercation broke out with the suspect fleeing in a vehicle, and surprisingly, no arrests have been made yet. His family, unfortunately, which is death-ridden, who had actually borrowed about 30 lakhs to send him to the US about a decade ago. So he's been in the US for over 10 years now. Is now seeking help to repatriate his body. Now, he was on his way to deliver pizza on his moped. This is when an altercation broke out where the suspect has now fled. No arrests have been made, and apparently it was possibly an armed robbery or a case of road rage, because we know for sure that an altercation did break out, and which led to suspected gunshot wounds, and his body was recovered. Now his family, unfortunately, which is in debt, has been seeking help to repatriate his body. The victim has been identified as Gurdeep Singh. He was originally from Jabowal village in Punjab. We've got Chandrakala live on this. Chandrakala, unfortunate story coming in. Do we have more details about what led to the altercation? What was the exact reason? Was it a case of road rage? Was it a case of armed robbery? And what about the whereabouts of the suspect? Because we hear no arrests have been made yet.
Well, a very, very shocking incident. Yet another incident coming in from US. Of course, now the fact that this particular victim, Gurdeep Singh, he passed away in the untimely incident, prompting the Consulate General of India in New York to reach out to the bereaved family. Of course, he has lost his life following a shooting incident in Brooklyn, New York. Now, what we're learning is that we have seen a detailed, tweet coming in from the Indian Consulate in New York that expressing grief to over the untimely demise of Gurdeep Singh, an Indian national who actually lost his life in a shooting incident in Brooklyn. Now, the fact that the authorities is in touch with the family members and providing all kind of assistance, of course, as far as the repatriation of his body is concerned. Of course, India, the Ministry of External Affairs has got in touch with the concerned authorities. There is still an official statement expected as to what could be the next step, because a very, very unfortunate incident. In fact, meanwhile, what we are learning at this moment is that law enforcement authorities in New York have initiated a probe into the last night altercation in the East New York neighborhood, though no suspects have been taken into custody yet, and the motive behind the incident remains to be determined. This is what we are latest learning, and what we are learning is that as far as the detail of the incident is concerned, Singh, who lived in Queens, sustained fatal gunshot injuries at approximately 10 p.m. local time on Friday, close to Stanley Avenue. Police officers immediately arrived at the scene, discovered an individual bearing a gunshot wound to his chest, after which emergency responders rushed him to a medical facility where doctors declared him dead. A very, very tragic incident. In fact, we have seen such incident coming over the, multiple such incidents has been reported from various parts of the US, be it New York or from, other parts of the country. The fact that this is another such incident, and more details awaited as far as the investigation is concerned, as far as what could be the next step as far as his repatriating the body of this individual is concerned, because the consulate there in New York has already reached out to the family. All possible assistance has been provided to them, and we'll have to wait and watch what is the next an official statement is expected from the Ministry of External Affairs as far as coordinating with the authorities and taking action on this matter is concerned. Over to you.
All right. Thanks, Chandrakala, for giving us more details on this. We hope that they're able to get the body back, and hope that the suspect is brought to the book. Now, here's another breaking news coming in from Jharkhand now. The Jharkhand students have launched yet another mega campaign for jobs now. The Nyaya Yatra is what they call it. The recruitment system reform yatra will cover 24 districts starting today, which is August 24th, over alleged irregularities in JPSC and JSSC recruitment. Now, the yatra will begin at 11 a.m. from Shihu Soren's ancestral village Nemra at Lukiatan, with tributes to Jharkhand's martyrs, traditional rituals by a pahan, and planting of a sakua sapling. Now, student leader Devendra Mato said the yatra is for corruption-free recruitment and will be a pivotal struggle to secure justice for students. Now, this comes on the back of the ongoing protests in Jharkhand against the JPSC and JSSC exams, post which you saw the Hemant Soren government cancelling all the 22 exams. We had a 26-day-long protest by the students in which we also saw some brutal crackdown on the students. Now they've launched a yatra specifically which they call the Nyaya Yatra, which is aimed at the recruitment system reforms. It covers all 24 districts starting today, and they hope that it will become, they will get justice and get a corruption-free recruitment system, which they feel is pivotal in their struggle to secure justice for students.
लगातार संघर्ष कर रहे हैं भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त भर्ती अभियान के तहत। अब हम लोग इस आंदोलन को आगे एक महत्वपूर्ण नए चरण का ऐलान किए हैं। आगामी 24 अगस्त 2026 से भर्ती व्यवस्था सुधार यात्रा जो 24 जिलों में होगी,
जिसका हम लोग पूर्व में ही सूचना दे चुके हैं, लेकिन पूरे झारखंड प्रदेश के आम आवाम इस बात से के इंतजार में है कि कब कौन सा जिला पे कब ये यात्रा पहुंचेगी। और पूरे झारखंड के छात्र इस यात्रा से बहुत ही उत्सुक हैं और यह यात्रा से बहुत ही विश्वास है, उम्मीद है कि छात्रों को न्याय मिलेगा और यह संघर्ष एक महत्वपूर्ण संघर्ष साबित होगी।
Now, viewers, another breaking news coming in from Nagpur now. A chlorine gas leak at the Godani Nagar Panchayat's water purification plant in Nagpur hospitalized about 20 to 40 people, including plant employers and nearby residents who suffered breathing difficulties, with 3 to 5 admitted to the ICU at Max Care Hospital. 10 have later been discharged. The fire brigade, police and NDRF teams responded, evacuating residents, declaring 100-meter no-entry zone and working to clear the gas while advising the public against rumours. Now, this news is specifically coming in from Nagpur. We hear that about 20 to 40 people were injured. They suffered, this included plant employees, nearby residents who suffered breathing difficulties, with 3 to 5 even admitted to the ICU there. Now, the fire brigade, police and NDRF teams have responded. Now, this resulted from a chlorine gas leak at one of the Nagar Panchayat's water purification plants in Nagpur. Now, 20 to 40 people have been hospitalized. We hear, they work now, police have actually declared a 100-meter no-entry zone and now working to clear the gas while advising residents to not come near the area. Let's look at visuals coming in from the NDRF officials from Nagpur.
फंसे हुए थे, उनको बाहर निकालना शुरू की। उसके बाद बैरिकेडिंग लगाएं। हमें भी सूचना मिला, हमसे पहले हमारे फायर डिपार्टमेंट को मिला सूचना। फायर सबसे पहले यहाँ पे पहुंची और अपनी कार्रवाई शुरू की। उसके बाद मुझे पता चला, यानी एनडीआरएफ को, एनडीआरएफ, डीस, ओसीडब्ल्यू, ये सारी टीमों को जब पता चला, सारी टीमें बिल्कुल त्वरित गति से यहाँ पे पहुंचे और ऑपरेशन में जुट गए। सारे लोगों के कोऑपरेशन से, कोऑर्डिनेशन से ये ऑपरेशन सफल हुआ और अभी वर्तमान में स्थिति सामान्य है। किसी भी प्रकार का कोई हताहत नहीं हुआ है। कुछ लोग को सांस लेने में दिक्कत हुई थी, जिन्हें हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराया गया। कुछ लोग वहां से डिस्चार्ज हो गए। अभी भी 20 की संख्या में शायद हॉस्पिटल में हैं।
All right, viewers, stay tuned. Moving on to national news now, making waves across Bharat to our Bharat in One news segment. At least 6 people, including 2 MLAs from Karnataka, were injured after a hatchback crossed a road divider and crashed into an SUV. The 2 MLAs were travelling in the SUV when the crash occurred. All those injured sustained minor injuries and were taken to Lok Nayak Hospital, police have said. The injured are said to be in a stable condition. Further investigation into the incident is currently underway. More than 40 people were hospitalized after a chlorine gas leak occurred at the water filtration plant premises. Several people reported breathing difficulties while officials are working to bring the situation under control. Efforts are also underway to contain the gas leak and safely evacuate those affected. Flash floods and severe waterlogging have been reported in several areas of Agartala following heavy rainfall. NDRF officials stated that they've rescued 25 people so far, including a pregnant woman, and added that they're fully prepared to carry out any rescue operation. Now, viewers, Beijing is hosting the second World Humanoid Robot Games. It's a 5-day showcase where thousands of human-shaped machines are racing, jumping, and even performing Tai Chi. The event tests speed, balance, and dexterity, bringing together teams from over a dozen countries to compete in dozens of sports and real-world skill challenges. On opening night, robots were seen completing the 100-meter dash faster than even Usain Bolt's human world record. This while traditional Chinese disciplines like Tai Chi put their control and grace to the test. The spectacle offers a glimpse into how quickly humanoid robotics is moving from labs to now athletic arenas. Have a look at videos from the humanoid event.
提供了关键基础支撑。805枪响，选手们的起跑都不错，哇，一气巡城。我们看看最领先锋线的是，他的成绩是5尔度的9秒58，第1名来自天卓队，大把目光锁定在跳高赛场上。出马，上来，哇，上架！漂亮！来，我们来，1、2、3，哇，C 罗的动作，对，这是
他带孩子来看看，这是中国目前最好的机器人是什么样子的，然后就是带他去看，了解现在这个机器人的能力。
805枪响，选手们的起跑都不错，哇，一气巡城。
红方选手脚下的动作非常的灵活，哇！这是刚才和小龙学的旋风踢法。
看看斯曼是该如何应对呢？还能够细微的调整脚下的步伐，也很灵活嘛。哇，两人打了得有20个回合了，
大家觉得他们的表现怎么样？让他们听听你们的掌声好不好？行云流水。
您看这里的枪响。
对人类来说，这种运动非常正常见，真的来说，由机器人做到，甚至每个版本感觉很。
所以我刚开始确实不怎么接受 AI 这个东西，甚至有一点排斥，觉得它可能替代了，或者说是取代了一部分的那个人的东西。但现在我觉得势不可挡啊。
40秒9完赛，观众朋友们把掌声送给我们天卓的机器人。用全自主的方式参加比赛，那这种全自主的方式是不是本身就？非常好。40秒9完赛，观众朋友们把掌声送给我们天卓的机器人。所以这两个机器人啊是一个。两位一个滑雪场看脸在一起，所以今天可能天气比较热，两位运动员都比较。红动力队的运动员，其中的都确实是动作越柔有龙，得到7的成绩，参考成绩完成比赛。
Viewers, another breaking news coming in from Gujarat now, where a pregnant woman alleges repeated rape, forced conversion, and sexual assault. Now, the woman has claimed sexual assault, blackmail, and physical abuse. The FIR names 3 brothers and their uncle as the accused. The woman alleges that forced nikah, name change and religious conversion was attempted and done in this case. Now, shocking case has emerged from Gujarat's Banaskantha district. This is from a 5-month pregnant woman who's alleged repeated rape, assault, blackmail and forced religious conversion by 4 men. According to the FIR, the accused are 3 brothers and their uncle. The woman has alleged that she was sexually assaulted multiple times, beaten even during pregnancy, and blackmailed during a private video, using a private video with threats to circulate it on social media. She's also alleged forced religious conversion, claiming that a cleric was brought to forcibly perform nikah after giving her a spiked drink and her name was changed to Fiza. Police have registered a case and investigation is underway. Now, another shocking incident of forced conversion coming into the light, repeated on the lines after Republic has repeatedly exposed such incidents. Remember, earlier it was the case of Christian missionaries. Now it's a Muslim cleric who's been involved, where a woman from Gujarat has claimed this particular FIR. We've got the report next on this. Now, another news coming in, a massive fire broke out at a warehouse in Russia, St. Petersburg on Sunday, with flames engulfing an area of around 82,000 square meters. The warehouse itself covered about 22,000 square meters and stored paper and polymer materials. Now, firefighters battled the blaze as authorities warned of the risk of further spread. Here's the full report coming in from St. Petersburg, Russia.
A massive warehouse fire erupted in St. Petersburg on Sunday, sending thick flames through the industrial facility as firefighters rushed to contain the blaze. Russia's emergency minister said the affected areas stretched across 82,000 square meters, while the warehouse itself covered 22,000 square meters. The facility was being used to store paper and polymer materials, creating a particularly difficult challenge for firefighters battling the intense flames. Emergency officials warned that the heat, flying sparks and burning fragments from the materials could allow the fire to spread further. Fire crews continued operations around the warehouse as officers coordinated the firefighting response and worked to prevent the blaze from extending to nearby areas.
Now, viewers, following on our earlier story regarding Lashkar's terror threat for Kashmiri Pandits, the Lashkar offshoot targets Kashmiri Pandits. Lashkar's fresh terror threat to Pandits, where Lashkar offshoot threatens Kashmiri Pandits and threatens them in Kashmir. Now, this is following the United Liberation Council, which, according to Indian intelligence sources, is a front of the banned Lashkar-e-Taiba organization, following their threat letter targeting Kashmiri Pandit government officials in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the group claimed to possess details about their families, workplaces and locations, and warned that they could be targeted even if they relocate to Jammu. Now, what makes this a serious escalation is that the communication has named 6 Kashmiri Pandit government employees, including officials in the revenue department. The letter threatened the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, the Director General of Police and officials in New Delhi. Now, remember, this is a blog linked to the Resistance Front, which is a TRF, as we call it, as an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Taiba, banned terrorist organization, which has published a hit list of Kashmiri Pandit employees along with their contact numbers. Gursimran is joining us live from Jammu. Gursimran, unfortunate continuous news coming in. Again, a case of Kashmiri Pandits being targeted by a Lashkar-e-Taiba offshoot organization. What do we know more about how they got these details? What do they plan to do? What is the exact threat that they've made here with respect to these Kashmiri Pandits? And what are the agencies doing about this?
See, if we speak of the agencies, first agencies are looking into this letters, a series of letters, because it's been 2 letters in a month. So, though both the letters have come in the month of August and they warned the Kashmiri Pandits of the dire consequences, this letter has gone ahead and has termed Kashmiri Pandits as the white-collar terrorists and has labelled them as the traitors. This is the usual modus operandi of the terror group, that is first to label an individual as the informer of the security agencies and then to kill them. This has happened in the past, starting from 1990s, since the start of the terrorism. even a couple of years back when we saw the Kashmiri Pandits being killed in the Kashmir Valley, minorities being killed in the Kashmir Valley, and all they were, what was labeled on them, that they were working for the agencies. So this is a usual modus operandi that the terror groups actually go by, and that is why the agencies are taking it very seriously. Now, earlier a list that came, the threat letter that came had few names. This also has 6 names, all from working in Kashmir. Basically, those who have migrated to Jammu, they are on the hit list of this terror group. This is a United Liberation Council, which is one of the offshoots of Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Resistance Front. This is being operated from the Pakistan by the one of the dreaded terrorists, Sajid Jatt, who is the one of the masterminds of the Pahalgam terror attack as well. Now coming to the agencies' action, we are told that the agencies have taken the cognizance of this threat letter that has been issued by the terror group Lashkar-e-Toiba, and they are taking the utmost precautions that they can take to avert any kind of threat. Now coming to how they got access to these
this
names.
news, unfortunate threat against Kashmiri Pandits. No public statements from Mehbooba Mufti or Omar Abdullah coming in recently, who otherwise are very vocal about every issue that concerns people of Jammu and Kashmir. All right, we'll break for a time for a short break now, viewers, but don't go anywhere. Coming up, NSA Ajit Doval en route Beijing. Doval to hold crucial border talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
सच बेरो
A massive warehouse fire erupted in St. Petersburg on Sunday, sending thick flames through the industrial facility as firefighters rushed to contain the blaze. Russia's emergency minister said the affected areas stretched across 82,000 square meters, while the warehouse itself covered 22,000 square meters. The facility was being used to store paper and polymer materials, creating a particularly difficult challenge for firefighters battling the intense flames. Emergency officials warned that the heat, flying sparks and burning fragments from the materials could allow the fire to spread further. Fire crews continued operations around the warehouse as officers coordinated the firefighting response and worked to prevent the blaze from extending to nearby areas.
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना.
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस.
ट्रायल लूंगा.
श्योर.
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है.
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है. High density wood fiber structure, advanced German adhesive bonding, solid defense.
ट्रायल में पास.
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस. सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट.
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है. स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान. अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now today we'll talk about how NSA Ajit Doval is on a crucial visit to China with border talks on the cards with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Now the timing is crucial here as the visit comes just ahead of Xi Jinping's visit to New Delhi for the crucial BRICS summit. We'll tell you all about that, but first up a quick check at the top headlines we're tracking at this hour. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Woman found hanging at Dwarka home in Delhi. Victim's family alleges dowry torture. Clashes break out after eggs sold at Ganesh idol procession in Mumbai. Heavy police deployed at the site. Three newborn babies killed as fire engulfs NICU in Maharashtra's Amravati District Women Hospital. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar reaches Moscow. S. Shankar on a crucial two-day visit to Russia. NSA Ajit Doval in Beijing to hold crucial border talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour, a concerning story has come to light involving Nazia Khanam, a 30-year-old pregnant woman who was found dead at her Dwarka home. Now, we're getting to understand that the family has alleged a case of dowry death in this incident. They're saying that the harassment began from the first month of marriage. Remember, they've only been married for about 4 months. And now we understand that the woman was found hanging and she was about 3 months pregnant. She was serving as an assistant section officer in India's Defence Ministry and she was found dead by hanging in a Dwarka home in southwest Delhi. Now, this comes in as the police have now registered a case of cruelty and abetment to suicide against her husband, Mohammad Azam Ali Khan, who's still absconding, and in-laws as well. Different sections have now been invoked of BNS, including 85 and 108 in the FIR that's now been registered in the case. Now, viewers, the family alleges continuous dowry harassment, including demands for expensive gifts, despite spending over rupees 25 lakh on the lavish wedding in April. In fact, allegations of physical assault since the marriage was arranged have also now come to light from the family's side. So this coming in as the investigation still continuing in this case. All right, my colleague Ishan also joining us with more details on this. Ishan, please take us through the details which have come to light. We understand that Section 85 and 108 have now been invoked in FIR, linking this to cruelty charges and abetment to suicide as well.
Absolutely. Now, the sections that have been invoked basis on the father's complaint. Now, the father has alleged that the entire crime scene was staged and that her daughter would not have committed suicide. And she also has been alleging that she was mentally and physically harassed for dowry in the preceding month. Now, the person who was, the lady who has committed suicide, the victim was working as a section officer in the Ministry of Defense. And her father comes from a meager background. He is a truck driver, but the husband was a very influential, very powerful man. He is posted as a director in a quick commerce company and was working there. So after the marriage, the father alleges that a lot of torture and a lot of pressure was being made out for dowry and demands were being made. However, because he could not fulfill those demands, his daughter was being tortured constantly and was put under a lot of mental pressure. The DCP, after receiving the complaint, has investigated the matter and an FIR has now been registered. Now, currently the body is undergoing post-mortem, and once the post-mortem report comes, the exact cause of death would be ascertained. Now, the father has been claiming that the entire crime scene has been staged by the husband, and the husband's account of events, that is that he was first locked inside a room, and thereafter the Nadia was in another room and then locked herself in the other room. And after locking herself in the other room, he had to take the help of the landlord to break in through the balcony. So the account that the husband has provided does not satisfy the case, and therefore the FIR has now been registered and is being investigated. Back to you, Ishita.
All right. Thanks, Ishan, for joining us and getting us all the details on this. Keep tracking all the legal updates which are coming to light, and we'll keep coming back to you. For now, thanks so much. Now, here's another brutal murder has come to light from Kurukshetra in Haryana. In this case, a man identified as Rajesh, 40-year-old, was found murdered in a house near Raj Palace. Now, according to police, his wife, Vimla Devi, allegedly attacked him with a knife and slashing his abdomen open. Shocking details have now emerged during the post-mortem as well, which revealed that deep stab injuries were found all over the victim's body. Police said some internal organs were also found missing and intestines had been spilled out. Now, the landlord Rinku said he heard shouting around about 5 p.m. and rushed to the roof, where he found Rajesh lying in a pool of blood. The woman allegedly also trying to put the organs in a sack. On seeing this, the landlord panicked and then she jumped off the roof. She was injured in the entire incident. The deceased, a native of Sitapur in UP, had been living on rent in Kurukshetra for about a year and worked for a water trading company. Police investigation is currently underway in the case.
जब पुलिस मौके पर गई थी, जब पुलिस ने मौके पर जाकर देखा कि एक लहूलुहान अवस्था में एक राजेश नाम का व्यक्ति पड़ा हुआ है, और जब उसको पुलिस के द्वारा चेक किया गया तो मृत अवस्था में पाया गया। और फिर जब पुलिस ने इसमें गहनता से जांच की तो पता चला कि इसकी पत्नी ने इसका मर्डर कर दिया था, और वह पत्नी छत से कूद गई थी। छत से कूदने के कारण उसको भी काफी चोट आई थी, जिसको हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट करवाया हुआ है और अभी वह उपचाराधीन है।
All right. In fact, my colleague Lalit now joining us with more details on this. Lalit, very shocking details have now been revealed in the post-mortem. Some internal organs were missing. Even the intestine was missing when the post-mortem was conducted. So what are we fetching at the latest on this entire murder case so far?
If we talk about this whole shocking murder which has been reported in Kuruksetra's Pewa, a 40-year-old Rajesh has been killed by his wife named Vimla Devi. The landlord Rinku, when heard the fight and the quarrel, after went into the roof and found the Rajesh into the of pool, and after that, when he alerted, the Vimla Devi jumped from the roof. As per the latest inputs, Vimla Devi has been admitted into the hospital and she has been arrested by the Kurukshetra police. But apart from that, what it has been found in the post-mortem report that the abdomen and the intestines have been slashed. Apart from that, some organs were also found missing. It has been said that the organs were being tried to pack in the sack of a jute bag. So these are the reports which are being coming. But yes, a very gruesome and a very shocking incident has been reported in Kuruksetra's Pewa. Back.
Very, gory details now coming to light. For now, thanks so much, Lalit, for joining us and getting us the details on this. And now we are shifting focus to another story that we're tracking at this hour. Kashmiri Pandits working in the valley have now received a fresh threat coming in from Lashkar offshoot. It's a letter that's now been issued by a terror outfit. This comes in as the United Liberation Council has now issued a fresh threat. The letter here names around 6 Kashmiri Pandits and contains even details details of their residences, including their house numbers and street numbers as well. Now, viewers, in the letter, the terror group has now termed them as white-collar terrorists and traitors, while they claim that they are being monitored as well. This is the second such threat letter that has come in from ULC in a month, targeting Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. So, second time that they have now received a terror letter from Lashkar outfit. In fact, my colleague Gursimran also joining us with more details on this. Gursimran, this is the second time that Kashmiri Pandits have now received a terror threat letter coming in from a Lashkar outfit, and this time it goes a step ahead. They've named them, they've named their residences, giving details of even the streets that they're living in. So this is very concerning.
Yes, if we speak of, this is a usual pattern that the terror groups follow, because first label the individual as the informer of the agencies, as the traitors, and then kill them. This has been for their modus operandi since 1990s, because every minority person that has been killed in a valley was first labeled as the traitor and then he was killed. So that is why the security agencies are taking the series of letters, 2 letters that have been issued by the terror group Lashkar's offshoot United Liberation Council as serious, and they are working so as to look at who is behind this, because the details, the minute details of the government officials, their mobile phone numbers, their house address in Jammu, everything has been given to them. So who are the organ workers that are working on the behest of Lashkar and their offshoots that are also being identified by the security agencies? But as a precautionary measure, all steps are being taken so that these kind of threats can be actually averted. Reason being that the Kashmiri Pandits, they are though less in number in the Kashmir Valley, but any threat to them will mean that the security apparatus has failed, or there is a major challenge to the security apparatus. And reason being that last month we have witnessed first Head Constable Ashik Hussain from the Anantnag police. He was killed by the terrorists, and then followed by the 2 civilians that have been killed in a brutal terror attack that has taken place in the Kulgam area. They were non-locals. They were targeted by the terrorists, which means that the terrorists have once again got a green signal from their top brass in Pakistan to go and carry out the targeted killings. And now the security forces are leaving no stone unturned to go behind these letters who are issuing them. And what is the modus operandi of the Pakistani terror groups? So as they are planning to target the Kashmiri Pandits, what are their plans so that these plans can be foiled well within time?
He's working to counter such threats coming in from terror outfits. Thanks, Gursimran, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. Now, viewers, in a shocking news coming to light from Maharashtra, a massive fire broke out in the newborn ward of Amravati District Women's Hospital in Maharashtra. And in this case, unfortunately, 3 newborn infants were killed after suffering severe burn injuries in this fire incident. The fire, we understand, was triggered by an explosion at a ventilator. Several other infants were safely rescued during the entire incident. 6 have now been shifted to other hospitals and they remain critical at the moment. Here's the full report. Take a look. "39 newborns admitted to the ward. As soon as the fire broke out, the nurses on the duty immediately moved the infants away from the ventilators. About 36 infants were successfully saved during the incident." And now, viewers, in a major development coming to light from Tamil Nadu, the government has now reportedly scrapped the Parandur airport plan completely. Instead, the existing Chennai airport will now be expanded with the new Terminal 3 and Terminal 5 as well. The government, in fact, has now decided to drop the Greenfield Airport project at Parandur and focused instead on expanding the current Chennai airports. That's a big decision coming in from the government in Tamil Nadu. Vijay government, in fact, now completely scrapping at the Parandur airport project, while instead now focusing on the expansion of the current Chennai airport. So big decision being taken in terms of infrastructure by Vijay government, as Terminal 3 and 5 will now be expanded at the Chennai airport. In fact, my colleague Sharda also joining us with more details on this. Now, Sharda, we understand that Vijay government has taken a decision to completely now scrap the idea of Parandur Airport, and instead they will be focusing now on expanding the current Chennai airport.
Well, under Section 110 today, Vijay announced that the Parandur Airport was announced during the DMK regime is completely scrapped and cancelled, and stated that the Terminal 3 and the Terminal 5 of the Chennai existing airport will be developed for the same. He pointed out, telling that the 12 villages around the Parandur area will be demolished if Parandur Airport comes there, and pointed out, telling that the previous government did not take into account of that particular 12 villages, making sure that there's no environmental damages for these agricultural lands. This particular plan has been cancelled under TVK. If you remember, under the election manifesto of the TVK, this was one of the main promises that Vijay made, and after becoming the chief minister in the second session and the financial budget and agricultural budget for this year, Vijay has now announced that the Parandur airport plan has been scrapped. Following this, the DMK and the AIDMK was not allowed to debate on this topic, as it was a special resolution moved by the chief minister himself. So DMK has staged a walked out now, whereas the DMK is pointing out, stating that the under 55, they had already asked for a conversation, a debate to be made in the state assembly over the Parandur airport, whereas now with the special resolution passed by the chief minister and not respecting the special attention motion that the DMK had moved earlier to discuss about the Parandur airport, and as there's no debate constructed in this, whereas the former finance minister Thangam Tenaris and the DMK MLA is now pointing out, telling that the industrial development has increased during the DMK period, and that's when they wanted the Parandur airport to be built a little far away from the Chennai airport to make sure that the transportation is easier for people who are coming from other districts as well, and not everybody had to come into the Chennai city to take the flight from the airport. And the development and extension of a Terminal 3 and the Terminal 5 in an existing airport is nothing but a burden for the people for transportation through air, and also pointing out that the airfares will be increasing with the same airport location, and that a differentiation is required is what the DMK is claiming now.
Right. In fact, Sharda, do continue to stay with us, as it is a DMK project. So now we're getting reactions from the party as well, as the DMK staged a walkout from the assembly after they were declined to speak about the Parandur project. So these are the reactions that we're getting in, political reactions coming in from a DMK, essentially on how they staged a walkout from the assembly after they were declined to speak about Parandur airport plan scrap issue. Now the DMK in fact stated that the walkout was for not letting them speak on the Parandur airport. So the controversy over this now escalating, as the DMK chose to stage a walkout over them not being allowed to have a say inside the assembly on this plan getting entirely scrapped by the TVK government. My colleague, in fact, Sharda, continues to stay with me on this. Sharda, now we are looking at this controversy escalating with the DMK staging a walkout from the assembly, as they say that they were not allowed to speak on the entire scrapping of this Parandur airport plan.
Well, the DMK staged a walkout, saying that under 55, they had asked for a special attention motion to discuss about the Parandur airport plan in this particular assembly session. But now with the special resolution passed under 110 by the chief minister, as they were not allowed to debate, as they were not allowed to talk about the Parandur airport, the DMK has staged a walkout and complaining, stating that the discussion which was earlier asked was not allowed by the speaker, and neither did the chief minister inform them on the special resolution that is going to be made today, and stated that it was a decision solely made by the TVK, which is the current ruling government. And the DMK has stated that not allowing them to debate on this topic brings in a lot of question about the former plans that the DMK had bring, especially on the industrial developments that includes the particular airport development, pointing out that this Parandur airport plan, when came under the DMK, was approved by the central government in the past, and following that is when the initial bidding also started for the same project, and now TVK declining it, saying that the DMK did not think about the environmental concerns, pointing out to that multiple industrial areas come in and around Chennai, and the development has been made in the past, keeping in mind that no agricultural land has been damaged, whereas the chief minister now points out, telling that the DMK is responsible, and saying that they did not take into consideration of these 12 agricultural lands. So DMK is now staged a walkout and is protesting outside the assembly, saying that they are not allowed to debate on this Parandur airport situation.
Right. In fact, we're looking at several now big announcements coming in from Chief Minister Vijay. In fact, Sharda, do continue to stay with me. We're understanding that while speaking at the assembly, CM Vijay also announced 3 free gas cylinders are to be provided. Now, as per TVK manifesto, viewers, 6 cylinders were promised, and now of that plan under Annapurna Super 6, Vijay has now announced about 3 free cylinders for the families that earn less than 2.5 lakh per annum, including farmers. And rupees 4,000 crore has now been allotted from the government budget for this 1 year as well. So big announcement coming in from Vijay as well on providing about 3 free cylinders, while in the manifesto it was promised about 6 cylinders. So Shada with us on this as well. Shada, do tell us, we are looking at big announcement now being made by CM Vijay, and he's announced that free cylinders will be given, but the amount currently stands at about 3 as compared to the 6 which were promised in the manifesto.
Well, 3 important announcements were made today by the Chief Minister Vijay. Apart from the Parandur Airport plant scrap, he also announced 3 free gas cylinders out of the 6 which he had promised earlier in the election manifesto. Under the Super 6 Annapurna plan that he had announced during the TVK manifesto before the elections, 3 out of the 6 will be now provided free for families that earn less than 2.5 lakhs per annum, and 4,000 crores from the financial budget of the year will be allocated for this particular measure. He also pointed to telling that there are fiscal deficit. The public still require free gas cylinders, and we'll see now whether the plan that Vijay has announced, how the free gas cylinders that has been announced, whether will it be working out, and as to how the farmers are going to avail it is also an important question. As Vijay had promised, the other promise that he had made in the election manifesto was free travel for women, including in deluxe buses and interstate buses as well. So now we have to see whether the intrastate plans that's been given. Now we have DMK MLA. So these are the 3 important plans that were announced by Vijay. Apart from Parandur Airport, there's also 3 free gas cylinders out of the 6 that he had promised during the election manifesto announcement.
All right, so the expansion of Chennai Airport along with the LPG bonanza have now been announced by CM Vijay today. Thanks so much, Shada, for joining us and getting us the details on this. And now we are shifting focus to another story that we're tracking at this moment now. Congress's Haryana unit is in turmoil, with the party now facing an internal rebellion over the Pendra Huda's remarks on 1984 anti-Sikh rights convict Sajjan Kumar. Former Haryana Speaker and ex-Congress MLA Kuldeep Sharma has now come out and written a letter to the party President Mallikarjun Kharge demanding Huda's removal from the Congress Working Committee, accusing him of making irresponsible remarks that have now angered the Sikh community and also hurt the party's interests just ahead of the Punjab elections. More in this report, take a look.
Congress faces internal rebellion as ex-Congress MLA Kuldeep Sharma seeks removal of Congress leader Dipender Hooda from the Congress Working Committee. The former Haryana Vidhan Sabha Speaker wrote to Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, urging the party leadership to remove Dipender Hooda from CWC over his remarks praising Sajjan Kumar. In his letter, Sharma said that Hooda's comments have sent shock waves among the Sikh community of India and damaged Congress interests on the eve of Punjab polls. Sharma further said the Congress should completely disassociate itself from Sajjan Kumar and that such immature and irresponsible remarks have weakened the party. This action comes as the Congress party faced huge backlash following the Rohtak Congress MP Dipender Hooda calling 1984 anti-Sikh riot convict Sajjan Kumar a role model. Congress own party leader Charanjit Singh Channi distanced himself from Rahul and company over Hooda's remarks.
Sajjan Kumar Sikh कौम दा कातल है, गद्दार है, इन्हें साजिश की थी सिखां नूं मारन दी और मरवाए, इनू 2 बार उम्र कैद सज़ा हो चुकी। जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री बनया मैं उदों मंग की सी मैनू संभालो इनू, तां मैं पंजाब सरकार वालों दसां किस तरह मानवता का कत्ल किया जा रहा कीता इन्हां ने। ये गल कल्ली सिख कौम दी नहीं है, इस बंदे ने मानवता नूं शर्मसार किया है। हज़ारां सिखां नूं कत्ल किया गया, टायर गल दे विच टायर पा के साड़िया गया, घरां विच वड़ के लुट्टिया गया, ਪੱਤ ਰੋਲੀ ਗਈ, ਇਹ ਬੰਦਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੌਮ ਔਰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਮਾਫ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਤੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਮਾਫ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ? ਇਹ ਬੰਦਾ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਨਿੰਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਘੱਟ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਗਦਾਰ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਬੰਦਾ। ਰੋਲ ਮਾਡਲ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ, ਇਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲੈਣਾ ਵੀ ਪਾਪ ਹੈ।
However, MP Dipender Hooda today denied calling Sajjan Kumar a role model.
मैंने कल भी इस बात को क्लैरिफाई किया कि पिछले 2 दिन से मैं देख रहा हूँ कि कुछ लोग मेरी बात को तोड़ मरोड़ के लोगों के सामने रख रहे हैं। मेरी गुजारिश है कि सबसे पहले तो मैंने वो शब्द नहीं कहा जो अंग्रेजी का जो शब्द रोल मॉडल जो शब्द मेरे बयान के साथ जोड़ा जा रहा है, मैंने वो बोला ही नहीं। जो मैंने जिसका प्रयोग भी नहीं किया, मेरी कोई भी मंशा किसी हमारे भाई को ठेस पहुंचाने की नहीं थी। सिख समाज के हमारे भाइयों को तो ठेस पहुंचाने की मैं सोच भी नहीं सकता, ना मेरी कभी कोई भावना ऐसी थी। लेकिन फिर भी सिख समाज हमारा अपना परिवार है। अगर किसी भाई को की भावनाएं इसमें ठेस हुई हैं तो मैं आपका भाई हूँ, मैं खेद प्रकट करता हूँ। मेरी मंशा, मेरा मकसद किसी का दिल दुखी करना नहीं था।
Now with Congress own leaders coming out against it, the party seems to be an internal war over its own stance on Sajjan Kumar.
All right, viewers, that's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic TV. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar now reaches Moscow. Jaishankar on a crucial 2-day visit to Russia. We'll get you all the updates on that. Stay tuned.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे। बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग रंग बना रहे। रंग रंग रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे। रंग रंग रंगीन रे, रंग बना रहे। बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
Hello and welcome back, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. And now it's time to get some breaking news from the world of business. Over to my colleague, Rishita.
Well, thank you, Ishita. Now, we have a big update coming in. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has said that the Trump administration is preparing for what he's calling the single greatest financial offensive, that has been ever marshaled against an adversary. He's calling it the economic D-Day, as he has termed it. Now, in a post on X, Bessent claimed Washington has already dismantled Iran's military capabilities, destroyed nearly all of its military factories, and buried its nuclear program, declaring the US is now entering the end game with Tehran. Now, the idea is to deploy every agency to sever every single economic lifeline of Iran. Bessent is all set to hold a press conference at 2 p.m. Eastern Time today to lay out the details of what's being billed as the toughest sanctions campaign in US's history. Now, he's accused Iran of using security threats as extortion and says Washington will no longer treat its own enforcement as negotiable. Now, the new measures will add to an extensive sanctions regime already targeting Iran's banking, energy, aviation, and cryptocurrency sectors. Now, on the other hand, President Trump has warned any country offering Iran an economic lifeline could itself become a target. Tehran is firing back, threatening to halt all oil exports through the Persian Gulf if the US presses ahead with what it is calling the economic war. Now, a shocking thing is that despite the rising tension, oil prices have actually slipped today as markets are eagerly awaiting details of the sanction. Now, we'll be tracking the story very closely. We'll be keeping an eye on the press conference and see what its impact is going to be, not just on the world, but also on India's economic structure. Back to you, Ishita.
All right, so clearly the economic war and now escalating between Iran and the US, with Washington now launching its biggest economic offensive. With that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, NSAIG Doval in Beijing for a crucial visit to hold border talks with Foreign Minister Wang Yi. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े।
Good morning, viewers. Coming up in a few minutes from now, it's the event Bengal has been waiting for, Republic Bangla Summit 2026, with the CM of West Bengal as the chief guest, addressing the summit live at 11:30 a.m. alongside the biggest names from the state. That is right, top ministers and Bengal's biggest actors and cultural icons, all set to be part of this landmark event. Stay tuned to Republic Bangla for the year's biggest news event, the Republic Bangla Summit. We will be getting our viewers all those updates live.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Woman found hanging at Dwarka home in Delhi. Victim's family alleges dowry torture. Clashes break out after eggs hurled at Ganesh idol procession in Mumbai. Heavy police deployed. Three newborn babies die at fire engulfs NICU in Maharashtra's Amravati district women hospital. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar reaches Moscow. Jaishankar on a crucial two-day visit to Russia. Meanwhile, NSAIG Doval is en route Beijing. Doval to hold crucial meet with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. We'll cross to Bengaluru, viewers, and you will see a lot of political tensions have escalated in Bengaluru as opposition parties, including the BJP and JDS, launching a massive joint protest against the Congress-led Karnataka government over the alleged Valmiki Fund scam. The opposition alleges that tens of crores of rupees allocated for tribal welfare were illegally diverted to the finance election campaign. Protesters organized a march from Freedom Park towards Vidhan Solga, demanding the immediate dismissal and resignation of the accused cabinet minister. In response, the state leadership accused the opposition of disrupting the legislative assembly sessions and engaging in political tactics. Investigators continue probing forged documents and unauthorized bank accounts linked to the diverted funds. So big updates coming in, viewers. on Republic TV, and this is BJP leaders holding a protest at Vidhan Sauda demanding B. Nagendra's resignation. So this is what we see, viewers. Let's look at what's happening on the ground.
Money, more than 180 crores. So this must be wapas. This must be wapas.
Okay, so we're getting these updates coming in on Republic TV, viewers, and BJP leaders holding a protest at Vidhan Sauda in Bengaluru demanding B. Nagendra's resignation. So these are the top pictures we're getting for you on Republic TV. And this is coming in the backdrop of the latest updates for our viewers. So a huge protest which is happening there, the BJP protesting against the Congress government in Karnataka over various issues, and these are live pictures which are coming in on Republic TV. So the protest is against the Congress minister. The BJP is demanding Nagendra's resignation. So once again, the BJP going ahead and protesting what exactly is happening in Karnataka. The BJP has pointed at different issues, I repeat, different issues which are plaguing the state of Karnataka. And we see the BJP is laying siege to Vidhan Sauda. That was already planned. Stepping up its protest, demanding the resignation of Minister B. Nagendra. The BJP has decided to lay siege and protest. I want to go straight across to Abhishek. Yes, over to you, Abhishek. What's happening on the ground?
Well, I'm located at Freedom Park where the BJP leaders, be it the MLAs, the leader of opposition, Salwadi Narayan Swamy, SR Vishwanath, Muniratna, Ashwath, and various other MLAs and MLCs have assembled at Freedom Park demanding the resignation of Mr. Nagendra, who's been inducted into the cabinet as the minister, who was facing the serious charges of dereliction of money or diverting of 187 crores of Valmiki Nigama to various other bank accounts. And in fact, it was CM Siddaramaiah back then who had taken the resignation of Nagendra. But at this point of time, after DK Shivakumar took as the Chief Minister of Karnataka, he was inducted. Nagendra was inducted into the cabinet once again. And the BJP leaders behind me are demanding, along with the JDS leaders, the resignation of Nagendra. This is the 8th day of the assembly session that is about to happen in the next couple of minutes. But BJP and JDS leaders have decided to make sure that they wouldn't allow the ruling party, Congress, to conduct any session until Nagendra resigns from his position as the minister, because there are various charges against him which are pending in various other departments, be it the ED, be it the IT, be it various other domains which the BJP and JDS have already alleged. On the other hand, Nagendra had very clearly mentioned that he had resigned as soon as there was an allegation against him. He stepped down from his position. He went to the jail. He faced the consequences of the judiciary, and after which he got a clean sheet. He has been inducted into the cabinet, is the point of view of Nagendra while he addressed the media a couple of days ago. On the other hand, today being Monday, the second week of the assembly session, Freedom Park is one such place where the protest is happening. On the other hand, the BJP has very tactfully planned this protest because the exit gate of Vidhan Sauda also faced the backlash of the BJP and JDS leaders, where they demanded, by blocking the road, they wanted to lay a seizure to Vidhan Sauda to demand Nagendra resign from his position, and they were taken into custody by the local police. On the other hand, this is another place where the protest is still continuing. A couple of the buses have already been stalled in front of the Freedom Park to make sure that these leaders who have planned to march and lay seizure to Vidhan Sauda be taken into custody immediately. And there will be another protest by the BJP leaders in the next couple of hours, and they will continue until Nagendra resigns, is what various other BJP leaders have told the media as of now. So this is a continuous process, is what the BJP and JDS leaders have mentioned as of now. And we will have to wait and see what unfolds in the next couple of hours. Shivangi.
BJP has been protesting, demanding the resignation of Nagendra, who has been charge-sheeted in the case of alleged embezzlement of funds meant for ST communities. And even the Janata Dal Secular is protesting as well. Abhishek, we'll go to you. And we see that they've expressed views that the protest should also continue in the assembly. So meanwhile, we see that CM DK Shivakumar has launched a counter-attack on the opposition by remarking it was disrupting the legislature proceedings as it lacked the strength to face the Congress. If you have Abhishek, I'm coming across to you. Take our viewers through this latest, which is playing out in Bengaluru.
Well, with respect to the tactics by BJP and JDS by not letting the assembly to continue in the fullest measure, DK Shivkumar, the current chief minister, along with various other ministers who are attending the assembly and the council at various other stages, have mentioned and have spoken to the media, and through various other social medias are mentioning to the people of Karnataka that BJP and JDS leaders aren't allowing the ruling party to conduct the house in a decent and a disciplined manner. There are various other issues that have been ongoing in the state of Karnataka. River Kaveri's issue has been continuously prevailing for the last couple of weeks, and there is drought-like situation in various other parts of the state. And at this point of time, when the state government had written a letter to the union government and the Prime Minister to probably relax some of the measures of the NDRF, and at this point of time when there was a severe time to have a conversation with the opposition and the ruling party with respect to what has to be done to the drought families and the farmers. BJP and JDS aren't allowing to conduct the house. So the taxpayers' money of the Karnataka is being wasted by BJP in JDS is what the Congress have taken a step on. And this is another point which the BJP and JDS will have to reply for. But the BJP and JDS leaders have very clearly mentioned that they would allow the ruling party Congress to conduct a decent house once Nagendra resigns from his position, and they do not want a person who has a criminal background, who's already acquitted at some point of time, who's already faced the backlash of the people, who's diverted 187 crores of the Dalit fund to another couple of accounts. They do not want this particular person to be in the cabinet. As soon as the government takes the resignation of Nagendra, BJP and JDS have mentioned that they will stop their protest even within the Vidhan Sabha, probably even within the assembly and the council and outside the house as well.
That's right. Well, thank you, Abhishek, for getting us all those details. Those are some live pictures and the latest development coming in from Bengaluru, Karnataka. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Getting you some more updates coming in. A fish has been served at a Congress event in Ayodhya during the holy month of Sawan. And that sparked a big controversy. The UP Congress chief Ajay Rai was in Ayodhya on Sunday when he visited the Ram Janmabhoomi temple and also the Hanuman Gari. He also recited the Hanuman Chalisa there. And later at a welcome program in Tarun Bazaar organized by Congress leader, the fish was served. A video has become viral, and you can see the video on your screen. This is a video of fish being prepared, and that too at a time when there's sort of rain there. You can see that, viewers. The BJP has called it an insult to Sanatan, as Sawan is considered a sacred month for Hindus. We're getting some reactions coming in.
Ajay Rai आजकल लगातार अयोध्या आना जाना कर रहे हैं और आज उन्होंने अयोध्या आया और इस पावन पवित्र सावन मास के उपलक्ष्य में हनुमान जी का दर्शन भी किया और उसके बाद उन्होंने जो पाप करने का काम किया है, जो है भगवान भूत भावन के जो है इस पावन पवित्र अवसर पर जिस तरह से उनके स्वागत में मछली भोज का आयोजन किया जा रहा है, अपने आप में दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, निंदनीय है। वही मार्ग कांवड़ यात्रियों की मार्ग है। जिस तरह से इन्होंने सनातन संस्कृति के ऊपर, इस पावनता के ऊपर कुठाराघात करने का जो चेष्टा किया है, इसकी जितनी निंदा की जाए उतना कम है।
दरअसल बीजेपी का ये बहुत पुराना फार्मूला है। जब वो बुनियादी मुद्दों पे घिरते हैं, जैसे आजकल स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, रोजगार और चढ़ावा चोरी पे बुरी तरह से घिरे हुए हैं, तो इसलिए नैरेटिव्स बनाने के लिए, प्रोपेगेंडा के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी के उस आयोजन को निशाना बना रहे हैं जहां मछली भात परोसा गया। मछली भात आयोजक ने, राम निहाल निषाद ने कहा कि ये उनका पारंपरिक भोजन है और ये हमेशा करते रहे हैं और ये उनका संवैधानिक अधिकार है कि वो क्या खाएंगे और क्या नहीं खाएंगे। बीजेपी वालों की तरह दिखाने के लिए नहीं कि बंगाल चुनाव है तो मछली भात खा लेंगे। अभी सावन में ही उनके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नितिन नवीन मटन और चिकन खाते हुए वायरल हुए थे, तब सनातन धर्म का अपमान नहीं था।
अब कांग्रेस का कल्चर है भोज देना। कांग्रेस कुछ मानती थोड़े है, मानती तो ऐसा नहीं करती कि सावन के महीने में चोरी से खाते ठीक चलता, लेकिन सार्वजनिक प्लेस पर, वो भी अयोध्या में हनुमानगढ़ी में मछली का भोज करा रहे हैं, तो ये तो उन्हीं को पसंद आता होगा। इसके लिए ये कांग्रेस को अब क्या कहा जाए। एक तरफ तो भगवान राम के भक्त बनते हैं, हनुमान जी का चालीसा पढ़ते हैं, दूसरी तरफ मछली भोज करते हैं। ये कल्चर है कांग्रेस का।
And we must move ahead right now. A torch rally was held by the women of Kurai Apumba Club in Manipur. They are demanding the implementation and updating of the National Register of Citizens before the upcoming census exercise. Take a look at this report for more.
Around 2,000 women staged a massive torch rally in Keshampath Junction in Manipur. The protesters demanded NRC before the census exercise in the state. The rally was organized as part of the campaign for just and fair delimitation exercise. The campaign has been underway in the state for nearly 1.5 years as the participants allege that illegal foreigners have now occupied Manipur. The protesters raised slogans including "No NRC, no IDP settlement until census." Manipur has been witnessing such massive rallies since August 3rd, with participation now growing on the ground. Protesters have now vowed to continue their agitation until they receive a response from the Manipur government.
We're getting some more updates coming in. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has now arrived in Moscow, where he was welcomed by the Indian Ambassador Vinay Kumar and Russian MFA official as well. He will now co-chair the 27th India-Russia Trade and Economic Commission with meetings with President Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov also expected. This is a very important visit. India and Russia have two intergovernmental commissions, one for trade and technology and one for defense and military cooperation. These are among the highest bilateral decision-making bodies. So viewers, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us, Chandrakala. We also know Jaishankar will meet the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov to discuss regional and global issues. Yes, Chandrakala.
Yes, in fact, a very, very crucial meeting, one with, of course, the External Affairs Minister has arrived in Moscow and he has been received by the Indian Ambassador. Of course, a very, very crucial meeting coming at a very crucial juncture wherein New Delhi is managing with a huge trade deficit compounded with, back-to-back sanctions and tariffs coming in from the US over Russian oil purchase. The fact that the External Affairs Minister will be co-chairing the 27th Intergovernmental Commission on Trade and Economic. Apart from that, there is another mechanism on military and technical cooperation between both the countries. Well, a very, very important meeting is expected between External Affairs Minister and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. The fact that this particular visit also sets the tone for the upcoming visit of Russian President Vladimir Putin to New Delhi for the BRICS summit. Of course, the fact that we know that both the countries, India and Russia, are targeting to, reach a bilateral trade of $100 billion by 2030. This particular meeting will be focused on discussing various, aspect of bilateral trade cooperation between both the countries, given the fact that the meeting between External Affairs Minister and Sergei Lavrov will be primarily focused on the West Asia conflict and also the concerns surrounding energy supplies. Also coming at a time when India is all set to hold various international, multilateral and bilateral meetings in international level. Of course, India is all set to host the BRICS summit in the next month. So yes, very, very crucial visit by External Affairs Minister, which would strengthen further the India-Russia relationship. Over to you.
That's right. Well, hold on for a second there, Chandrakala. I'm getting some more updates coming in because at the same time, simultaneously, the Indian National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is on his way to Beijing for the 25th round of India-China Special Representatives talks on the boundary dispute. He is to meet the Chinese Foreign Minister and counterpart Wang Yi to discuss peace along the line of actual control ahead of the upcoming BRICS summit. So this is one more development which is coming in. It comes ahead of the much anticipated visit of Chinese President Xi Jinping to India to attend the BRICS summit in New Delhi on September 12 to 13. So a very important visit, and on the agenda would be the India-China border talks. Chandrakala.
Yes, absolutely. Now, of course, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is all set to arrive in Beijing from some times now for the special representative meeting on boundary issue. He is all set to meet his counterpart Wang Yi on special representative meeting wherein border issues will be discussed. This particular visit comes in the heels of the recent face-off between India and China in Arunachal Pradesh. We know that this particular meeting is also focused ahead, also coming ahead, just ahead of Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to New Delhi for the BRICS summit. The fact that there is no official announcement yet from both sides, but yes, very much it is expected that the Chinese president will be visiting New Delhi, and there will be some bilateral cooperation and bilateral talks to be taking place between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping. The fact that in August 2025, both the leaders met on the sidelines of the SCO summit. So yes, a lot's expected as far as this border issue meeting is concerned. The fact that, we know that in October 2024, both the side has reached to an understanding on ending the border standoff, but yet there still remains some remaining border issues, and the recent face-off between both the side in Arunachal Pradesh is still continuing. So yes, this particular meeting will be focused more on the border mechanism and resolving the remaining disputes between both the countries. Over to you.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Chandrakala. I'll be back for more. Now, we're getting more updates coming in. Let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started. And top updates coming in, at least 6 people, including 2 MLAs from Karnataka, were injured after a hatchback crossed a road divider and crashed into an SUV. The 2 MLAs were traveling in the SUV when the crash occurred. All those injured sustained minor injuries and were taken to Lok Nayak Hospital, police said. The injured are said to be in stable condition. Further investigation into the incident is underway. More than 40 people were hospitalized after a chlorine gas leak occurred at the water filtration plant premises. Several people reported breathing difficulties while the officials are working to bring their situation under control. Efforts are also underway to contain the gas leak and safely evacuate those affected. Flash floods and severe waterlogging have been reported in many areas of Agartala following heavy rainfall. NDRF officials stated they have rescued 25 people so far, including a pregnant woman, and added that they are fully prepared to carry out any rescue operation. And much coming up, viewers. Woman found hanging at Dwarka home in Delhi. Victims' family alleges dowry torture. All this and much more coming right up. Stay tuned.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
सच बेरो
कैसे करके क्या हो गया हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला, तो हम लोग अभी क्या करें।
Welcome back, viewers. Getting some global updates. A massive fire broke out at a warehouse in Russia's St. Petersburg on Sunday, with flames engulfing the area of around 82,000 square meters. Take a look.
A massive warehouse fire erupted in St. Petersburg on Sunday, sending thick flames through the industrial facility as firefighters rushed to contain the blaze. Russia's emergency minister said the affected areas stretched across 82,000 square meters, while the warehouse itself covered 22,000 square meters. The facility was being used to store paper and polymer materials, creating a particularly difficult challenge for firefighters battling the intense flames. Emergency officials warned that the heat, flying sparks and burning fragments from the materials could allow the fire to spread further. Fire crews continued operations around the warehouse as officers coordinated the firefighting response and worked to prevent the blaze from extending to nearby areas.
And viewers, taking a short break, do not go anywhere. Ajit Doval is in Beijing. Doval to hold crucial meetings with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. A lot more coming up. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Fire erupts after ventilator explosion in hospital in Maharashtra's Amravati. 3 infants scorched to death, 6 in critical condition. Defense Ministry officer found hanging at Dwarka home in Delhi. Victim's family alleges dowry torture. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on a crucial 2-day visit to Russia. Jaishankar to hold meet with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Meanwhile, NSA Ajit Doval is on its way to Beijing. Doval to hold crucial border talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Clashes break out after eggs hurled at Ganesh idol procession in Mumbai. Heavy police deployed. Hello viewers, a very good morning. Coming in a few minutes from now, it's a event Bengal has been waiting for. Republic Bangla Summit 2026 with the CM of West Bengal as a chief guest, addressing the summit live at 11:30 a.m. alongside the biggest names from the state and top ministers and Bengal's biggest actors and cultural icons, all set to be part of this landmark event. Stay tuned to Republic Bangla for the year's biggest news event, the Republic Bangla Summit 2026. We're getting some more updates coming in, viewers. A devastating fire erupted at approximately 3:30 a.m. on Monday in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit of the Amravati District Women's Hospital in Amravati, Maharashtra, after a ventilator suddenly exploded or sparked, now rapidly filling the ward with flames and thick smoke. The 3 newborn infants who sustained severe burns and smoke inhalation tragically lost their lives in the incident. Of the roughly 39 newborns admitted across the hospital's NICU facilities at the time, many of them are premature, low birth weight or critically ill. Hospital staff acted with swift determination. Doctors, nurses and other personnel on night duty immediately disconnected the medical equipment and evacuated the infants from the affected 3rd floor unit successfully, rescuing the majority and preventing a far greater loss of life. Now, 6 of the surviving babies were subsequently transferred to a nearby Super Speciality Hospital for continued critical care, where authorities have launched a probe into the precise cause of the equipment failure and the hospital's fire safety measures. So these are pictures coming in post that fire which had erupted at that hospital. Unfortunately, 3 newborns have lost their life, but most of the young children have been rescued. 3 newborns have died at the fire at the government hospital in Amravati, and the latest update we're getting for our viewers is that the probe has been launched. The Maharashtra Revenue Minister has said a complete inquiry into the incident is underway and the injured are being treated. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV, viewers, and this happened after a ventilator blast triggered the fire at the Maharashtra hospital. The fire erupted approximately around 3:30 a.m. after a ventilator exploded on the 3rd floor. At the time of the incident, 39 newborns were admitted to the special newborn care unit of the Amravati District Women's Hospital. 3 infants died after suffering severe burns and smoke inhalation. We're getting some reactions coming in from eyewitnesses.
3:30 बजे घटना है और हमें मालूम पड़ा 4 साढ़े 4 बजे।
तो पहले मालूम पड़ा तो आप कहाँ पे था? आपका बच्चा वहीं पर था?
हाँ, वही था बच्चा।
कितने दिन का बच्चा था? आप कहाँ पे रहने वाले हैं और आपको क्या बताया गया था?
हमको यही बताया गया था कि तुम्हारे बच्चे को वेट का प्रॉब्लम है, उसको आईसीयू में रखेंगे, और हमको 2 दिन से तो मिलन नहीं दिए बच्चे को, और रात में ऐसा हादसा हो गया। फिर हम बच्चे को ढूंढने आए तो बच्चा हमारा दिखने रहा, लापता बच्चा दिख रहा हमारे को।
जिस वार्ड में ये 9 बच्चे थे उसी वार्ड में आपका बच्चा था?
हाँ जी।
मेरा भतीजा।
आपको कब मालूम कि हादसा हुआ?
अभी सुबह 4 बजे। मैं टाकरगढ़ शंभू में था, मेरा भाई यहाँ पर था बच्चे के पास। उसका फ़ोन आया मेरे को 3:30 बजे कि भैया यहाँ आग लग गई और वो बच्चे को भी अंगार लग गई है, थोड़ी भड़क ये लगा है। तो
कृष्ण केशव पाहि मां राम राघव राम राघव राम कृष्ण केशव कृष्ण केशव पाहि मां राम राघव राम राघव राम राघव रक्ष मां कृष्ण केशव कृष्ण केशव पाहि मां राम राघव राम राघव राम राघव रक्ष हरिहराय नमो कृष्ण जादवाय नमो যাদবায় মাধবায় কেশবায় নমো হরিহরায় নমো কৃষ্ণ যাদবায় নমো যাদবায় মাধবায় কেশবায় নমো গোপাল গোবিন্দ রাম শ্রী মধুসূদন গিরিধারী গোপীনাথ মদন মোহন গৌর হে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে হরে কৃষ্ণ কেশব কৃষ্ণ কেশব পাহি মাম রাম রাঘব রাম রাঘব রক্ষ মাম কৃষ্ণ কেশব কেশব পাহি মাম রাম রাঘব রাম রাঘব রক্ষ মাম হরে নমো কৃষ্ণ যাদবায় নমো যাদবায় মাধবায় কেশবায় গোপাল গোবিন্দ রাম শ্রী মধুসূদন গিরিধারী গোপীনাথ মদন মোহন শ্রী চৈতন্য নিত্যানন্দ অদ্বৈত সীতা শ্রী চৈতন্য নিত্যানন্দ অদ্বৈত সীতা হরি গুরু বৈষ্ণব ভাগবত গীতা শ্রী চৈতন্য নিত্যানন্দ অদ্বৈত সীতা হরি গুরু বৈষ্ণব ভাগবত গীতা হরিহরায় নমো কৃষ্ণ যাদবায় নমো যাদবায় মাধবায় কেশবায় নমো জয় রূপ সনাতন ভট্ট রঘুনাথ জয় রূপ সনাতন ভট্ট রঘুনাথ শ্রীজীব গোপাল ভট্ট দাস রঘুনাথ এই ছয় গোসাইয়ের করি চরণ বন্দন এই ছয় গোসাইয়ের করি চরণ বন্দন যাহা হইতে বিঘ্ন নাশ অভীষ্ট পূরণ হরিহরায় নমো কৃষ্ণ যাদবায় নমো যাদবায় মাধবায় কেশবায় নমো হরিহরায় নমো কৃষ্ণ যাদবায় নমো যাদবায় মাধবায় কেশবায় নমো।
নমস্কার, সেই মহেন্দ্র খন উপস্থিত আমাদের মাঝে উপস্থিত হয়েছেন মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মহাশয়। তাকে উদ্দেশ্য করে তাকে প্রণাম জানিয়ে বাকি সমস্ত গুণীজনদের প্রণাম জানিয়ে আমরা একটি নিবেদন দ্বৈত কণ্ঠে একটু শোনাতে চাইব। कदाचित् कालिन्दे तटमिपिन सङ्गीत रमा शंभो ब्रह्मा सुरपति गणेशार्चित पदो जगन्नाथ स्वामी नयन पथगामी भवतु
हे कृष्ण करुणा
जगन्नाथ स्वामी नयन पथगामी भवतु मे जगन्नाथ स्वामी नयन पथगामी भवतु मे जगन्नाथ स्वामी नयन पथगामी भवतु
অনেক ধন্যবাদ জয়তিদি পলাশ, অনেক ধন্যবাদ। এবং এই মুহূর্তে আমরা যখন আমাদের মাননীয় মুখ্য অতিথিকে পেয়ে গিয়েছি, এবার রিপাবলিক মিডিয়া নেটওয়ার্কের এডিটর ইন চিফ অর্ণব গোস্বামীকে আমি বলবো মঞ্চে আসার জন্য প্লিজ। এবার মঞ্চে আসার জন্য বলবো, ওদিকে আমাদের ক্লিয়ার হয়ে যাবে। হ্যাঁ, ওদিকে পোডিয়ামে আগে যেতে হবে, তারপরে আস্তে আস্তে আমরা প্রদীপ প্রজ্বলনের দিকে, এরপর আমরা যাব। আগে আমাদের মধ্যে আসবেন অর্ণব গোস্বামী, রিপাবলিক মিডিয়া নেটওয়ার্কের।
একবার আমি অনুরোধ করব
পোডিয়ামে প্লিজ
রিপাবলিক নেটওয়ার্কের এডিটর ইন চিফ তাকে মঞ্চে আসবার জন্য, এবং ধীরে ধীরে আমরা আমাদের অনুষ্ঠানের দিকে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছি আরো।
On behalf of আমাদের প্রিয় জনপ্রিয় most popular Chief Minister of Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari ke on behalf of everyone in Republic Media Network, Shubhendu Babu, এটা আপনার প্রথম মিডিয়া big stage event after becoming Chief Minister, আর আমরা we are very grateful to you কি আপনি আমাকে এই সময়টা দিয়েছেন and you have given us the privilege of hosting you today. Thank you, Shubhendu Babu, many thanks. আমি দাদাকে বললাম এখন কি আমার বাংলাটা খুব ভালো নয়। শুভেন্দু বাবু, আমার বাংলাটা খুব ভালো নয়, আমি গুয়াহাটির ছেলে, কিন্তু আমি চেষ্টা করব। ইউ শুড আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড হোয়াট আই এম সেইং মোর দ্যান দ্য ক্ল্যারিটি অফ দ্য ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ। আমি যখন হিন্দিতে প্রথম আরম্ভ করি শুভেন্দু বাবু, তখন সবাই বলেছিল কি একটা ইস্টের ছেলে হিন্দি চ্যানেল কিভাবে আরম্ভ করবে। তখন আমি বলেছিলাম কি মেরি জুবান সাফ नहीं है मगर मेरी दिल बहुत साफ है। দাদা তো ক্ষমা করবেন যদি আমার ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজটা একটু ভুলভাল হয়। হ্যাঁ, থ্যাংক ইউ দাদা, থ্যাংক ইউ। না আপনি আমার বিগেস্ট জাজ টুডে। দাদা আমি বললাম এট দ্য স্টার্ট দ্যাট ইউ আর দ্য প্রিয় অ্যান্ড জনপ্রিয় চিফ মিনিস্টার অফ বেঙ্গল। I want to start by saying Bengal needs a chief minister like Shubhendu Adhikari today. Bengal needs an aggressive chief minister like Shubhendu Adhikari. Aggressive not in language, but in target and focus. Bengal also needs a visionary chief minister like Shubhendu Adhikari today, and a determined chief minister like Shubhendu Adhikari today. And I think Bengal is very lucky, Shubhendu Babu. Huh? Hail West Bengal. Yeah. Yes, West Bengal, West Bengal. Dada, absolutely, it's a very big history. And getting 70% vote seat share. People talk about 50% vote share, kintu apni 70% seat share peyechen. 207 seats out of 294. This is not a small achievement. The reason for this achievement are three things. আমি politically correct কথা বলি না, আমি সোজা কথা বলি। The first and most important thing, why you have got a result like this, এটা হলো Hindu unity. দাদা, you have created Hindu ekotrikoron. For the first time, you have proved that Hindu unity is possible, and without political unity যেখানে না থাকে ওখানে social unity হতে পারে না। Political unity হয়েছে, সেটা ফার্স্ট অ্যান্ড বিগেস্ট রিজন। সেকেন্ডটা হলো কোথাও না কোথাও 2021 আর 2024-এর মাঝখানে বাংলার লোক এটা বুঝতে পারলো, আর দেশের লোক বুঝতে পারলো, পুরো কান্ট্রির লোক বুঝতে পেরেছে, দে হ্যাড কনফিডেন্স দ্যাট ইউ ক্যান মেক আ বিগ ডিফারেন্স টু বেঙ্গল। আর আপনি ওই ডিফারেন্সটা করবেন আমি জানি। আপনার সাথে সেদিন নবান্নতে দেখা হওয়ার পরে আমার আর কনফিডেন্সটা বেড়েছে কি ইউ আর ক্লিয়ার অ্যাবাউট ইউর ভিশন ফর বেঙ্গল। দাদা 5 বছর 4 মাস আগে আমি রিপাবলিক বাংলা শুরু করি। আপনাকে একটু পার্সোনালি আমি জানাতে চাই, সেই সময় আমার এগেনস্টে অনেক আমি টর্চার হয়েছি, আমার অর্গানাইজেশনকে বন্ধ করার চেষ্টা হয়েছিল মুম্বাইতে, আমাকে অ্যারেস্ট করা গেছিল। ওই সময় আমার কাছে ফান্ডস ছিল না, ফাইন্যান্স ছিল না, অপরচুনিটি ছিল না। আর সবাই বলতেন ওই সময় কি অর্ণব গোস্বামী জেলের থেকে বেরিয়ে আর কি করতে পারবে। সেই সময় আমি একদিন আমার লয়ার হরিশ সালভে, ওনার সাথে একটা ভিডিও কনফারেন্স করছিলাম। তো মিস্টার সালভে আমাকে বললেন কি অর্ণব, ইউ স্টপ থিঙ্কিং অ্যাবাউট ল অ্যান্ড লিগাল ইস্যুস, তুমি যেটা পছন্দ করো সেটা করো। আর সেই সময় আমি জানি না কেন, এটা কিন্তু একটা আমি এক্সপ্লেন করতে পারছি না। আমি একটা বাড়িতে থাকতাম শুভেন্দুবাবু, আমার বাড়ির বাইরে 100 জন পুলিশ থাকতো এই স্টেটের, আর 100 জন পুলিশ থাকতো অন্য স্টেটের। মহারাষ্ট্রের পুলিশ বাইরে দাঁড়িয়ে থাকতো আমাকে অ্যারেস্ট করার জন্য, আর উত্তরপ্রদেশের পুলিশ দাঁড়িয়ে থাকতো আমার বাড়ির বাইরে অ্যারেস্ট না হয়। ওই অবস্থায় একদিন আমি বললাম আমি চ্যানেল আরম্ভ করব, আমি বন্ধ করব না, আমার যে জার্নিটা এটা বন্ধ হবে না। আর আমি জানি না আমি কেন বললাম, আমি আসামের ছেলে, কিন্তু আমি বললাম আমি চ্যানেল বাংলায় করব, রিপাবলিক বাংলা আমি আরম্ভ করব। নামটা সোজা ক্ল্যারিটি অফ থট। আর আমি যখন এসছি এখানে, আমি নাম নেব না, প্রাক্তন যে আপনার মুখ্যমন্ত্রী ও মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর কাছাকাছি লোক আমার সাথে দেখা করতে এলেন, আমাকে জিজ্ঞেস করেছিলেন তখন শুভেন্দুবাবু তুমি কেন এসছো, তুমি কি করতে চাও, তুমি আমার থেকে কি চাও। তখন আমি বললাম, আমি ডাইরেক্ট বলছি আপনি শুনুন, আচ্ছা আমি আপনার থেকে কিচ্ছু চাই না। তখন আমাকে বলা গেছিল কি বাংলায় তুমি মিডিয়া করতে পারো না, বাংলার মিডিয়া আমরা চালাই। এই কথাটা ডাইরেক্টলি আমাকে বলা গেছিল কি তুমি এখানে চ্যানেল করতে পারবে না, বাংলার মিডিয়াটা আমরা চালাই। তখন আমি বুঝলাম শুভেন্দুবাবু কি এখানে অনেক জিনিসের চুরি হয়েছে, কিন্তু একটা জিনিসের চুরির কথা কেউ বলে না। এখানে কয়লা পাচার হয়েছে, কোনো মিডিয়া রিপোর্ট করতো না। এখানে চাকরি চুরি হয়েছে, কয়লার চুরি হয়েছে, সব চুরি হয়েছে, কিন্তু একটা চুরি যেটা আমি বুঝলাম, এখানে আমাদের মিডিয়ার স্বাধীনতার চুরি হয়ে গেছিল। মিডিয়ার স্বাধীনতা, ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্স অফ মিডিয়া শুভেন্দুবাবু বাংলায় শেষ হয়ে গেছিল। দেয়ার ওয়াজ নো ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্স অফ মিডিয়া। তখন আমার মনে আছে কি আপনি আমার একটা প্রোগ্রামে এসেছিলেন, আমি গোদরেজ ওয়াটার সাইডে একটা ছোট অফিস আরম্ভ করেছিলাম। পরে আপনি আমার নতুন অফিসেও এসেছেন। আমাকে জিজ্ঞেস করা গেছিল ওই সময় কি অর্ণব কতদিনের জন্য এসছো। আমার বন্ধু বান্ধব এখানে আছে, অশোক টরি সাহেব, রবি মোদি, ওরা জানেন আমি যেদিন আরম্ভ করি রবি মোদি আমার অফিসে বসেছিলেন, আমাকে বললেন কিতনে দিন কে লিয়া হ্যাঁ, কতদিনের জন্য এসছো। এরা তৃণমূলের লোক জিজ্ঞেস করতো, আমি বললাম আমি যখন এসছি আই উইল নট স্টেপ ব্যাক। বলতো এত কেস করবো তোমাদের এগেনস্টে। শুভেন্দুবাবু 27টা কেস হয়েছে, 31 টাইমস আমার লয়ার মহেশ জেঠমালানি অ্যাপিয়ার হয়েছে কোর্টে আমার বিরুদ্ধে, আমার রিপোর্টারের বিরুদ্ধে অ্যারেস্ট হয়েছে, আমার রিপোর্টার সন্দেশখালিতে অ্যারেস্ট হয়েছে, কিন্তু আমি কোনো সময় আমরা গিভ আপ করিনি। এই অবস্থায় একবার 2024-এ আমি যখন এসেছিলাম, 2024-এর কথা বলছি, ফেব্রুয়ারি মাসে আমি আমার নিউজ রুমে আসলাম, আমার বন্ধু আর ছোট ভাই শুভ্রাংশু একটা ভিডিও দেখছিল। বলে শুভ্রাংশু কি দেখছো। শুভ্রাংশু আমাকে বলল কি অর্ণব কিছু একটা হচ্ছে সন্দেশখালিতে, আচ্ছা তুমি আমাকে দেখাও তো টেপটা। আমি তখন বসে শুভেন্দুবাবু আমি টেপটা ব্যাক রোল ফ্রন্ট রোল করে আমি প্রায় 20 মিনিটের ভিডিও দেখলাম। আর শুভেন্দুবাবু টিভি খুব ট্রান্সপারেন্ট মিডিয়াম, কেউ যদি মিথ্যে কথা বলে সেটা বোঝা যায়, কেউ যদি মনের কথা বলে সেটাও বোঝা যায়। আমি যখন ওখানে মহিলাদের যে ওরা বলল ওদের উপরে কি হয়েছে, কি ঘটনা হয়েছে, যখন আমি ওটা দেখলাম আই রিয়েলাইজড কিছু একটা খুব বড় জিনিস হচ্ছে সন্দেশখালিকে, যেটা মিডিয়াতে কোনোদিন আসেনি। কিন্তু আজকে আমি এই মঞ্চ থেকে একটা কথা বলতে চাই, তার 2 সপ্তাহ পরে, 1 সপ্তাহ পরে আমাদের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী যখন ওই সময় অপোজিশনে ছিলেন, ওই টেপটা আপনি নিজের প্রেস কনফারেন্সে আপনি দেখিয়েছিলেন। তখন ফার্স্ট টাইম দ্য পিপল অফ বেঙ্গল গট টু নো অ্যাবাউট, পিপল অফ ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল গট টু নো অ্যাবাউট সন্দেশখালি। For the first time, Republic Banglar through the people of West Bengal got to know about Abhoya. They got to know about Arjikor. আর ওই সময় ওই 2 সপ্তাহের ভিতরে আমাদের চ্যানেলের বিরুদ্ধে 7-8টা কেস, ছোট মোটো কিছু কেস হতো, পুলিশ বসে থাকতেন আমার ওখানে বাইরে। সেই জন্য আমি বলছি আজকে এই মঞ্চ থেকে আমি খুব খুশি কি আপনি এখানে এসেছেন, কারণ ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলে মিডিয়ার স্বাধীনতার চুরি হয়ে গেছিল অলরেডি। শুভেন্দুবাবু, আমি লোক সবাই এখানে আপনাকে শুনতে এসছেন, আমাকে নয়। আমি এমনিও বাংলাটা খারাপ, আমি জানি না এরপরে আমার স্ত্রী আমাকে কি বলবে, আমি কি বললাম, ভুলভাল বললাম, কিন্তু আমার কথাটা বোধহয় আপনি বুঝতে পারছেন। আমি কোনো জিনিসে কখনো কম্প্রোমাইজ করি না। শুভেন্দুবাবু, আজকে রিপাবলিক মিডিয়া নেটওয়ার্ক পুরো কান্ট্রির অনলি ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্ট নেটওয়ার্ক, যেটার কোনো কর্পোরেট ওনারশিপ নেই, যেটা জার্নালিস্ট ম্যানেজ করে, জার্নালিস্ট ওন করে, আর জার্নালিস্ট এগিয়ে নিয়ে যায়। লাস্টে একটা রিকোয়েস্ট আছে ফ্রম অল অফ আস টু ইউ, कि दादा, Hindus are united, but the nation wants to know, and West Bengal wants to know, when you will pass Uniform Civil Code in West Bengal. Is that a demand of everybody here? Do you believe that Shuvendu Babu is the one leader who can make it happen? Dada, if there is one leader, shobai ache ekhane, if there is one political leader who will show that 70%, by removing 70% of the people of the state, you cannot have development. Our development shudhumatro economic to noy, social development, we must be made to feel equal. I feel proud of you, because one of the first decisions that Chief Minister took after taking over was to give the land to the paramilitary forces to stop infiltration on the border. For that, we must give him a big round of applause. I congratulate you on behalf of everyone, not only people of West Bengal, but people of India, for your boldness and courage in taking the decision to support the paramilitary forces. And I know that soon, apnar sathe ekbar bosbo ami after you have passed the Uniform Civil Code. Dada, on behalf of Republic Media Network, I thank you for coming. You must know one thing, Dada. This network only believes in nation first. Nationalism. Ei shob patriotism, nationalism e difference amra mani na. We believe in Rashtra Sarvopari, Rashtra Pratham. Nation first. No compromise. No compromise for the nation. And since you are working for the nation, we are totally behind you. In every step, we will criticize you sometimes, choto moto. But Dada, what you work for the nation, we will be with you. আমি frankly বলছি, আমি independent journalist. কিছু ভুলভাল কিছু হলে আমরা আপনার সামনে নিয়ে আসবো, আমি জানি আপনি অ্যাকশন নেবেন। কিন্তু for things that unite the nation, unite the people of Bengal, we are 1000% behind you. I wish you all the best and thank you for coming. আমাদের মঞ্চে এসে আমাদেরকে আপনি সম্মান দিয়েছেন। I fully congratulate you from the bottom of my heart. And আমি একটা ছোট ভিডিও প্লে করতে চান about you. And last আরেকটা কথা বলি, এক সেকেন্ড দাদা, এইটা আমি করিনি, এটা আবার স্টুডিওর প্রোগ্রামটা নয়, এটা আমার হ্যাঁ, আমার প্রবলেমটা শুভেন্দুবাবু, আমি যেখানে যাই লোক ডিবেট আরম্ভ করে। আগে প্রদীপটা আমরা জ্বালাই, তারপরে আপনার উপরে আমরা এক্স্যাক্টলি ভারতীয় সংস্কৃতি, আমি প্রদীপটা জ্বালাবো। সো আই থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ। তার আগে, প্রদীপ জ্বালানোর আগে একটা আমরা অল রাউন্ড অফ অ্যাপ্লজ ফর দ্য চিফ মিনিস্টার। থ্যাংক ইউ দাদা। শ্যাল উই গো? না, প্রদীপ জ্বালাবো। এসো দাদা, প্লিজ কাম আপ, আসো।
এবার আমরা প্রদীপ প্রজ্বলনের জন্য প্লিজ একটা, আচ্ছা, আগে আমরা মাননীয় শুভেন্দু অধিকারী আমাদের মধ্যে রয়েছেন, তাকে তার যে একটি বিশেষ ভিডিও অডিও ভিজুয়াল একটা যে আমরা প্রতিবেদন তৈরি করেছি সেটা দেখাবো।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Viewers, welcome back. A devastating fire has erupted approximately at 3:30 a.m. on Monday in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit of Amravati District Women's Hospital. And the shocking news coming in from Maharashtra, massive fire broke out in the newborn ward of the hospital. We'll get you all the details of what really happened there. But let's take a look at this report first. A massive fire broke out in the newborn ward of Amravati District Women's Hospital, triggering panic in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, where dozens of newborn babies were undergoing treatment. The fire in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit was triggered by an explosion in one of the ventilators at around 3:30 a.m. This led to the death of 3 infants.
সেই পর্ব ধীরে ধীরে আমরা এগিয়ে নিয়ে চলেছি।
আমরা একটু ম্যামকেও ডাকবো স্টেজে। সাম্যব্রতা রে গোস্বামী, তাকেও ডাকবো, এবং স্বর্ণালী, শুভ্রাংশু, আমাদের রিপাবলিক বাংলার এডিটর, এক্সিকিউটিভ এডিটর, তাদেরকেও ডাকবো। প্রদীপ প্রজ্বলনের সময় শুভ্রাংশু, স্বর্ণালী
প্রত্যেকেই মঞ্চে আসবার জন্য অনুরোধ জানাচ্ছি। মঞ্চে উপস্থিত রয়েছেন মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী শ্রী শুভেন্দু অধিকারী মহাশয়। প্রদীপ প্রজ্বলনের মধ্য দিয়ে আজকের এই অনুষ্ঠানকে আরও গৌরবান্বিত করার মুহূর্ত, যেই মুহূর্ত ক্যামেরাবন্দি করছেন আপনারা প্রত্যেকে এবং আমাদের দর্শক বন্ধুরা যারা রয়েছেন তারাও সাক্ষী থাকছেন এই মাহেন্দ্রক্ষণের এই অপূর্ব মুহূর্তের।
প্রদীপের শিখা দেখা যাচ্ছে, সেই পবিত্র শিখার মধ্যে দিয়ে আঁধার কেটেছে রাজ্যে, এবার আলোর পথে গোটা বাংলার চলার পথ সুগম হোক। মাননীয় শ্রী শুভেন্দু অধিকারীর হাত ধরে যে শিখা প্রজ্বলিত হলো রিপাবলিক বাংলা সামিট 2026-এর আনুষ্ঠানিক উদ্বোধনে, সেই শিখা, সেই অগ্নিশিখা ওম ছড়িয়ে পড়ুক বাংলা জুড়ে। রিপাবলিক মিডিয়া নেটওয়ার্কের এডিটর ইন চিফ অর্ণব গোস্বামীর হাত ধরে এবার প্রদীপ প্রজ্বলন।
মঞ্চে উপস্থিত রয়েছেন মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী শ্রী শুভেন্দু অধিকারী মহাশয়, রিপাবলিক নেটওয়ার্কের এডিটর ইন চিফ অর্ণব গোস্বামী, সিনিয়র এক্সিকিউটিভ এডিটর সাম্যব্রত গোস্বামী, এক্সিকিউটিভ এডিটর স্বর্ণালী সরকার এবং শুভ্রাংশু চ্যাটার্জি। একবার জোরে করতালির মধ্য দিয়ে আজকের এই মুহূর্তটাকে আমরা স্মরণীয় করে রাখি। ধন্যবাদ জানাই যারা উপস্থিত আমাদের অতিথিবর্গ এবং একই সঙ্গে মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মহাশয়কেও।
এই সুন্দর ছবিটা একদিকে যেরকম সুন্দর, সেরকমভাবে অত্যন্ত পবিত্র। আজকের এই সন্ধ্যা, আজকের এই সকালে যেভাবে প্রজ্বলিত হয়েছে এই প্রদীপের শিখা, আজ আনুষ্ঠানিকভাবে এই মুহূর্তে উদ্বোধন হলো রিপাবলিক বাংলা সামিট 2026-এ। এবার আমরা অনুরোধ করব মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রীকে,
ডান দিকের যে পোডিয়ামটা রয়েছে, মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মহাশয় চাইলে সেই পোডিয়ামেও আপনি দাঁড়াতে পারেন,
একটু তাঁর বক্তব্য শুনবেন। আপনি যেখানে, আপনি আসুন, আপনি আসুন।
भारत माता की
भारत माता की वंदे वंदे। सम्मानीय अर्णब गोस्वामी सह टीम रिपाब्लिक আমি আপনাদের সকলকে অন্তর থেকে এবং পশ্চিমবঙ্গ সরকার তথা মুখ্যমন্ত্রী হিসেবে রাষ্ট্রবাদী, দেশপ্রেমিক, জাতীয়তাবাদী গৈরিক অভিনন্দন জ্ঞাপন করছি। আজকের এখানে নিচে যারা আছেন তারা পশ্চিমবঙ্গের নানা ক্ষেত্রের দিকপাল ব্যক্তিত্ব। এরা গুণীজন, এরা বিদগ্ধ। পশ্চিমবাংলার ঐতিহ্য, সংস্কৃতি, প্রগতি এবং স্বামী বিবেকানন্দের মহান মন্ত্র চরৈবতী চরৈবতী, এক্ষেত্রে স্ব ক্ষেত্রে প্রত্যেকের ভূমিকা রয়েছেন। পদ্ম পুরস্কার প্রাপ্তগণ রয়েছেন, অন্তর থেকে প্রণাম নেবেন। কৃতি ডাক্তারবাবুরা আছেন যারা এই রাজ্যের চিকিৎসা ব্যবস্থা ধরে রেখেছেন। আধ্যাত্মিক জগতের বিশিষ্ট প্রচারকরা রয়েছেন যারা শ্রী চৈতন্যদেব মহাপ্রভুর এই ভূমিকে জাগ্রত রাখার কাজ করে চলেছেন। এখানে বিনিয়োগকারী থেকে আমাদের পশ্চিমবাংলার সাংস্কৃতিক ঐতিহ্য কে নেই এখানে। সিনেমার পর্দার আমাদের প্রিয় হিরোরা আছেন, সঙ্গীত জগতের নক্ষত্ররা আছেন। আমি সকলকে একযোগে উনাদের কর্মকে প্রণাম জানাচ্ছি। আপনারা জানেন যে পশ্চিমবাংলার গণদেবতা জনতা জনার্দন এবারে ভারতীয় জনতা পার্টির নেতৃত্বে সরকারকে নির্বাচিত করেছে বিপুল বিপুল ম্যান্ডেট দিয়ে। এবং যেহেতু সরাসরি মুখ্যমন্ত্রী নির্বাচনের সুযোগ নেই, বিধায়করা গরিষ্ঠ সংখ্যক নির্বাচিত হয়ে তারাই বিধায়ক নির্বাচিত করেন। সেক্ষেত্রে দলের একটা ভূমিকা থাকে এবং ভারতীয় জনতা পার্টি যেহেতু সদস্য সংখ্যার বিচারে পৃথিবীর সর্ববৃহৎ রাজনৈতিক দল এবং 21টা রাজ্যে যে দল রাজ্যে সরকার পরিচালনা করছে তথা দেশের সরকার পরিচালনা করছে, তাই সর্বোচ্চ নেতৃত্বের একটা ভূমিকা থাকে। তাই আলাদা করে কারোর নাম না বলে আমি যশস্বী প্রধানমন্ত্রী নরেন্দ্র মোদীজির প্রতি আমার কৃতজ্ঞতা জানাবো, যিনি এই গুরুভার আমার উপরে অর্পণ করেছেন মানুষের ইচ্ছাকে মর্যাদা দিয়ে। এই সরকারের মাত্র 110 দিন হতে যায়। এটা খুব একটা বিরাট লম্বা সময় নয়। আমার নাম ঘোষণার আগে মাননীয় অর্ণব গোস্বামী মহোদয় তার লড়াই, তার পশ্চিমবঙ্গে আসার কারণ, তার অর্জুনের লক্ষ্যভেদের মতো সংকল্পে অবিচল থেকে লক্ষ্য পূরণের ক্ষেত্রে অগ্রগতির কথা বলতে গিয়ে বলছিলেন যে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী হিসেবে আপনাকে আমরা প্রথম পেয়েছি। আপনি শুনে রাখুন, আমি নির্বাচনের আগে আমাকে একাধিক জাতীয় এবং রাজ্যের পপুলার ক্রোডস অফ ভিউয়ার্স চ্যানেলগুলি টক শো, ইন্টারভিউ, কনক্লেভে ইনভাইটেশন করেছিলেন সম্মানের সঙ্গে, কিন্তু আমি ওখানে অ্যাটেন্ড করিনি। এটা আমার ব্যক্তিগত সিদ্ধান্ত ছিল। আর আমি মুখ্যমন্ত্রী হওয়ার পরে খানিকটা সময় নিয়ে আমার কাছে অনেকগুলি ইলেকট্রনিক্স মিডিয়া, ইউটিউবার, পোর্টাল, প্রিন্ট মিডিয়া তারা ইনভাইট করেছিল কনক্লেভ, টক শো, ইন্টারভিউ, ইন্টারেকশন, স্টেটমেন্ট অথবা কিছু লেখা দিতে। আমি বলেছিলাম আমি যদি প্রথম কোথাও মিডিয়া প্ল্যাটফর্মে যাই সেটা না ভাবে রিপাবলিক বাংলা। কারণ আমি ব্যক্তিগত জীবনে I started my political journey as a student leader in 1988. তখন কলেজে 11-12 ছিল, পরে উঠে যায়। আমি ক্লাস 11-এ 1987-এ অ্যাডমিশন নিই। 1988-এ আমি ফার্স্ট কন্টেস্ট করি ইলেকশনে, আমার জীবনের প্রথম নির্বাচন। অ্যাজ এ ক্লাস রিপ্রেজেন্টেটিভ আমি এসএফআইকে হারিয়ে জিতেছিলাম 12টা ভোটে এবং আমাকে দায়িত্ব দেওয়া হয়েছিল গেম সেক্রেটারির, স্টুডেন্টস ইউনিয়নের। আমি এই যে লম্বা জার্নি, আই ইলেক্টেড অ্যাজ এ কাউন্সিলর ইন 1995 ইন হাইয়েস্ট ভোট ফ্রম ওয়ার্ড নাম্বার 16 ইন কন্টাই মিউনিসিপ্যালিটি, একটা ছোট্ট মিউনিসিপ্যালিটিতে। তা আমি সবসময় মনে করি যে অতীত যদি কেউ ভুলে যায় তার ভবিষ্যৎ ভালো হতে পারে না। আর কৃতজ্ঞতা শব্দটি সব সময় মাথায় রেখে চলা উচিত, পরিবর্তনটা যেন না হয়। আমি আমার পার্সোনাল লাইফ নিয়ে বলবো না, আমি একদিন ইন্টারভিউতে আসবো, আপনারা যা খুশি কোশ্চেন করবেন আমি বলবো। আজকেও চেয়েছিলেন আপনি ডিবেটে পার্টিসিপেট করি, তো আমি বলেছি যে মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর লোক ধর্ম আছে। আগে সবাই রাজধর্ম বলতাম আমরা, নরেন্দ্র মোদীজি রাজ শব্দটা তুলে দিয়েছেন। যেমন আমরা অ্যাট হোম গভর্নর সাহেবের ওখানে গেলাম, ওটার নামও এখন লোক ভবন। তাই আমিও আমার বক্তৃতাতে বলাতে রাজধর্মটাকে বদলে লোক ধর্ম করে দিয়েছি, কারণ এটাই আমাদের সংবিধানের সবচেয়ে বড় জায়গা, ফর দ্য পিপল, বাই দ্য পিপল, অফ দ্য পিপল। সেক্ষেত্রে মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর তার যে উচ্চাসন, সেখানে কথা কম বলা উচিত, কাজ বেশি করা উচিত, বেশি শোনা উচিত, কম হস্তক্ষেপ করা উচিত। এবং আগের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী বলতেন আমাকে বোঝাতে আসবে না, আমি সব জানি। বর্তমান মুখ্যমন্ত্রী বলেন হ্যাঁ আমি কিছু জানি, কিন্তু অনেক কিছুই জানি না, আপনাদের কাছ থেকে আমাকে জানতে হবে, শিখতে হবে। রিটায়ার্ড জাস্টিস মিস্টার বিশ্বজিৎ বসু বসে আছেন। তিনি ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলে যে ইনস্টিটিউশনাল করাপশন হয়েছে তাকে ক্র্যাকডাউন করার দায়িত্ব ক্যাবিনেট তাকে দিয়েছে। তার সঙ্গে আইপিএস জায়রামান সাহেব রয়েছেন, উনিও দায়িত্ব নেওয়ার পরে অ্যাজ এ চেয়ারম্যান অফ দি কমিশন হি মেট উইথ মি ইন সেক্রেটারিয়েট। আমার একটা স্টেটমেন্ট উনি দেখেছিলেন, যে আমি সেখানে বলেছিলাম যে এই কমিশন এমপি এমএলএদের করাপশন নিয়ে কাজ করতে পারবে না, লোকায়ুক্তের মধ্যে এটা আছে বলে। উনি আমাকে একদম ক্লজ খুলে দেখিয়ে দিলেন যে সবাইকেই এই ইনভেস্টিগেশনের আওতায় আনা যেতে পারে। আমি সঙ্গে সঙ্গে ওনার ওই কথা অ্যাকসেপ্ট করে নিয়েছি। এই জন্য বলি আমাকে আরো একটু টাইম আপনাদের দিতে হবে, তারপরে আমি ইন্টারেকশন করব, কোশ্চেন অ্যান্সার করব, এবং তার জন্য আমি আরো যে 57 মাস বাকি আছে এই গভর্নমেন্টের, 57 মাস চাইব না, আমি আর 9 থেকে 10 মাস চাইব আপনাদের কাছ থেকে। I started my journey with a vision. এবং আমি যেহেতু ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল নয়, আমি রিজিওনাল পার্টির লিডার নই, আমি প্রাইভেট পার্টির লিডার নই, আমি ফ্যামিলি পার্টির লিডার নই, আমি কর্পোরেটের ম্যানেজিং ডাইরেক্টর চেয়ারম্যান নই, আমি এমন একটা পার্টি চিফ মিনিস্টার যে পার্টি সব সময় বলে নট আই বাট উই। আমরা ইন এ টিম কাজ করতে হবে এবং সবাইকে নিয়ে আলোচনা করে এগোতে হবে। তাই এই প্রসেসটার মধ্যে আমাকে যেতে হবে। আপনি যদি বলেন কি দেখলেন আপনি এই 110 দিনে, আমি বললাম বাইরে থেকে তো অ্যাজ এ এলওপি আমি তো দেখেছি, কিছু আপনি দেখিয়েছেন, তার আগেও আমি এক্সসিএম এর সঙ্গে ছিলাম, ওই পার্টির আমি এমপি এমএলএ হয়েছি, আমি মিনিস্টার ছিলাম, কিন্তু এই চিফ মিনিস্টার হয়ে কি দেখলেন পশ্চিমবঙ্গের সরকারের ভিতরের অবস্থাটা? আমি বলবো যা দেখেছি ভয়ঙ্কর। খাদের কিনারায় পশ্চিমবঙ্গ দাঁড়িয়েছিল। থ্যাঙ্কস টু গড এবং বাঙালিদের কাছে আমি কৃতজ্ঞ, হ্যাটস অফ টু বাঙালি। ঠিক প্রপার টাইমে আপনারা পশ্চিমবঙ্গে চেঞ্জ করে দিয়েছেন প্রত্যেকটা প্যারামিটার। যদি বলেন রাষ্ট্রীয় সুরক্ষা ডেঞ্জারাস জায়গায় ছিল, যদি বলেন সংবিধান, আমি বলবো মান্যতাই ছিল না, যদি বলেন সংবিধানের 4টে পিলার, ফার্স্ট ল মেকার্স, দ্যাট মিন্স উই এমপি অ্যান্ড এমএলএস, এখানে কমপ্লিটলি ল মেকারদের যে মিনিমাম কনস্টিটিউশনাল পাওয়ার ভূমিকা, তার ন্যূনতম অস্তিত্ব রাখা হয়নি। অনলি ওয়ান পোস্ট, আর বাকি সব ল্যাম্প পোস্ট। সেকেন্ড, যদি আপনি বলেন সংবিধানের সেকেন্ড যে স্তম্ভ, সেটা হচ্ছে ব্যুরোক্রেসি। ব্যুরোক্রেসির অবস্থা এত আপনার খারাপ করে দিয়েছে, আপনি ভাবতে পারেন, আমি নাম কাউকে বলবো না, কারণ আমাকে সবাইকে নিয়ে কাজ করতে হচ্ছে। আমি চাই না কাউকে সম্মান না দিতে পারি, অসম্মান করি, এটা আমার রুচির মধ্যে পড়ে না। 89 ক্যাডারের আমাদের আইপিএস অফিসার তিনি হচ্ছেন রাজ্যের ডিজিপি আর 2004 ক্যাডারের আইএস অফিসার হচ্ছেন হোম সেক্রেটারি। কে কাকে স্যার বলবে? এই যে ব্যুরোক্রেসির যে হায়ারকি, সিনিয়রিটি তছনছ করে দেওয়া হয়েছিল। একজন রেসিডেন্ট কমিশনার ছিলেন দিল্লিতে, আবারও বলছি নাম বলবো না, যারা বোঝার বুঝবেন, না বোঝার নাই বুঝবেন। তাকে 12 বার এক্সটেনশন দেওয়া হয়েছে। কেউ রিটায়ার করতো না। কিছু নির্দিষ্ট ব্যুরোক্রেসির মধ্যে গোটা ব্যবস্থাটা যুক্ত ছিল। আর প্রশ্ন করলেই আপনাকে কলকাতা থেকে কালিম্পং ট্রান্সফার করা হতো। এক্স চিফ মিনিস্টার একদিন গেছিলেন এসএসকেএম হসপিটাল ভিজিট করতে। একজন ডাক্তারবাবুকে কাছে কিছু জানতে চেয়েছিলেন। তিনি বললেন, আমি ব্যস্ত আছি, রুগী দেখতে হবে, তারপরে এর উত্তর দেব। ডাক্তারবাবুর কাছে রুগীকে সেবা দেওয়া, তার জীবন বাঁচানোর হচ্ছে প্রথম কাজ। এই অপরাধে তার পেনশন, তার রিটায়ারমেন্ট বেনিফিট, গ্র্যাচুইটি, পিএফ সব আটকে রাখা হয়েছিল। অর্থাৎ ব্যবস্থাটা ব্যুরোক্রেসির কোনো অস্তিত্বই ছিল না এখানে। থার্ড হচ্ছে জুডিশিয়ারি। জুডিশিয়ারিকে এমন থ্রেট কালচার আমার মনে হয় কোনো রাজ্যে নেই। কি কি করেননি? অভিজিৎ গাঙ্গুলির, রেসপেক্টেড অভিজিৎ গাঙ্গুলির এজলাসে তালাচাবি লাগিয়েছিলেন। কেন? তিনি টিচার রিক্রুটমেন্ট স্ক্যাম নিয়ে অর্ডার দিয়েছিলেন। ফাইনালি সুপ্রিম কোর্ট অভিজিৎ গাঙ্গুলির অর্ডারটাকেই কার্যত একটু ঘুরিয়ে ফিরিয়ে সিলমোহর দিয়েছে। অভিজিৎ গাঙ্গুলি রেসপেক্টেড রিটায়ার্ড রেজিগনেটেড জাস্টিস, উনি অ্যাটাকড হয়েছেন। অনারেবল রিটায়ার্ড জাস্টিস বিশ্বজিৎ বসু অ্যাটাকড হয়েছেন কোর্ট প্রিমিসেসের মধ্যে। প্রেজেন্ট জাস্টিস অমৃতা সিনহাকে জব্দ করার জন্য ওনার হাজবেন্ডের নামে ফলস ক্রিমিনাল কেস করা হয়েছে। সিনিয়র জাস্টিস রাজাশেখর মান্থা, তিনি শুভেন্দু অধিকারীকে প্রোটেকশন অর্ডার দিয়েছেন বলে তার বাড়িতে গিয়ে অমিত শাহজি এবং আমার কার্টুন একে লাগিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে, পোস্টার সাঁটানো হয়েছে। এমন মাল্টিপল নাম্বার অফ এক্সাম্পলস যেখানে জুডিশিয়ারিকে থ্রেট কালচারের মধ্যে পড়া হয়েছে, হায়ার জুডিশিয়ারিকে। লোয়ার জুডিশিয়ারির কথা তো ছেড়ে দিন। ডায়মন্ড হারবারে এসসিজিএম ফেভারেবল অর্ডার দেয়নি বলে আলো অফ করে ওই জাজেদের, সাব ডিভিশন কোর্টের সব জাজেদের বাড়ি ঘর ভেঙে তছনছ করে দেওয়া হয়েছে, ইলেকট্রিক লাইন কেটে। অর্থাৎ পশ্চিমবাংলার জুডিশিয়ারি থ্রেট কালচারের আন্ডারে ছিল। ফোর্থ, মিডিয়া। আপনি নিজেই বলেছেন 31 কেসেস লজ এগেইনস্ট রিপাবলিক মিডিয়া। সবাই দেখেছেন সন্ময় বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে তার পানিহাটির বাড়ি থেকে মারতে মারতে তুলে নিয়ে গিয়ে পুরুলিয়ার কেসে ট্যাগ করা হয়েছে। এমন প্রচুর উদাহরণ আছে। রিপাবলিক বাংলা তার মধ্যে সবচেয়ে বেশি সাফারার। আই নো আর অ্যাজ এ চিফ মিনিস্টার, অ্যাজ এ হোম মিনিস্টার, আমি ডিক্লেয়ার করছি ক্যাবিনেটে আমি রিপাবলিকের সব কেসকে উইথড্র করব। ইটস মাই কমিটমেন্ট। All cases are false, fabricated, lodged by the Mamata Banerjee's government due to their vendetta. এই জিনিস চলতে পারে না। মুক্ত কর ভয়, আপন মাঝে শক্তি ধর, নিজেরে কর জয়। তাই নরেন্দ্র মোদীজি বলেছিলেন, ভয় আউট, ভরসা ইন। এই তো মিনিট 10 পোস্টমর্টম করে দিলাম, এবারে বলবেন 110 দিনে কিছু করতে পারলেন? আপনার প্রায়োরিটি কি ছিল? কোশ্চেন অ্যান্সার না হলেও আমি নিজেই কোশ্চেন করছি, নিজেই উত্তর দিচ্ছি। এই 110 দিন
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Coming up on the other side, Defence Ministry officer found hanging at Dwarka home in Delhi. Victim's family alleges dowry harassment.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on a crucial two-day visit to Russia. Jaishankar to co-chair 27th India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
ব্রিটিশের আইন কেউ ভাবেনি। নরেন্দ্র মোদীজি ভেবেছেন, অমিত শাহজি 2019 থেকে গোটা ভারতবর্ষে যত স্টেক হোল্ডার আছে, পাবলিক রিপ্রেজেন্টেটিভ, সাব ডিভিশন কোর্টের বার অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, লয়ার, বার লাইব্রেরি, ল মেকার্স, জাজ, রিটায়ার্ড জাজ, সবার কাছ থেকে ওপিনিয়ন সিক করেছে। অনেক কমিশন, কনভেনশন, সিম্পোজিয়াম হয়েছে যে আমরা ব্রিটিশের সিআরপিসি, আইপিসিকে ফেলে দেব এবং ভারতীয় ন্যায় সংহিতা আনব, বিএনএস। 2019 সাল থেকে এক্সারসাইজ, 2023-এ পার্লামেন্টের বোথ হাউসে আইন পাস, অনারেবল প্রেসিডেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া অ্যাসাইন্ড করে দিলেন, রুল ফ্রেম হয়ে গেল। 2024 সালে ভারতবর্ষে বিএনএস চালু হয়ে গেল। আপনি ভাবতে পারেন আগের সরকারের অডাসিটি কোথায় ছিল? 24 থেকে 26 সালে মে মাসের 11 তারিখ অবধি পশ্চিমবঙ্গে ব্রিটিশের সিআরপিসি, আইপিসি চলতো। ভারতবর্ষের রাষ্ট্রপতি মহোদয়া সই করা পার্লামেন্টের অনুমোদিত বিএনএস কার্যকর ছিল না। আমি 9 তারিখে 9th মে আই টুক চার্জ, আই টুক ওথ, এবং 11th মে প্রথম দিন আমি অফিসে গেছি, সেক্রেটারিয়েট নবান্ন। আমার প্রথম 3টে কাজ ছিল। একটা আগেই বলেছি, বিএসএফকে জমি দেওয়া, গ্রেটার ইন্টারেস্ট অফ দি কান্ট্রি, রাষ্ট্রীয় সুরক্ষার প্রশ্নে। দ্বিতীয় সই ছিল পশ্চিমবঙ্গে আজ থেকে বিএনএস চালু হলো, সিআরপিসি, আইপিসি নয়। এটা আমার সাংবিধানিক দায়িত্ব। আর তৃতীয় সইটা আমি করেছি জনগণনার। 16/5/2025, respected Home Minister of our country, Amit Shahji wrote a letter to the then Chief Minister, যে please start census work in West Bengal. এতে কোনো পলিটিক্স নেই, এতে কোনো ধর্ম সম্প্রদায় নেই। প্রতি 10 বছর অন্তর অন্তর, এখন তো এবারে তো 15 বছর হয়ে গেছে, মানে লাস্ট সেন্সাস 11তে হয়েছিল। জনগণনা আমাদের যেহেতু পুরো দেশে এনআরসি নেই, নাগরিক পুঞ্জি নেই, প্রত্যেকটা উন্নত দেশে, এমনকি পৃথিবীর সব দেশেই নিজস্ব নাগরিক পঞ্জি রয়েছে, আমাদের দেশে নেই। তার কারণ জানেন, অ্যাপিজমেন্ট পলিটিক্স। তার কারণ জানেন, যারা ধর্ম বাঁচানোর জন্য অন্য রাষ্ট্র থেকে এখানে পালিয়ে এসেছে, তাদেরকে এখানে বলা হতো এরা বহিরাগত। আর যারা এসে আমাদের এখানে জনবিন্যাস বদলে দিয়েছে, ডেমোগ্রাফি পাল্টে দিল, তাদেরকে বলা হতো জামাই। এটাই ছিল পশ্চিমবঙ্গের সরকারের ভাবনা। আমি এখানে বিশ্বজিৎ বসু মহোদয়ের কথা বলেছি, আমি আরেকজনের কথা বলবো, ডক্টর নারায়ণ ব্যানার্জি। উনি ইলেকশনের পরে আর সম্প্রতি দেশকে অস্থির করার জন্য যে প্রচেষ্টা দিল্লি থেকে হয়েছিল আমি উল্লেখ করতে চাই না, কারণ ভারত সরকার আন্দোলনকারীদের সঙ্গে একটা এগ্রিমেন্ট করেছে। অ্যাজ এ অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ চিফ অফ দি স্টেট দেশের সরকারের চুক্তিকে রেসপেক্ট করা উচিত। আমি ডক্টর নারায়ণ ব্যানার্জির এক্স স্যান্ডেল দেখছিলাম, উনি বলছিলেন যে আরেকবার উদ্বাস্তু হওয়ার হাত থেকে আমরা বেঁচে গেলাম। এটাই তো কারণ, এই পীড়া আমার আছে। যে কোনো সন্তানের কাছে তার অমূল্য সম্পদ, সবচেয়ে ভালোবাসার জিনিস হচ্ছেন তার মা। আমার মা বিভীষিকাময় দেশভাগের যন্ত্রণা নিয়ে তার বাবা শিক্ষক মাখনলাল ভট্টাচার্যের হাত ধরে তদানীন্তন পূর্ব পাকিস্তান, আজকের বাংলাদেশের বরিশাল থেকে শ্রীমতী গায়ত্রী ভট্টাচার্য, আজকে শ্রীমতী গায়ত্রী অধিকারী, তিনি এপারে এসেছেন। তার অপরাধ ছিল তিনি হিন্দু, তার বাবা শিক্ষক ছিলেন, 10 বিঘা জমি ছিল, তার কন্যাদের হাতে ধরে এক কাপড়ে পালিয়ে এসেছেন। শুধু নাম আর পদবি বাঁচাবেন বলে এসে চন্দননগরের জুট মিলে ম্যানেজারের কাজ করে একটা হাই স্কুলের শিক্ষক তার ছেলে মেয়েদেরকে মানুষ করেছেন। সেই যন্ত্রণা আমার মধ্যে আছে। শুধু হিন্দু হওয়ার জন্য 3 কোটি মানুষকে আগের পূর্ব পাকিস্তান আর আজকের বাংলাদেশ ছাড়তে হয়েছে। আমরা ভুলে না যাই এই অতীত কথা। যারা আজকে বড় বড় কথা বলছেন তারা বিভীষিকাময় দেশভাগ আর হিন্দুদের উপর যে অত্যাচার, এটা যেন কখনো ভুলে না যান। সে যন্ত্রণা আমার মধ্যেও ছিল। তাই জনগণনা করতে দেয়নি আগের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী। আমি সেন্সাসের অর্ডার দিয়েছি, আর এবারের সেন্সাসের যখন ফাইনাল তালিকাটা বেরোবে 28 ফেব্রুয়ারি 2027, দেখবেন জল আর দুধ আলাদা হয়ে গেছে। দেখবেন আমি অঙ্গীকারবদ্ধ, প্রত্যেকটি ভারতীয়, সে হিন্দু, মুসলমান, শিখ, খ্রিস্টান যেই হন, তার জন্য সেবা, কল্যাণ, পরিষেবা, সুরক্ষা দেওয়ার জন্য আমি কোনো অবৈধ অনুপ্রবেশকারীর জন্য অন্নপূর্ণা যোজনা, আবাসের টাকা, ভাতা, এগুলো দেওয়ার কাজ আমার নয়। আমি আমার সিটিজেনদের প্রতি দায়বদ্ধ। আর কি করেছি শুনবেন? গোটা ভারতবর্ষে অবৈধ অনুপ্রবেশকারীদের ধরা হতো। গুজরাট, রাজস্থান, জম্মু কাশ্মীরের বর্ডারে পাকিস্তানের, আসাম, ত্রিপুরা, মেঘালয়, পশ্চিমবঙ্গে বাংলাদেশ থেকে আসা, তাদেরকে মোদিজি আসার পরে আইন করেছেন। তাদের ওই দেশের নাগরিকত্ব যাচাই করে হোল্ডিং স্টেশনে রেখে, যেটার নাম আগের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী দিয়েছিলেন ডিটেনশন সেন্টার, আমি নামটা বদলে দিয়েছি হোল্ডিং স্টেশন সেন্টার, ওখানে রেখে সরাসরি ওই দেশের বর্ডার গার্ডকে তুলে দেওয়া। সব রাজ্য সব সীমান্তবর্তী রাজ্য করত। আমাদের রাজ্যে কি হতো জানেন? আমাদের রাজ্যে জেলে পাঠানো হতো যদি ধরা টরা পড়ে যেত। সংখ্যা খুব কম, কারণ এখানে হিন্দুদের উপর অত্যাচার সবচেয়ে বেশি হয়েছে। 85 বছরের শেখ হাসিনা ওয়াজেদ কে তাড়িয়ে দেওয়ার পরে 5ই আগস্ট 2024 প্রাণ নিয়ে পালিয়ে এসেছিলেন জলপাইগুড়িতে। 85 বছরের বৃদ্ধা রায়গঞ্জের জেলে 2 বছরের জেল দিয়ে রাখা হয়েছে তাকে। এখানে প্রথমে জেলে পাঠানো হতো, ওরা বছরের পর জেলে থাকতো। ভারতের খাবার, ভারতের কাপড়, ভারতের ওষুধ। আমি এই অবৈধ অনুপ্রবেশকারীদেরকে জেলে পাঠানো বন্ধ করেছি। খপ করে ধরবে আর ঝপ করে বিজিবির হাতে তুলে দেবে। নো ওষুধ, নো খাবার, নো কাপড়। এটা আমার কাজ নয়। আমি করের টাকায়, ট্যাক্সের টাকায় জনগণ ভারতীয়দের প্রতি দায়বদ্ধ। অবৈধ অনুপ্রবেশকারী, কাঁটাতারের বেড়া নেই, আগের সরকার জমি দেয়নি, আপনি ঢুকবেন 2 বছর জেলে থাকবেন, খাবেন, এই জিনিস চলতে পারে না। এই কাজটা করেছি। বিধানসভায় গুন্ডা দমন অ্যাক্ট এনেছি। কোনো ওয়ারেন্ট লাগবে না, কোনো এফআইআর লাগবে না। দেশ বিরোধী পোস্ট, দেশ বিরোধী কাজ, দেশ বিরোধী বক্তব্য করলেই ধরবো, 12 মাস আটকে রাখবো। কথায় কথায় ভাঙো আর জ্বালাও, কত সহ্য করবেন আপনারা? 2019 ভারত সরকার আনলেন সিএএ, সিটিজেনশিপ অ্যামেন্ডমেন্ট অ্যাক্ট। প্রাক্তন মুখ্যমন্ত্রী বললেন যে এটা এনআরসি, একটা নির্দিষ্ট সম্প্রদায়কে তাড়ানোর জন্য ভারত সরকার এই আইন এনেছে। জ্বলল আগুন, সাঁতরাগাছি, নবান্ন থেকে 2 কিলোমিটারের মধ্যে 37টা বাস আগুন। হেরিটেজ ট্রেন হাজারদুয়ারি, মুর্শিদাবাদের জিয়াগঞ্জ স্টেশনে আগুন, পুরো ট্রেনটা পুড়িয়ে দিল। ভেলোর থেকে চিকিৎসা করে আসছে করমণ্ডল এক্সপ্রেস, উলবেড়িয়াতে দাঁড় করিয়ে পাথর বৃষ্টি রোগীদের এবং রোগীদের আত্মীয়দের উপরে। মালদার শামসি রেল লাইন উপড়ে ফেলল। এই ঘটনা শেষ বিগত সরকারের সময় বেলডাঙ্গাতে 3 দিন জাতীয় সড়ক বন্ধ, রেল লাইন বন্ধ, উত্তর পূর্বাঞ্চলের সঙ্গে কাটআপ, মিথ্যা প্রচার করে। তার আগে ধুলিয়ান শামসেরগঞ্জ সিপিএম কে ভোট দিত হরগোবিন্দ দাস, চন্দন দাস, বাড়িতে ঢুকে তরোয়াল দিয়ে কাটলো। কমিউনিস্ট পার্টির লোকেরা গেলেন, আমাদের লোককে মেরে দিয়েছে। কমিউনিস্ট পার্টির লোকেরা বললেন হরগোবিন্দ তার ছেলে দাঙ্গা থামাতে বেরিয়েছিল, তাই খুন হয়ে গেছে। প্রাক্তন মুখ্যমন্ত্রী 10 লাখ টাকার চেক পাঠালেন। হরগোবিন্দ দাস, চন্দন দাস, তাদের পরিবার বলল নেব না, আপনারাই খুন করিয়েছেন। সিপিএম এর পরিবার, বিরোধী দলনেতা গেল, আমাদের দেওয়া 10 লাখ 1,000 টাকার চেক নিলেন। হরগোবিন্দ দাসের স্ত্রী এবং চন্দন দাসের স্ত্রী। আমি জিজ্ঞেস করলাম মৃত্যুর কারণ কি? বলল মৃত্যুর কারণ একটাই, আমি হিন্দু, আমি প্রতিমা তৈরি করতাম, আমার পরিবার সেই জন্য আমাদের খুন করা হয়েছে। থানা ভাঙবো, গাড়ি পোড়াবো, যখন খুশি বন্ধ। এই সিএএ নিয়ে 7 পয়েন্ট পার স্টেট 45 দিন আটকে রেখেছিল, আর পুলিশ আপনাদেরকে রাস্তা দিয়ে ঘোরাতো, এ রাস্তায় যাবেন না, ওদিক দিয়ে যান, ওদিক দিয়ে যান। এটা কি গুড গভর্নেন্সের সাইন? এটা কি ল এনফোর্সিং এজেন্সির কাজ? এটাকে সংবিধানে অ্যালাউ করছে? তাই গুন্ডা দমন আইনে শুধু 12 মাস জেল খাটানো নয়, যা সম্পত্তি ভাঙবে তার 3 গুণ আদায় করব সুদ সহ, সেই আইনটাও বিধানসভায় পাস করিয়েছি। আপনারা আমাকে প্রোটেক্টর দিয়েছেন, টু প্রোটেক্ট দ্য প্রপার্টি অফ বেঙ্গল, ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল। আমি কেন অর্ণব গোস্বামীকে বলছিলাম যে বেঙ্গল বেঙ্গল বলছেন কেন, ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল বলুন। আমি বা আমরা যতদিন আছি ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল, ওয়েস্ট কথাটা মুছতে দেব না। এর ইতিহাস আছে। মোহাম্মদ আলী জিন্না বললেন এন্টায়ার বাংলাটা চাই, ঢাকা অ্যান্ড কলকাতা বোথ। স্বামী প্রণবানন্দ ভারত সেবাশ্রম সংঘের প্রতিষ্ঠাতা আর ডক্টর শ্যামাপ্রসাদ মুখার্জি দুজনে বললেন একই কথা, মেজরিটি বাঙালি হিন্দু, আমরা কেন পাকিস্তানে যাব? কারণ দেশ তো ভাগ হচ্ছিল দ্বিজাতি তত্ত্বের ভিত্তিতে, কমপ্লিটলি দ্বিজাতি তত্ত্বের ভিত্তিতে দেশ ভাগ হচ্ছিল। 1947 20 জুন আজকের অ্যাসেম্বলি, সেদিনের আইনসভা, ডক্টর শ্যামাপ্রসাদ মুখার্জি মুভার। আমি অকৃতজ্ঞ নই, কারণ ইতিহাসকে বিকৃত করা যায় না। এক্স চিফ মিনিস্টার, লংগেস্ট সার্ভিং চিফ মিনিস্টার, late Jyoti Basu also voted in favor of India. 1947 20 জুন 58 জন ভোট দিলেন ভারতে থাকবো, আর 21 জন ভোট দিলেন পাকিস্তানে থাকবো। ডক্টর শ্যামাপ্রসাদ মুখার্জি নেহরুজিকে বললেন আপনি ভাগ করলেন দেশ, আর আমি ভাগ করলাম পাকিস্তান। তাই পশ্চিমবঙ্গ সৃষ্টি হয়েছে। বাংলা বলতে আরেকটা দেশও তো বাংলাদেশ আছে, যেখানে 31% হিন্দু আর 7%। তাই পশ্চিমবঙ্গ নামটা যদি মুছে ফেলেন, তাহলে এই ইতিহাসটা মুছে যাবে। নতুন প্রজন্ম, আগামী প্রজন্ম জানতে পারবে না। আপনি 5 স্টারে বসে কনক্লেভ করছেন, আপনি প্রধানমন্ত্রী মুখ্যমন্ত্রীকে পার্সোনাল অ্যাটাক করতে পারছেন, ফ্রিডম অফ স্পিচ। আপনার একটা ভোট, দেশের রাষ্ট্রপতিরও একটা ভোট। এই রকম গণতান্ত্রিক ব্যবস্থা পৃথিবীর কোথাও নেই। ইটস এ লার্জেস্ট ডেমোক্রেসি ওয়ার্ল্ডের, ভারতবর্ষ। আজকে আমরা এখানে পশ্চিমবঙ্গ ভারতে আছি বলেই তো এত কথা, আছি বলেই তো কথা। যারা পাহেলগামে মাথায় টিকা, হাতে তাগা, কলমা পড়তে পারেনি বলে মেরেছে। আপনারা দেখিয়েছেন পশ্চিমবাংলায় 3 জন শহীদ ছিল। একজন ঝালদা পুরুলিয়া, উনার বডি রাঁচিতে নেমেছে, ওখানে অন্যরা গেছিলেন। আর 2 জন এখানে, বিটান অধিকারী আর সমীর ঘোষ, সমীর গুহ বেহালা, তাদের বডি নেমেছিল কলকাতাতে। আমি গেছিলাম অন বিহাফ অফ দি বিজেপি। সেদিন আমি সমীর বাবু স্ত্রী আমাকে বললেন, আমার স্বামীকে না ওরা মারতো না, আমার স্বামীর হাতে একটা ডোর ছিল, ওইটা দেখতে পেয়েই মেরে দিল। দেখে বিটান অধিকারীর বউ ওইটুকু বাচ্চাটাকে কোলে আমাকে দিয়ে বলছেন ওকে না মারতো না, ওকে বলল তুমি কলমা পড়তে পারবে? বলছে আমি সনাতনী হিন্দু, আমি তো কলমা জানি না। ও পড়তে পারেনি, তাই ওকে মেরে দিল। এবং বিটান অধিকারী স্ত্রী বলছে লজ্জা রাখার জায়গা নেই, পোশাক খুলে চিহ্নিত করে ধর্ম খুন করলো। যারা পায়েলগামের ইস্যুতে মিছিল করে না, তারা অপারেশন সিঁদুর হওয়ার পরে যুদ্ধ বন্ধ করতে হবে, পাকিস্তানকে জল বন্ধ করলে কেন জবাব দাও, এই লোকেরা মিছিল করবে কলকাতায়। এই অধিকারটা তো পেয়েছেন শ্যামাপ্রসাদ মুখার্জি আর স্বামী প্রণবানন্দ পশ্চিমবঙ্গকে ভারতে রেখে দিয়ে গেছিল বলে। তাই পশ্চিমবঙ্গ মোছা যাবে না। তৃতীয় কাজ জনকল্যাণ, চতুর্থ কাজ শিল্প বিনিয়োগ বাণিজ্যের পরিবেশ গড়ে তোলা, পঞ্চম কাজ ভারত সরকারের সমস্ত স্কিমে পশ্চিমবঙ্গকে যুক্ত করা, NH এর জন্য জমি দাও, 500 আরবি আটকে ছিল, রোড ওভার ব্রিজ জমি দিয়ে দিয়েছে। চিকেন নেক 7টা রাস্তা NH চেয়েছিল ফর দ্য গ্রেটার ইন্টারেস্ট অফ দি কান্ট্রি, সেফটি অ্যান্ড সিকিউরিটি, আটকে রেখেছিলেন আগের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী, আমি NH কে দিয়ে দিয়েছি। চিকেন নেক ইজ ভেরি ইম্পর্টেন্ট ফর আস। 61টা রেল প্রজেক্ট জমি আটকে রেখেছিল, আমরা দিয়ে দিয়েছি। আয়ুষ্মান ভারত চালু করতে দেয়নি, আমরা চালু করে দিয়েছি। প্রধানমন্ত্রী সূর্য ঘর চালু করে দিয়েছি। প্রধানমন্ত্রী ফসল বীমা যোজনা চালু করে দিয়েছি। জল জীবন মিশন আটকে রেখেছিল, চালু করে দিয়েছি। প্রধানমন্ত্রী আবাস 34 লক্ষ নতুন বাড়ি করব, বাড়ির তালিকা দিল্লিতে পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছি। উড়ান স্কিমে যুক্ত হয়েছি, পুরুলিয়া এয়ারপোর্ট হবে, মালদা এয়ারপোর্ট হবে, বালুরঘাটে এয়ারপোর্ট হবে, কোচবিহারের এয়ারপোর্ট বাড়বে। আর্মি জমি চেয়েছিল, সিভিল এভিয়েশন জমি চেয়েছিল, হাসিমারাতে 37 একর, কলাইকুণ্ডায় 25 একর ডোমেস্টিক এয়ারপোর্ট করার জন্য জমি দিয়ে দিয়েছি। কলকাতা এয়ারপোর্ট, তার জন্য আগের সরকারকে দিদেন সিভিল এভিয়েশন মিনিস্টার জ্যোতিরাদিত্য সিন্ধিয়া জমি চেয়েছিলেন, আগের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী লিখে দিয়েছিলেন নো, জমি দিতে পারবো না। আর আমি নতুন গ্রিনফিল্ড এয়ারপোর্টের জন্য কল্যাণীতে 2000 একর জমি চিহ্নিত করে দিয়েছি। সব হবে, অপেক্ষা করুন। এই বাংলায় সবচেয়ে হাই হিউম্যান রিসোর্স আছে। ইউরোপের সব বড় ইউনিভার্সিটিতে বাঙালি অধ্যাপক, ইউরোপের সব বড় মেডিকেল কলেজে ডাক্তার, ভালো ভালো ডাক্তার সব এখানকার। এত হাই হিউম্যান রিসোর্স, বাঙালি বলে বলছি না, এইরকম এত ইনোভেটিভ আইডিয়া, হাই স্কিল কোথাও পাবেন না। God and nature gifted everything, but due to communist and TMC, we lost everything. সিটি অফ জয় কলকাতা, কালচারাল ক্যাপিটাল, ঠাকুর রামকৃষ্ণ দেব থেকে শ্রী চৈতন্য দেব, আধ্যাত্মিক রাজধানী, রামকৃষ্ণ মঠ ও মিশন ইন্টারন্যাশনাল হেডকোয়ার্টার বেলুড় মঠ, গোটা পৃথিবীর লোক আছে। ভারত সেবাশ্রম সংঘ ইন্টারন্যাশনাল হেডকোয়ার্টার বালিগঞ্জ, গোটা পৃথিবীর লোক আছে। শ্রীলা প্রভুপাদা প্রতিষ্ঠিত ইস্কন মায়াপুর ইন্টারন্যাশনাল হেডকোয়ার্টার, গোটা পৃথিবীতে হরে কৃষ্ণ মন্ত্র ছড়িয়ে দিয়েছেন। 100-র বেশি দেশে রথযাত্রা প্রবর্তন করে দিয়েছেন। কি নেই? এত কয়লা, এত পাথর, এত বালি, গঙ্গায় এই জল শুকনোর সময় বিহার ইউপিতেও পাবেন না। পুরো ভুটান আমাদের উপর নির্ভরশীল, পুরো নেপাল আমাদের উপর নির্ভরশীল, পুরো বাংলাদেশ আমাদের উপর নির্ভরশীল। সব আছে, কিন্তু ইচ্ছা শক্তির অভাব ছিল। ডবল ইঞ্জিন রাষ্ট্রবাদী সরকার করে দিয়েছেন, সব করব। আমার বক্তব্যের টাইম ছিল 22 মিনিট, আমি মনে হয় 35 মিনিট পেরিয়ে গেছি। ঘড়ি আমি পড়ি না, যেহেতু মোবাইলেই ফোন নাম্বার দেখতে পাওয়া যায়, মোবাইলেই টাইম দেখতে পাওয়া যায়। কিন্তু আমার মনে হয়েছে আন্দাজে আই ক্রস মাই টাইম। আমি ছোট বয়স থেকে খুব ডিসিপ্লিন। আমি ডিক্লেয়ার্ড আনম্যারিড, আপনারা জানেন। আমি ছোট বয়স থেকে খুব ডিসিপ্লিন। আমি স্কুল লাইফে আমি উইকলি শাখাতে যেতাম রাষ্ট্রবাদ শেখার জন্য। আমি জানতাম না শাখা কি। সূর্য প্রণাম করতাম, ধ্বজ প্রণাম করতাম, প্রার্থনা করতাম, ড্রিল করতাম। ক্লাস 11 থেকে শাখায় যাইনি, এনএসএসে যেতাম, ন্যাশনাল সোশ্যাল সার্ভিস। কচুরিপানা তুলতাম গ্রামে গিয়ে, গ্রামের রাস্তা করতাম। এনএসএসের একটা পার্ট ছিল, যেমন এনসিসি, এনএসএস একটা পার্ট। এটা 5 বছর করেছি কলেজ লাইফ পর্যন্ত। ন্যাচারালি আমি ডিসিপ্লিন মেনে চলার চেষ্টা করি। টাইম ওভার হয়ে গেছে। আমার আগামী দিনের প্রথম কাজ হবে ইউসিসি, ইউনিফর্ম সিভিল কোড। ইতিমধ্যে বিধানসভায় ডিক্লারেশন দিয়েছি। রিটায়ার্ড জাস্টিস রঞ্জনা প্রকাশ দেশাইয়ের নেতৃত্বে কমিটি তৈরি হয়েছে। এই কমিটি 3 সেপ্টেম্বর ফার্স্ট মিটিং করছে। এই কমিটির রিপোর্ট আমাকে ওরা বলেছে যে অ্যাজ আর্লি এজ পসিবল দিয়ে দেবে। যেদিনকে কমিটির রিপোর্ট আসবে তারপরেই আমি অ্যাসেম্বলিতে বিল প্লেস করে দেব। ইউসিসি হবে হবে হবে। শুধু ইউসিসি নয়, ধর্ম পরিবর্তন যেভাবে করছেন এটাও করতে দেব না। যেভাবে লাভ জিহাদ করে আমার বোন এবং মেয়েগুলোর ক্ষতি করছেন এটাও করতে দেব না। যেভাবে বাংলাদেশ সীমান্তবর্তী এলাকায় হিন্দুদের জমি বিক্রি করতে বাধ্য করছেন এটাও আমি করতে দেব না। সবাই ভালো থাকবেন। আপনাদের আশীর্বাদ থাকলে এই বাংলা আবার, পশ্চিমবঙ্গ আবার ভারত সেরা হবে। আমি নরেন্দ্র মোদীজিকে ধন্যবাদ দেব। তিনি বলেছেন 2047 বিকশিত ভারতের স্বপ্ন তখনই পূরণ হবে যখন বিকশিত পশ্চিমবঙ্গ হবে। সবাই খুব ভালো থাকবেন। আমাকে এই অপরচুনিটি দেওয়ার জন্য থ্যাঙ্কস টু রিপাবলিক বাংলা টিম। ইউ ডিড এক্সট্রাঅর্ডিনারি জব, ইউ সাফার লট। কিন্তু মাথা উঁচু করে আপনারা লড়েছেন। চিত্ত জেতা ভয় শূন্য, উচ্চ জেতা শির, জ্ঞান জেতা মুক্ত, গৃহের প্রাচীর, আপন প্রাঙ্গণ তলে দিবস সর্বরি, বসুধারে করে নাই খণ্ড ক্ষুদ্র করি। জয় হিন্দ।
रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे। बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन कैसे भी हो तुम रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे बोझे पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Big win for Republic Bangla. Bengal CM Suvendu Adhikari announces withdrawal of all false cases against Republic Bangla. Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari says Republic Bangla was the biggest victim of Mamata rule. CM says withdrawing all false cases. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar on a crucial two-day visit to Russia. Jaishankar to hold meet with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. NSAG Doval en route to Beijing. Doval to hold crucial border talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Fire erupts after ventilator explosion in hospital in Maharashtra's Amravati. 3 infants scorched to death, 6 in critical condition. Defence Ministry officer found hanging at Dwarka home in Delhi. Victim's family alleges dowry torture. Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. And our top focus at this hour, tensions have now risen high in Manipur. From Senapati district, now firing has been reported, and according to reports, clashes broke out in Senapati area with several incidents of violence and arson now being reported. Security forces have now been deployed to bring the situation under control, but we understand about multiple houses have now been burnt and one CRPF personnel has also been injured in this recent incident. These are visuals that we're getting in from Senapati in Manipur. This is where now tensions remain high on the ground as several houses have now been burnt and one CRPF personnel has also been injured in these clashes which were reported in Senapati. We're getting these visuals showing you how several houses were set on fire and multiple incidents of violence and arson have now come to light from this area where the clashes also took place between several communities. And now at the moment, security has been heightened with the multiple deployments being made at the place in Senapati. So these are the visuals that we're getting in right now, showing you how the tensions have now escalated on the ground in Manipur's Senapati. This is where several houses have been set on fire by armed miscreants. Firing incidents have also been reported, and in the clashes we understand which broke out between different communities, one CRPF personnel has also been injured. So currently tensions high on the ground with security also heightened in Manipur's Senapati right now. All right, in fact, my colleagues Lin Toy and Johnson are both joining us with more details coming to light from the ground. Johnson, coming to you first. Tell us what exactly happened. How did these clashes break out in Senapati? And right now, what is the situation on the ground?
Yes, Ishita, this is one of the very major breaking that happened in Manipur. The clashes that happened today occurred from one incident, that is the burning of one house of that belongs to the Kuki community at Tapo Kuki villages. So reportedly and continually after the one house is burned, 2 more houses was burned out belonging to the Pamai Naga community. So as the tension escalated after the burning of houses, there occurred a huge extensive gunfight between the Kuki and the Naga community in the Tafo area. So in this very incident, one of the CRPF, one of the CRPF personnel who is identified as SI of GD, Pradeep Singh, got injured, sustained bullet injury on the left foot, and he has been evacuated to the Senapati District Hospital for further treatment. And yes, there is still huge tension in this Tafo area, huge extensive firing. More CRPF convoy, more CRPF team have rushed the spot for reinforcement, and also Linto have also mentioned, seen that there are district SP team in the very spot, and the blockade along this Senapati town has been heightened. Yeah.
All right. In fact, now let's also get in our colleague Linthoy on this. Linthoy, help us understand. We understand at the moment that one CRPF personnel has also been injured in these clashes which broke out between different communities. So what is the security situation on the ground right now?
Yes, Sita. So the security situation, right now in Senapati is heightened. So Senapati district headquarters town has been closed down in view of the volatile situation in Kuki-Tafo areas, as many houses were burned down. So this incident, comes just days after the state government successfully flagged off the Imphal via Dimapur Guwahati transport service on 21st of this month, and which is an initiative being projected as a step towards restoring normal movement. The concern now is that the incident like this could undermine those efforts to bring back connectivity and normalcy. And also, on August 7, the Manipur Home Department had written to the Kuki National Organization and United People's Front stressing the strict adherence to the ground rules under the suspension of operation agreement. So the government said that there were serious allegations of the suspension of operations agreement cadres being involved in the recent ethnic clashes, including allegations of cadres moving into conflict zones with weapons and participating in attacks. The letter also warned that the cadres violating the ground rules could face action under the law, and if such involvement was found to be in the concurrence of militant leadership, the government could consider the penal action against the group itself. So the latest violence raises questions about how effectively these grounds rules are being enforced on the ground right now. So what is particularly concerning is that the firing took place, just day after the resumption of the transportation service. Back to you.
All right. So tensions currently high on the ground in Manipur's Senapati. Linthoy and Johnson, thanks so much for joining us and getting us the latest from the ground. And now we are shifting focus. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has now sharply criticized the Congress, and this is over the recent fish feast controversy. He asserted that if the nation stands united in its struggle, its sovereignty will remain intact, while pointing to how Congress members had shown disrespect for India's heritage the previous day. He noted that the Congress president visited Ayodhya to offer prayers at Hanuman Gadi, only to later indulge in a fish feast, observing that they chant Ram Ram, yet there is no limit to such shamelessness in the Congress. He also questioned that who had asked them to visit Hanuman Gadi when they could simply have gone outside Ayodhya if they wished to eat fish. Highlighting the Congress party's duplicity, Yogi also remarked that even a chameleon would feel embarrassed witnessing such behavior and wondering what manner of species had appeared in human form. All right, let's take a listen to exactly what the Chief Minister has said as he has now attacked Congress for its hypocrisy. Let's take a listen.
आपने कल देखा होगा कांग्रेस के लोग केवल विरासत का अपमान ही नहीं करते। कल कांग्रेस के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष का आपने आचरण देखा होगा। हनुमानगढ़ी में दर्शन करने जाते हैं और बाहर जाकर के मछली का दावत उड़ाते हैं, ये राम राम चिल्लाते हैं। बेशर्मी की भी एक सीमा होती है। किसने कहा था फिर मंदिर जाने के लिए? अरे जो खाना था बाहर खा लेते, अयोध्या के बाहर खा लेते, लेकिन उनके कार्यालय में ये है इनका दोहरा आचरण, गिरगिट भी शर्मा जाता है इन लोगों के सामने, तो वो भी शर्मा जाता होगा कि मनुष्य के रूप में हमारी कौन सी ऐसी प्रजाति हो गई है कि जो वहां मंदिर में राम राम चिल्ला रहे हैं, बजरंगबली के सामने दंडवत होने का ढोंग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बाहर जाकर के मछली की दावत उड़ा रहे हैं, मछली की दावत उड़ा रहे हैं। इनकी पुराना इतिहास है इस प्रकार का, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष कांग्रेस का।
And now here's as Congress is now facing a backlash for serving fish during event in Ayodhya. Some are even calling it an insult to Sanatan Dharma. Listen into more reactions coming in on this big controversy.
अजय राय आजकल लगातार अयोध्या आना जाना कर रहे हैं और आज उन्होंने अयोध्या आया और इस पावन पवित्र सावन मास के उपलक्ष्य में हनुमान जी का दर्शन भी किया और उसके बाद उन्होंने जो पाप करने का काम किया है, जो है भगवान भूत भावन के जो है इस पावन पवित्र अवसर पर जिस तरह से उनके स्वागत में मछली भोज का आयोजन किया जा रहा है, अपने आप में दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, निंदनीय है। वही मार्ग कांवड़ यात्रियों की मार्ग है। जिस तरह से इन्होंने सनातन संस्कृति के ऊपर, इस पावनता के ऊपर कुठाराघात करने का जो चेष्टा किया है, इसकी जितनी निंदा की जाए उतना कम है।
दरअसल बीजेपी का ये बहुत पुराना फार्मूला है, जब वो बुनियादी मुद्दों पे घिरते हैं, जैसे आजकल स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, रोजगार और चढ़ावा चोरी पे बुरी तरह से घिरे हुए हैं, तो इसलिए नैरेटिव्स बनाने के लिए, प्रोपेगेंडा के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी के उस आयोजन को निशाना बना रहे हैं जहां मछली भात परोसा गया। मछली भात आयोजक ने, रामनिहाल निषाद ने कहा कि ये उनका पारंपरिक भोजन है और ये हमेशा करते रहे हैं और ये उनका संवैधानिक अधिकार है कि वो क्या खाएंगे और क्या नहीं खाएंगे। बीजेपी वालों की तरह दिखाने के लिए नहीं कि बंगाल चुनाव है तो मछली भात खा लेंगे। अभी सावन में ही उनके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नितिन नवीन मटन और चिकन खाते हुए वायरल हुए थे, तब सनातन धर्म का अपमान नहीं था।
अब कांग्रेस का कल्चर है भोज देना। कांग्रेस कुछ मानती थोड़े है, मानती तो ऐसा नहीं करती कि सावन के महीने में चोरी से खाते ठीक चलता, लेकिन सार्वजनिक प्लेस पर, वो भी अयोध्या में हनुमानगढ़ी में मछली का भोज करा रहे हैं, तो ये तो उन्हीं को पसंद आता होगा। इसके लिए ये कांग्रेस को अब क्या कहा जाए। एक तरफ तो भगवान राम के भक्त बनते हैं, हनुमान जी का चालीसा पढ़ते हैं, दूसरी तरफ मछली भोज करते हैं। ये कल्चर है कांग्रेस का।
All right, viewers, that's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic TV. Don't go anywhere. Coming up after a short break, NSAIG Doval en route Beijing, Doval to hold crucial border talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. All the details are lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना,
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
और मसाला।
Hello and welcome back, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, more updates coming to light from the world of business. Over to my colleague, Rupali.
A major push for India's defense manufacturing sector, and this time the focus is firmly on West Bengal. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari have led the foundation for 5 major expansion projects of Garden Reach Shipbuilder Engineers or GRSE and Yantra India Limited, involving a combined investment of around 3,500 crore rupees. The expansion is significant because it will strengthen India's capabilities not just in defense shipbuilding, but also in ship repair, manufacturing and strategic metallurgical production. GRSE alone is investing over 2,600 crore rupees across 3 new facilities in West Bengal. Among these, the biggest project is coming up at Raichak near Kolkata with investment of over 2,500 crore rupees. At the same time, Yantra India's project at Ishapur are aimed at strengthening defense manufacturing and metal production capabilities. The Defense Ministry says these projects are aligned with government's Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India objectives. Importantly, the expansion is also expected to create employment and generate opportunities for MSMEs and ancillary industries. Rajnath Singh has described self-reliance in defense as a strategic necessity, while the government sees the expansion as an opportunity for India to emerge as a global shipbuilding hub. Let's also listen to what Defense Minister Rajnath Singh had to say on the expansion plans in West Bengal.
भारत के पास नई पीढ़ी के इंजीनियर्स की बड़ी संख्या है। आईटी टैलेंट्स भी हमारे पास हैं। स्टिमुलेशन और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कैपेबिलिटीज भी हमारे पास हैं। हम वर्ल्ड क्लास शिप डिजाइन हब बन सकते हैं और हम सिर्फ दूसरों के डिजाइन पर जहाज न बनाएं, बल्कि खुद नए डिजाइन तैयार करें, पेटेंट्स भी करें और दुनिया को एक्सपोर्ट करें। और यह पूरी तरह से संभव है, डुएबल है, बशर्ते इस पर हम अपना ध्यान केंद्रित करें।
All right, thanks so much, Rupali, for joining us and getting us the latest on how India is now pushing for Atmanirbharta in defense manufacturing. Thanks so much. Now we are shifting focus to another breaking news that we're getting in at this hour. A live bomb was in fact found inside a sandwich at a famous restaurant in Gurugram. The incident took place at Paul Restaurant, which is now under scrutiny after a customer claimed that they spotted a live worm after eating half the sandwich. Now, the management of the Paul Restaurant has apologized after the incident. The video of the incident is now going viral on social media, which is in fact right now on your screen as well. We've highlighted the live worm, which was apparently found inside the sandwich at this restaurant. So questions are now being raised over the hygienic conditions which must be present at these restaurants, but clearly what you're witnessing right now is the opposite of it, as this is the visual which has come to light showing what exactly are we eating, what exactly are being given by these famous restaurants. So this is the condition which has come to light from Paul Restaurant. A customer flagged that a live worm was in fact found inside his sandwich. My colleague who's been tracking this story on the ground also now joins us. Saurav, it's a very concerning situation because this is not an isolated incident which has come to light. We've seen several such incidents now being flagged across India, whether it's Mumbai, whether it's Delhi, whether it's Gurugram. The situation is almost similar with regards to the kind of conditions which are being present at these food chains. And this time it's a live worm which was found inside a sandwich.
Right, Ishita, you rightly mentioned that there are several food safety concerns which are emerging from different states like Maharashtra and Delhi, and now it is Gurugram. And a customer went to a popular food chain, Paul, at the Gurugram, but while he was present there, he ordered a sandwich. And after eating the sandwich half, he found out that there is a live worm present inside that sandwich. He went into that restaurant with 6 to 7 people, with 6 to 7 friends, and they all left shocked after this incident came to light, and they have seen a live worm crawling into their sandwich. And after that, they have recorded the video of the whole incident and posted it on the social media. However, after posting it on the social media, the video got traction very rapidly. And after that only, there comes a response from the restaurant, which is a famous restaurant situated in Gurugram, and the restaurant goes by the name Paul. And they have also stated on the social media that this incident is very shocking, and they are committed to providing good food to their customers. However, Sulabh Mathur, who is the complainant in this matter, he has also said that the restaurant has contacted him and they have given him a very generic response. However, this is a very popular food chain, but they are serving these kind of food to their customers, and it is a matter of a negligence, and they are trying to cover it up. But he has posted this video on the social media so that the people in the area and their customers can get to know that how negligent is the management of the Paul is, as they are serving the food in which there are live worms present. And in that video, a person can easily see that a white worm is crawling inside his sandwich. Back to you.
Right. In fact, Saurav, certainly one question being raised about the kind of hygiene standards which are being followed across such famous chains. For now, thanks so much, Saurav, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And now we are shifting focus. A leak from a tanker at a water plant in Nagpur has now occurred and it's creating, in fact, breathing difficulties for people at the moment. Now, both the project employees and the locals have began experiencing respiratory issues soon after the leak. So far, we understand about 50 people have been admitted to various hospitals for treatment. Here's a quick report on the entire incident. Take a look.
Panic gripped the Godani area of Nagpur after a chlorine gas leak was reported by the Municipal Council water purification project. It prompted the authorities to evacuate the residents within the 200-meter radius. The leak not just affected the persons working on the project but also those in the nearby surroundings. Several persons after the chlorine gas leak complained of respiratory distress and breathing difficulties following the exposure. The emergency response has been initiated with the affected people being rushed for medical treatment. According to sources, around 40 to 50 people have been admitted so far for nausea and vomiting.
पुलिस यहाँ पहुँची और जो लोग फंसे हुए थे उनको बाहर निकालना शुरू की। उसके बाद बैरिकेडिंग लगाएं। हमें भी सूचना मिला, हमसे पहले हमारे फायर डिपार्टमेंट को मिला सूचना। फायर सबसे पहले यहाँ पे पहुँची और अपनी कार्रवाई शुरू की। उसके बाद मुझे पता चला, यानी एनडीआरएफ 20 OCW, ये सारी टीमों को जब पता चला, सारी टीमें बिल्कुल त्वरित गति से यहाँ पर पहुँचे और ऑपरेशन में जुट गए। सारे लोगों के कोऑपरेशन से, कोऑर्डिनेशन से ये ऑपरेशन सफल हुआ और अभी वर्तमान में स्थिति सामान्य है। किसी भी प्रकार का कोई हताहत नहीं हुआ है। कुछ लोग को सांस लेने में दिक्कत हुई थी, जिन्हें हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराया गया। कुछ लोग वहाँ से डिस्चार्ज हो गए। अभी भी 20 की संख्या में शायद हॉस्पिटल में हैं।
NDRF team has begun rescue and relief operations at the site.
All right, with that, viewers, we come to the end of this edition of Live and Breaking. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, fire erupts after ventilator explosion in hospital in Maharashtra's Amravati. 3 infants killed in the fire. We'll get you all the details on the entire incident on the other side. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Welcome back, viewers. Now, in a shocking news coming to light from Maharashtra, a massive fire broke out in a newborn ward of Amravati District Women's Hospital in the state. 2 newborn infants had died after suffering burns in the fire. In this massive blaze, the fire which was in fact triggered by an explosion in a ventilator. Now, several other infants were safely rescued while 6 still remain critical at the moment. Here's a quick report to take a look. A massive fire broke out in the newborn ward of Amravati District Women's Hospital, triggering panic in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, where dozens of newborn babies were undergoing treatment. The fire in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit was triggered by an explosion in one of the ventilators at around 3:30 a.m. This led to the death of 3 infants who succumbed after suffering severe burn injuries in the blaze. There were about 39 newborns admitted to the ward. As soon as the fire broke out, the nurses on the duty immediately moved the infants away from the ventilators. About 36 infants were successfully saved during the incident. Coming up on the other side, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on a crucial 2-day visit to Russia. Jaishankar to meet with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the U.S. Treasury Secretary drew a direct line to the 1943 Tehran Conference, where Allied leaders weighed how to exert maximum pressure on Axis.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. We have a lot lined up for you in this show, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The top headlines we're tracking right now. Big win for Republic Bangla. Bengal CM Suvendu Adhikari announces withdrawal of all false cases against Republic Bangla. Bengal CM Subindu says Republic Bangla was the biggest victim of Mamta rule. CM says withdrawing all 31 cases. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on a crucial two-day visit to Russia. Jaishankar to hold meet with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Meanwhile, NSA Ajit Doval lands in Beijing. Doval to hold crucial border talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Yang Wi. Fire erupts after ventilator explosion in hospital in Maharashtra's Amravati. 3 infants scorched to death, 6 in critical condition. And Defence Ministry officer found hanging at Dwarka home in Delhi. Victim's family alleges dowry torture. Viewers, getting you some big breaking news coming in. The NSA Doval has just reached Beijing for the two-day visit at the invitation of Yang Wi, the foreign minister and member of the Politburo of Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, India's special representative on the India-China border question, arrived in Beijing on a two-day visit earlier this afternoon. NSA Ajit Doval and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, China's special representative, will hold the 25th round of the special talks on the India-China boundary question on August 25th. During this visit, NSA Doval will also call on China's Vice President Han Zheng. So just a short while back, viewers, NSA Ajit Doval has landed in Beijing for key talks. So what is on the agenda? And like we told you, viewers, the border issue, the boundary issue is going to be definitely discussed in this meeting. So this is a huge update coming in on Republic TV. And we're getting some more updates coming in. In fact, the latest is that the Indian National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has landed in Beijing, and this is for the 25th round of the India-China special talks on the boundary issue. He will be meeting the Chinese Foreign Minister and counterpart Wang Yi to discuss peace along the line of actual control and ahead of the upcoming BRICS summit. China and India have also held the 36th meeting of the Working Mechanism for Consultation and Coordination on China-India Border Affairs. The two sides have already agreed to maintain communication through diplomatic and military channels and jointly uphold peace and tranquility in the border areas. So huge updates coming in, viewers, to Republic TV, and the MEA has said that India considers matters which are concerned the border area with China as most serious, and asserted that maintaining peace and tranquility along the line of actual control is of utmost importance, as the state of the frontier will govern the overall trajectory of bilateral ties. So huge updates, viewers, coming in. A short while back, Doval has just landed, and we can expect there will be a lot of updates coming in, especially trying to really sort out the issues of border and border peace with China. I want to go straight across to my colleague Chandrakala. Chandrakala, so what can we expect next now, Chandrakala?
In fact, yes, so what we're learning is that NSA Doval has just landed in Beijing. Very, very important bilateral visit, just coming ahead of President Xi's visit to New Delhi for the BRICS summit, a likely visit, of course. Now, what we are learning is that Doval is expected to meet his counterpart for the special representative mechanism, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. This will be the 25th round of talks under the mechanism, which was established in 2003 to work out a framework for resolving the dispute over the border. Now, the talks between the SRs is being held against the backdrop of a recent face-off between Indian and Chinese troops in the Arunachal sector of LAC. This talk is likely to focus on resolving disputes, of course, maintaining peace and tranquility at the border. We know earlier in 2024, of course, both sides have reached an understanding to resolve the face-off in Ladakh. And thereafter, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi met.
Chinese President Xi Jinping in Russia to discuss to normalize ties between both the countries. Although, both countries has resumed flights, direct flights, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and for that matter, easing restrictions to Chinese nationals, yet the forward movement to de-escalation in LAC still remains, unsolved. The point that this particular meeting will be focused on discussing the remaining, border disputes, and also coming at a very crucial time when both the troops, the India and China face-off is happening in the Arunachal sector of LAC. So also coming at a time when Chinese President Xi Jinping is expected to visit New Delhi for the BRICS summit. The fact that he will be visiting India in 7 years, earlier of course in August 2025, both the leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping, has met on the sidelines of SCO summit. So yes, a very, very crucial visit by NSA Doval. This is the 25th round of SR talks, which will be happening. And we are expecting that lots expected as far as the border dispute between both the countries are concerned. And yes, a very crucial visit. In fact, a very, very crucial diplomatic week ahead, because External Affairs Minister is also visiting Russia now. Of course, NSA is visiting China, for that matter, two important countries. And of course, the fact that the visit by President Xi will be focused likely on resetting India-China ties, and also the fact that External Affairs Minister has clearly pointed out in one of the economic forum, stating clearly that state of border will determine the India-China relationship going ahead. Yes.
Mr. He Han, First Secretary at the Chinese Embassy in India, is joining us. Thank you for joining us here. And the first question I have for you, of course, is what does China expect in terms of outcome from NSA Ajit Doval's visit?
Hello?
Yes.
Good.
Okay. We will fix that technical issue that we are having. So we'll go to Mr. He Han, First Secretary at the Chinese Embassy in India. He's a Chinese diplomat, and he will of course give us a perspective and the expectations that China has from this very, very important visit of Ajit Doval to China and Beijing. All right, let's go back to our guest who's joining us right now, and let's go to Mr. He Han, a Chinese diplomat. Thank you for joining us here. The first question I have for you, of course, the NSA Ajit Doval visit is very important. It's very important because we understand that this visit is coming at a time when both India and China are trying to resolve their border issue. So what concrete outcome does China expect from Ajit Doval's visit?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we welcome Ms. Doval to come to Beijing and meet our high officials. And we are looking forward that our top leaders will visit India after so long years. And we are so glad that last year we had received the Prime.
All right, we'll fix that for our viewers. This is a little bit of a technical issue that we are getting. We will try to get our guest back in a short while from now. That was our guest, Mr. He Han. He is a Chinese diplomat, and we are trying to, of course, really understand what does China really expect out of the visit of Ajit Doval and the subsequent meeting which is happening. So let's go back to our guest, Mr. He Han, I hope you can hear us now. Okay, we'll go. Of course, you can continue. There was a technical issue from our side. Yeah.
Offline. Yeah. Actually, this year, we noticed that China and India's relations have been greatly improved. And we are looking forward that the summit meeting will be held in Delhi, that BRICS summit will come, and we wish that China and India's relations can move forward in this summit. And a lot of scholars in Beijing believes that Mr. Duar's visit to Beijing and the meeting with Wang Yi is preparing for the BRICS summit that is coming. And
all right, so we continue having a little bit of those technical issues. We'll fix that for our viewers, but just getting a bit of a perspective as to what China expects, the kind of outcome that China expects, because we know that this is a very important visit of NSA Doval in China, coming as, of course, both the countries would like positive outcomes like border stability and de-escalation along the LAC. So making sure that both ties are normal between India and China would definitely be the top priority. Yes, Mr. He Han, unfortunately, we again lost you there, but you can continue your thoughts.
Yes, although from the official level that we are looking forward that the relations between China and India can be improved, but something happened during the past months. That is, there are some discussions about the people-to-people's relations between China and India, especially when China gives a lot of visa for Indian citizens to China. We noticed that there are some criticisms in Chinese internet that is about our attitude toward
That's right. Okay. We will of course get that fixed, but we basically understand that definitely China making sure that that both the countries would work together, and this is an effort from India's side as well, that both countries would work together to make good relations with China and make sure that the border stability issue is addressed. That's very important, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. We, of course, try to go back to a guest in a short while from now. He's a Chinese diplomat, helping us understand exactly what does China really look forward to, as NSA Ajit Doval is scheduled to hold multiple bilateral talks with his Chinese counterpart and other leaders in China. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. In fact, a chlorine leak from a tanker at a water plant in Nagpur has occurred, and in fact, it's caused breathing difficulties for people. Both project employees and locals began experiencing a lot of breathing issues. Here's a report. We tell you more about what happened.
Panic gripped the Godani area of Nagpur after a chlorine gas leak was reported by the Municipal Council water purification project. It prompted the authorities to evacuate the residents within the 200-meter radius. The leak not just affected the persons working on the project, but also those in the nearby surroundings. Several persons after the chlorine gas leak complained of respiratory distress and breathing difficulties following the exposure. The emergency response has been initiated, with the affected people being rushed for medical treatment. According to sources, around 40 to 50 people have been admitted so far for nausea and vomiting.
पुलिस यहाँ पहुँची और जो लोग फंसे हुए थे उनको बाहर निकालना शुरू की। उसके बाद बैरिकेडिंग लगाएं। हमें भी सूचना मिला, हमसे पहले हमारे फायर डिपार्टमेंट को मिला सूचना। फायर सबसे पहले यहाँ पे पहुँची और अपनी कार्रवाई शुरू की। उसके बाद मुझे पता चला, यानी एनडीआरएफ 20 OCW, ये सारी टीमों को जब पता चला, सारी टीमें बिल्कुल त्वरित गति से यहाँ पे पहुँचे और ऑपरेशन में जुट गए। सारे लोगों के कोऑपरेशन से, कोऑर्डिनेशन से ये ऑपरेशन सफल हुआ और अभी वर्तमान में स्थिति सामान्य है। किसी भी प्रकार का कोई हताहत नहीं हुआ है। कुछ लोग को सांस लेने में दिक्कत हुई थी, जिन्हें हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराया गया। कुछ लोग वहां से डिस्चार्ज हो गए। अभी भी 20 की संख्या में शायद हॉस्पिटल में हैं।
NDRF team has begun rescue and relief operations at the site.
Getting you some updates coming in. Fresh tensions reported in Manipur yet again, this time in Manipur's Senapati district. According to reports, Clashes have broken out in the Senapati area with incidents of violence and intense firing. Security forces have been deployed to bring the situation under control. So we're getting these updates coming in. Intense firing in Senapati. CRPF constable has been injured in this case. We'll put out some pictures and we can see that even a lot of houses have once again been set ablaze. A CRPF personnel injured, at least 2 houses set ablaze during a fresh outbreak of violence in Senapati district. We have seen another incident showing and triggering tensions between Naga and the Kuki communities. The firing reportedly followed the burning of 2 houses belonging to members of different communities. And we will also, of course, try to go across to our reporters in a short while from now so we understand what happened. But on your screen are pictures coming in. These are the homes which were set ablaze. On the right hand of your screen, you can also see that vehicles were vandalized. So fresh violence being reported in Manipur's Senapati, leaving a CRPF personnel injured. So additional security personnel have been deployed to contain the situation and prevent further escalation. Let's go straight across to my colleagues. Okay, Lenthoy and Johnson are joining us. Let's go to Johnson first. Johnson, coming across to you. Of course, we understand that now measures are being taken to make sure that the situation cools off quickly. We understand that more security has been deployed. Yes, Johnson.
Yes, Shivangi, it's true that more security forces, more additional reinforcement of CRPF, not only the CRPF but also the district SP, along with its team, is now on the spot to control the situation. But the thing is, the tension is still there in the Senapati town, in this Tapo area, as the firing was intense and as there was huge excess of firing, which even resulted into the injury of one CRPF SIGD, which is also identified as Pradeep Singh. But luckily, he sustained a bullet injury on the left foot, and he was immediately evacuated to the nearby Senapati district hospital for the first aid and for the medical treatment. Yes, Shivangi, the incident that took place is that the first house was burned today early morning at around 2:20 to 2:30 a.m. by unknown Muslim. The first house belongs to the Kuki community, but the second time the 2 more houses were burned near the Senapati town. That is opposite to the Senapati district headquarters itself. And also these 2 houses belong to the Pomai Naga community. So after this, at least 3 houses were burned from both the communities. There occurs a huge exchange of firing between these 2 communities, and which resulted into firing exchange of at least 2 to 3 hours. And right now there is very huge tension in this Tapo area. Even the Tapo village authority have also urged and given a deadline of 24 hours to consult the authorities to name all those culprits who are involved in these actions and who are involved in this first tension. And also, in connection with this tension, roads have been blocked and tires have been burned along the National Highway 2, there is in fact Mapu Road at the Senapati area. And the security forces are trying their best level to stop the firing and also to control the situation. As of now, there is still tense in the area. Back to you, Shivangi.
That's right. In fact, the latest violence comes as tensions continue between Naga and Kuki communities. But Lenthoy, I'm coming across to you as well. The authorities are working very hard to restore normalcy. How is that happening as well? Because we see fresh violence being reported on a daily basis.
Yes, Sivangi, fresh violence has been reported in Manipur, for the past 3 years. Like it's becoming so normal in Manipur. Like people are normalizing such incidents right now. So, well, the situation in the Tapo Kuki village under Senapati district remains tense and volatile following a series of incidents since the early, hours of this morning. The situation escalated in the early morning when firing broke out. While firing broke out, police personnel were also present near the Senapati district gate when the fire broke out. So the fire brigade also reached the area at around 3:30 a.m. But according to the local accounts, people at the site objected the firefighters' arrival. And also, what is particularly concerning is that the situation over there in Senapati is really volatile. The situation remains, very tense, and the risk being faced by the people on the ground is also, very tense right now. So this comes amid the government's recent effort to restore normalcy and connectivity in the state. On August 7, the Manipur Home Department had written to the Cookies National Organization to stretching the strict adherence on to the ground rules under the suspension of operation agreement. So the government cited serious allegation of Sioux cadres being involved in recent ethnic clashes, including allegation of cadres moving into conflict zones with weapons and participating in several attacks. So the letter also warned that cadres violating the ground rules could face action under the law. It also stated that if such involvement was found to have concurrence of militant leaders, if the government could consider penal action against the group itself. So the thing is that today's incident might have been involved by the Sioux group or maybe the armed militants. So this is right now the concern whether the how effectively these ground rules are being enforced on the ground right now. And so there is no official confirmation at this stage.
Absolutely, Lintoy. Thor, thank you for getting us those details, and thank you, Johnson, for getting us those details coming in from Manipur as we track the latest coming in. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. In fact, Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has landed in Japan with the largest ever business delegation of 200 to visit the country. The 4-day visit in Japan comes with the sole aim give a major push to strengthen the Indo-Japan investment and trade ties. Have a look.
The Union Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal has arrived in Japan with India's largest ever business delegation of 200 members. The visit comes with a clear focus to deepening B2B engagements, boosting investments, and creating new opportunities for companies from both the countries. Goyal highlighted India's rapidly expanding infrastructure and digital connectivity, positioning India as a strong investment destination. From airports and ports to digital infrastructure, India, the minister said, has expanded its capacity. Goyal also underlined India's digital transformation, pointing to the expansion of 5G across the length and breadth of the country.
We've doubled our airports, doubled our port capacity. Modern expressways are coming up across the country. As I said, all our utilities, water, electricity, our digital connectivity is amongst the best in the world. 5G through the length and breadth of India. In every respect, a country on the move, working to make it attractive for your businesses to come to India, to work in India, to invest in India, to manufacture in India, for India, and for the world.
The Commerce Minister also made a direct pitch for greater collaboration between small and medium enterprises in India and Japan, seeking to connect businesses with supply chains and investment opportunities. With a huge 200-member business delegation, India is looking to turn the strong political partnership with Japan. With trade, technology and SME collaboration at the core of the engagement, this is sure to strengthen the Indo-Japan investment and trade ties.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to the biggest business story we are getting this hour. For that, I will have to go across to my colleague, Shaurya. Shaurya, over to you.
Thanks, Shivangi. There's a big breaking coming in the world of business. Urban company shares are trading higher today after it's said that Kent RO has agreed to pull down its disparaging ads on native water purifiers. So Urban Company had filed a defamation and disparagement suit against Kent RO in the Delhi High Court. The company's exchange filing that we accessed had said Kent RO ran an ad campaign through several influencers targeting Urban Company's native water purifiers. The ad called the 2-year filter life and the 2-year service life feature a marketing gimmick and claimed the purifiers were unsafe and risky for consumers. The matter was heard by Justice A.J. Bhambani. According to the order, Kent RO's counsel told the court that the company would pull down the ads in question. Now, the company also gave an undertaking that it will not run any other advertisement or promotional content making similar claims about the 2-year filter or the servicing feature. The court order had also directed Kent RO to remove the so-called offending ads within 15 days from August 12th. The filing also confirms that this is not only the case between the two companies. There's a separate patent infringement suit filed by Kent RO with a counterclaim from Urban Company, and Urban Company has also filed a tortious interference suit against Kent RO. Both of these remain sub judice as of now. We'll continue to track this one for you.
Yes, sir. Well, Shaurya, well, thank you for getting us the biggest update from the world of business, economy and finance on Republic. And taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. Fire erupts after ventilator explosion in hospital in Maharashtra's Amravati. 3 infants scorched to death. Unfortunately, 6 young newborns are in critical condition. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
A massive warehouse fire erupted in St. Petersburg on Sunday, sending thick flames through the industrial facility as firefighters rushed to contain the blaze. Russia's emergency minister said the affected areas stretched across 82,000 square meters, while the warehouse itself covered 22,000 square meters. The facility was being used to store paper and polymer materials, creating a particularly difficult challenge for firefighters battling the intense flames. Emergency officials warned that the heat, flying sparks and burning fragments from the materials could allow the fire to spread further. Fire crews continued operations around the warehouse as officers coordinated the firefighting response and worked to prevent the blaze from extending to nearby areas.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद के
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Big win for Republic Bangla. Bengal CM Shubhendu Adhikari announces withdrawal of all false cases against Republic Bangla. Bengal CM Shubhendu says Republic Bangla was the biggest victim of Mamata rule. CM says withdrawing all 31 cases. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on a crucial two-day visit to Russia. Jaishankar to hold a meeting with the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Meanwhile, NSA Ajit Doval lands in Beijing. Doval to hold crucial border talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Fire erupts after a ventilator explosion in hospital in Maharashtra's Amravati. 3 infants scorched to death, 6 in critical condition. Defence Ministry officer found hanging at Dwarka home in Delhi. Victim's family alleges dowry torture. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development that we're getting right now. It is about a drug kingpin. Now, after drug kingpin Virendra, his son to be brought back now in the rupees 13,000 crore drug case. Now, this is Virendra Basoya's son, Rishabh, who will be brought back to India to face justice. Now, the Delhi High Court has allowed Rishabh's return from London. Now, the court has ordered that the Red Corner notice and lookout circular against Rishabh be suspended only for the duration of his travel. Now, last week, the Narcotics Control Bureau secured the return to India of alleged drug kingpin Virendra Singh Basoya, a wanted fugitive accused of coordinating an international narcotics trafficking network from UAE, that's United Arab Emirates. Now, nearly 2 years after he fled the country following his name emerging in multiple major drug cases. And now this is another development that we're getting after drug kingpin Virendra, the son, to be brought back to India. Now, Narcotics Control Bureau secured the return to India of the alleged drug kingpin Virendra Singh Basoya, earlier who was a wanted fugitive accused of coordinating an international narcotics trafficking network from UAE nearly 2 years after he fled the country following his name emerging in multiple major drug cases. And now it's time for Rishabh Basoya to face law, to face justice. This is rupees 13,000 crore drug racket after drug kingpin Virendra, his son, to be brought back now in the rupees 13,000 crore. It's a huge drug racket. Rupees 13,000 crore drug case. Virendra Basoya's son, Rishabh, will be brought back to India to face justice. He will be brought back to India, and the Delhi court has allowed his return. And also from London, now the court has ordered that the Red Corner notice and lookout circular against Rishabh be suspended only for the purpose of travel, that is for the duration of travel while he will be brought back to India. Now, last week, the Narcotics Control Bureau, that is the NCB, had secured the return to India of the alleged drug kingpin Virendra Singh Basoya. And now he was a fugitive accused of coordinating international narcotics trafficking network from UAE nearly 2 years after he fled the country following his name emerging in multiple drug cases. And now this is his son also. This is the son of Basoya also will be brought back to India. He will also be brought back to India, and he will also face the law and order and the law and justice when he returns back. This is the case of rupees 13,000 crore drug racket, and after the father, it's now the turn of the son, and he will be brought back to India. He will be brought back to India from Britain, and after his father, he will be the second person to be brought back to India. This is the 13,000 crore drug case. And earlier, Virendra Singh Basoya was brought to India. And now it's time for his son, that is Rishabh, that he will be brought back to India. And the court has cleared the path. And also, the Red Corner notice has also been suspended for the while he will be brought back to India. Big breaking news development we're getting. Let's go across to Sarthak for all the updates into the story. Sarthak is joining us live with all the latest updates and details in the story. Sarthak, if you can put this into perspective, because it is a huge case which involves 13,000 crore rupees worth of drug. Now, after the drug kingpin, that is Virendra, the father, and now his son will be brought back to India. Over to you.
Well, absolutely. Rishabh Basoya is an accused in this 13,000 crore drug case that is being investigated by the Delhi Police Special Cell. And the case emerged from a major narcotic seizure that was done and is alleged to involve an international an international drug traffic network that is operating across not only in India but overseas as well. And according to investigators, the reports that have come in, Rishabh is the son of alleged drug kingpin Virendra Singh Bisoya, and police alleges that Rishabh was also involved in this logistics of the syndicate. His SUV was allegedly used by the co-accused in this case, Jatinder Singh Gill, who is also known as Jassi, to collect and transport these drug consignments. And what we know of the latest development is that this Rishabh Bisoya has actually sought permission to travel to India. A red corner notice has been issued. A lookout circular was issued against him previously. And the court actually did not order this, Lucy, but it ordered a limited suspension solely to facilitate Rishabh Bisoya's travel to enter into India, because he wants to keep his defense in the court. Rishabh has to provide the concerned authorities with complete travel.
All right, Sarthak, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. So like father, like son. And now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Now, speaking at the Republic Bangla Summit, West Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari announced that Republic Bangla, that is our Bangla, was among the biggest victims of the Mamata Banerjee government and viewers in a big win for Republic. Bengal CM Shubhendu has announced that all the fake cases will be withdrawn against our Bangla. Let's listen in.
আপনি নিজেই বলেছেন 31 কেসেস লজ এগেইনস্ট রিপাবলিক মিডিয়া সবাই দেখেছেন সন্ময় বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে তার পানিহাটির বাড়ি থেকে মারতে মারতে তুলে নিয়ে গিয়ে পুরুলিয়ার কেসে ট্যাগ করা হয়েছে এমন প্রচুর উদাহরণ আছে রিপাবলিক বাংলা তার মধ্যে সবচেয়ে বেশি সাফারার আই নো আর অ্যাজ এ চিফ মিনিস্টার অ্যাজ এ হোম মিনিস্টার আমি ডিক্লেয়ার করছি ক্যাবিনেটে আমি রিপাবলিকের সব কেসকে উইথড্র করব ইটস মাই কমিটমেন্ট all cases are false fabricated lodged by the Mamata Banerjee's government due to their vendetta. এ জিনিস চলতে পারে না মুক্ত কর ভয় আপন মাঝে শক্তি ধরো নিজেরে কর জয় তাই নরেন্দ্র মোদীজি বলেছিলেন ভয় আউট ভরসা ইন আপনি নিজেই বলেছেন 31 কেসেস লজ এগেইনস্ট রিপাবলিক মিডিয়া সবাই দেখেছেন সন্ময় বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে তার পানিহাটির বাড়ি থেকে মারতে মারতে তুলে নিয়ে গিয়ে পুরুলিয়ার কেসে ট্যাগ করা হয়েছে এমন প্রচুর উদাহরণ আছে রিপাবলিক বাংলা তার মধ্যে সবচেয়ে বেশি সাফারার আই নো আর অ্যাজ এ চিফ মিনিস্টার অ্যাজ এ হোম মিনিস্টার আমি ডিক্লেয়ার করছি ক্যাবিনেটে আমি রিপাবলিকের সব কেসকে উইথড্র করব ইটস মাই কমিটমেন্ট all cases are false fabricated lodged by the Mamata Banerjee's government due to their vendetta এ জিনিস চলতে পারে না মুক্ত কর ভয় আপন মাঝে শক্তি ধরো নিজেরে কর জয় তাই নরেন্দ্র মোদীজি বলেছিলেন ভয় আউট ভরসা ইন
All right, viewers, now let's move on to the big breaking news development that we're getting, and this is a reaction from Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Now, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has sharply criticized the Congress party over the recent fish feast controversy, asserting that if the nation stands united in its struggle its sovereignty will remain intact, while pointing to how Congress members had shown disrespect for India's heritage. He noted that the Congress president visited Ayodhya to offer prayers at Hanuman Gadi only to later indulge in a fish feast, observing that they chant Ram Ram, yet there is a limit to such shamelessness, and questioning who had asked them to visit Hanuman Gadi when they could simply have gone outside Ayodhya if they wished to eat fish, that is non-vegetarian food. Now, highlighting the party's duplicity, Yogi remarked that even a chameleon would feel embarrassed witnessing such behavior, wondering what manner of species had appeared in human form, one that chants Ram Ram and feigns prostration at the temple of Bajrangbali only to step outside and feast on fish. This is UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who's sharply criticizing after the controversy of a fish feast in a Congress event. He has sharply criticized the Congress party over the recent fish feast controversy, asserting that if the nation stands united in its struggle, its sovereignty will remain intact, while pointing to how Congress members had shown disrespect for India's heritage, for Ayodhya's heritage, an insult to Ayodhya. And he noted that the Congress president visited Ayodhya to offer prayers at Hanuman Gadi, only to later indulge in a fish feast, observing that they, on one hand, chant Ram Ram, yet there is a limit to such shamelessness, and questioning who had asked them to visit Hanuman Gadi when they simply they could have simply gone outside Ayodhya if they wished to eat fish, and highlighting the party's duplicity. Let's listen into what Yogi Adityanath has said.
देखा होगा कांग्रेस के लोग केवल विरासत का अपमान ही नहीं करते। कल कांग्रेस के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष का आपने आचरण देखा होगा। हनुमानगढ़ी में दर्शन करने जाते हैं और बाहर जाकर के मछली का दावत उड़ाते हैं, ये राम राम चिल्लाते हैं। बेशर्मी की भी एक सीमा होती है। किसने कहा था फिर मंदिर जाने के लिए? अरे जो खाना था बाहर खा लेते, अयोध्या के बाहर खा लेते, लेकिन उनके कार्यालय में ये है इनका दोहरा आचरण। गिरगिट भी शर्मा जाता है इन लोगों के सामने, तो वो भी शर्मा जाता होगा कि मनुष्य के रूप में हमारी कौन सी ऐसी प्रजाति हो गई है कि जो वहां मंदिर में राम राम चिल्ला रहे हैं, बजरंगबली के सामने दंडवत होने का ढोंग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बाहर जाकर के मछली की दावत उड़ा रहे हैं, मछली की दावत उड़ा रहे हैं। इनकी पुराना इतिहास है इस प्रकार का। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष कांग्रेस का।
All right, viewers, as Congress is facing backlash for serving fish during event in Ayodhya, some are calling it an insult to Sanatan Dharma. Let's listen into more reactions.
अजय राय आजकल लगातार अयोध्या आना जाना कर रहे हैं, और आज उन्होंने अयोध्या आया और इस पावन पवित्र श्रावण मास के उपलक्ष्य में हनुमान जी का दर्शन भी किया, और उसके बाद उन्होंने जो पाप करने का काम किया है, जो है भगवान भूत भावन के जो है इस पावन पवित्र अवसर पर जिस तरह से उनके स्वागत में मछली भोज का आयोजन किया जा रहा है, अपने आप में दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, निंदनीय है। वही मार्ग कांवड़ यात्रियों की मार्ग है। जिस तरह से इन्होंने सनातन संस्कृति के ऊपर, इस पावनता के ऊपर कुठाराघात करने का जो चेष्टा किया है, इसकी जितनी निंदा की जाए उतना कम है।
दरअसल बीजेपी का ये बहुत पुराना फार्मूला है। जब वो बुनियादी मुद्दों पे घिरते हैं, जैसे आजकल स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, रोजगार और चढ़ावा चोरी पे बुरी तरह से घिरे हुए हैं, तो इसलिए नैरेटिव्स बनाने के लिए, प्रोपेगेंडा के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी के उस आयोजन को निशाना बना रहे हैं जहां मछली भात परोसा गया। मछली भात आयोजक ने, राम निहाल निषाद ने कहा कि ये उनका पारंपरिक भोजन है और ये हमेशा करते रहे हैं, और ये उनका संवैधानिक अधिकार है कि वो क्या खाएंगे और क्या नहीं खाएंगे। बीजेपी वालों की तरह दिखाने के लिए नहीं कि बंगाल चुनाव है तो मछली भात खा लेंगे। अभी सावन में ही उनके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नितिन नवीन मटन और चिकन खाते हुए वायरल हुए थे, तब सनातन धर्म का अपमान नहीं था।
अब कांग्रेस का कल्चर है भोज देना। कांग्रेस कुछ मानती थोड़े है, मानती तो ऐसा नहीं करती कि सावन के महीने में चोरी से खाते ठीक चलता, लेकिन सार्वजनिक प्लेस पर, वो भी अयोध्या में हनुमानगढ़ी में मछली का भोज करा रहे हैं, तो ये तो उन्हीं को पसंद आता होगा। इसके लिए ये कांग्रेस को अब क्या कहा जाए। एक तरफ तो भगवान राम के भक्त बनते हैं, हनुमान जी का चालीसा पढ़ते हैं, दूसरी तरफ मछली भोज करते हैं। ये कल्चर है कांग्रेस का।
And a shocking news from Maharashtra, a massive fire broke out in the newborn ward of the Amravati District Women's Hospital in Maharashtra. Now, 3 newborn infants died after suffering burns in the fire. The fire was triggered by an explosion in a ventilator. Now, several other infants were safely rescued during the incident. Here's a full report on that.
A massive fire broke out in the newborn ward of Amravati District Women's Hospital, triggering panic in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, where dozens of newborn babies were undergoing treatment. The fire in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit was triggered by an explosion in one of the ventilators at around 3:30 a.m. This led to the death of 3 infants who succumbed after suffering severe burn injuries in the blaze. There were about 39 newborns admitted to the ward. As soon as the fire broke out, the nurses on the duty immediately moved the infants away from the ventilators. About 36 infants were successfully saved during the incident.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Now, tensions erupted in Mumbai's Mazgaon area ahead of Ganesh Chaturthi when eggs were thrown at a Ganesh idol during a procession. Now, this triggered chaos and disrupted the arrival procession of Ganesh idol. Now, the incident was followed by a clash between 2 groups, prompting police to step up security in the area. Let's watch this report.
Tensions rise in Mumbai's Mazagaon after eggs were thrown at a Ganesh idol. The incident took place during the Ganesh idol arrival procession when some unidentified individuals threw eggs at the idol from top of the building. This comes ahead of the Ganesh Utsav in Maharashtra, which will begin on the 14th of September. The incident triggered panic at the spot, with people raising slogans such as Jai Shri Ram and Vande Matram. The crowd demanded the immediate arrest of those responsible and allegedly pelted stones at the building from where the eggs were thrown. Senior police officers and heavy additional forces were rushed to the spot to pacify the crowd and clear the area. This is not an isolated incident. A similar episode unfolded in Nagpada in the August of 2022 when eggs were allegedly hurled at a procession carrying a Ganesh idol.
A torch rally was held by the women of Khorai Apunba Club in Manipur. They are demanding the implementation and updating of the National Register of Citizens, that is the NRC, before the upcoming census exercise. Now, the posters called for greater transparency and accountability in the process, stressing the need for authorities to address their concerns ahead of the upcoming census exercise. Here's a report.
Around 2,000 women staged a massive torch rally in Keshampath Junction in Manipur. The protesters demanded NRC before the census exercise in the state. The rally was organized as part of the campaign for just and fair delimitation exercise. The campaign has been underway in the state for nearly 1.5 years as the participants allege that illegal foreigners have now occupied Manipur. The protesters raised slogans including "No NRC, no IDP settlement until census." Manipur has been witnessing such massive rallies since August 3rd, with participation now growing on the ground. Protesters have now vowed to continue their agitation until they receive a response from the Manipur government.
All right, viewers, now Beijing is hosting the second World Humanoid Robot Games, a 5-day showcase where thousands of human-shaped machines are racing, jumping, and even performing Tai Chi. Now, the event tests speed, balance, and dexterity, bringing together teams from over a dozen countries to compete in dozens of sports and real-world skill challenges. Now, on opening night, robots were seen completing the 100-meter dash faster than Usain Bolt's human world record, while traditional Chinese disciplines like Tai Chi put their control and grace to the test. Now, the spectacle offers a glimpse into how quickly humanoid robotics is moving from labs to athletic arenas.
奔跑姿态代表在场拼搏。随后，其中国际级28人，国家级75人，国家一级120人协同行进，提供了关键基础支撑。发令枪响，选手们的旗鼓都不错。
出马，上来！哇，上去了！是非常漂亮。来，我们来，1、2、3，哇塞，对，是。他带孩子来看看，这是中国目前最好的机器人是什么样子的，然后就是带他去看，了解现在这个机器人的能力。
发令枪响，选手们的旗鼓都不错。
大家觉得他们的表现怎么样？让他们听听你们的掌声，好不好？行云流水。
您在这里的枪声。
对人类来说，这种运动开发常见真的来说，由机器人能做到，甚至每个版本感觉很。
其实我刚开始确实不怎么接受 AI 这个东西，甚至有一点排斥，觉得它可能替代了，或者说是取代了一部分的那个人的东西。但现在我觉得势不可挡啊。
31秒的出来之后，最后100秒，100米非常好。 40秒9完赛，观众朋友们把掌声送给我们天卓了，谢谢。用全自主方式参加比赛，那这种全自主方式是不是本身就？
1
40秒9完赛，观众朋友们，把掌声送给我们天狗们，谢谢。所以这两个之前啊，是一个。两位一个滑雪，还有在一起的，所以今天可能天气比较热，两位运动员都比较火。也听说运动队的运动员，其中的都确实是动作越来越多，得到新的成绩，参考成绩完成比赛。
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, NSA Ajit Doval lands in Beijing. Doval to hold crucial border talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
सच बेरो।
A massive warehouse fire erupted in St. Petersburg on Sunday, sending thick flames through the industrial facility as firefighters rushed to contain the blaze. Russia's emergency minister said the affected areas stretched across 82,000 square meters, while the warehouse itself covered 22,000 square meters. The facility was being used to store paper and polymer materials, creating a particularly difficult challenge for firefighters battling the intense flames. Emergency officials warned that the heat, flying sparks and burning fragments from the materials could allow the fire to spread further. Fire crews continued operations around the warehouse as officers coordinated the firefighting response and worked to prevent the blaze from extending to nearby areas.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Big win for Republic Bangla. Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari announces withdrawal of all false cases against Republic Bangla. Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari says Republic Bangla was the biggest victim of Mamata Banerjee rule. CM says withdrawing all 31 false cases. Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari makes big statement on UCC implementation in West Bengal, vows to stop conversions and infiltration in the state. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar on a crucial two-day visit to Russia. Jaishankar to hold meet with Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov. NSA Ajit Doval lands in Beijing. Doval to hold crucial border talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Fire erupts after ventilator explosion in hospital in Maharashtra's Amravati. 3 infants killed, 6 in critical condition. Defence Ministry officer found hanging at Dwarka home in Delhi. Victim's family alleges dowry torture. Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and our top focus at this hour. The Supreme Court has now issued notice to Centre, Jharkhand government as well as others on a PIL seeking a CBI or an independent investigation into alleged irregularities in Jharkhand Public Service Commission, Civil Services preliminary examinations as well. So we're getting a Supreme Court response on this plea which was seeking a CBI investigation into the alleged irregularities which were flagged in several recruitment examinations conducted by Jharkhand government, and the Supreme Court has now issued a notice to central government, to Jharkhand government as well as to others involved in this PIL which was seeking a CBI or an independent probe into the alleged irregularities in government recruitment examination. So as the stir continues on the ground, even today we are looking at Supreme Court now issuing a big notice on this very issue to central government and to Jharkhand government as well on a plea which was seeking independent probe into this case. My colleague Sathak also joins us with more details on this. Sathak, so as the stir over the Jharkhand protest is still continuing on the ground, we're looking at Supreme Court now issuing a notice to central government as well as to Jharkhand government on a PIL which was seeking a CBI probe into this. Help us understand what exactly is the response coming in from the top court on this.
Well, absolutely, Ishita. Today, the Supreme Court sought a response from the Jharkhand government on the plea that was seeking an independent CBI investigation into this alleged malpractice in the Jharkhand Public Service Commission, Combined Civil Services Preliminary Examination 2025. And what the senior advocate Manan Kumar Mishra argued, who was appearing on behalf of the petitioners, he told the bench that students have been continuously protesting over the issue, and Chief Justice of India Suryakant also sought clarification on whether this particular matter involved multiple examinations. And CJI also remarked that the court was particularly concerned about the examination system and whether this similar issue could affect the judicial services examination as well, because that was a major concern that was pointed out by the Chief Justice of India during the hearing. Mishra is particularly seeking a CBI inquiry in this matter, saying that a former Supreme Court judge be heading sort of inquiry in this particular matter, and CJI Suryakant clarified that the allegations require an investigation, a thorough investigation has to be done, and not merely an inquiry. And noting that the matter such as a forensic examination may be necessary, and this could also be undertaken by the investigating agency. So Mishra has reiterated multiple times that CBI probe is being sought, and in this particular plea, in view of the continuing protest, and on that ground, the court has issued notice to the state of Jharkhand, and they will be filing their reply on the next of hearing, and probably a CBI probe may be ordered by the top court on the next date of hearing, but this is something that we are constantly tracking, and this is sometime only time.
All right. Keep tracking all the updates on this. For now, thanks so much for joining us and getting us the latest. And now we are shifting focus. A massive fire broke out at a warehouse in Russia's St. Petersburg on Sunday, with flames engulfing an area of around 82,000 square meters. The warehouse itself covered about 22,000 square meters and stored paper and polymer materials. Firefighters battled the blaze as officials warned of risk of further spread as well. Here's a quick report on the entire incident. Take a look.
A massive warehouse fire erupted in St. Petersburg on Sunday, sending thick flames through the industrial facility as firefighters rushed to contain the blaze. Russia's emergency minister said the affected areas stretched across 82,000 square meters, while the warehouse itself covered 22,000 square meters. The facility was being used to store paper and polymer materials, creating a particularly difficult challenge for firefighters battling the intense flames. Emergency officials warned that the heat, flying sparks and burning fragments from the materials could allow the fire to spread further. Fire crews continued operations around the warehouse as officers coordinated the firefighting response and worked to prevent the blaze from extending to nearby areas.
And now we are shifting focus. A welcome event organized by Uttar Pradesh Congress Chief Ajay Rai has now triggered a bitter row, with Bharatiya Janata Party now alleging that the feast has served fish curry in the temple town of Ayodhya. Responding to the allegations, Ajay Rai has now come out to challenge the UP Chief Minister to share pictures of fish curry dish being served at the event and vows to even resign if the allegations are proven right. So we've got a big reaction coming in from Congress Chief in Uttar Pradesh, Ajay Rai, as the controversy over the fish feast in Ayodhya is now brewing in this state. Let's take a listen also to the reaction that has come in.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का काम है कि आज पूरे देश के अंदर आज अत्याचार अन्याय हो रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरे देश के अंदर अत्याचार अन्याय करवा रही है। और अभी आप कल निषाद समाज ने मुझे बुलाया था, हम लोग वहां गए थे। भगवान, मैं जब भी अयोध्या जाता हूं हनुमान जी का दर्शन करता हूं, भगवान राम का दर्शन करता हूं, उसके बाद कार्यक्रम में जाता हूं। इसके पहले भी मैं था, इसी प्रकार से कार्यक्रम करता हूं। और जो भगवान राम के दर्शन को रोके, हम लोगों को दर्शन के लिए रोका जा रहा था, ये चढ़ावा चोर जो भगवान का राम का पैसा खा रहे हैं, हम लोगों ने बात उठाई है, तो आज निश्चित तौर से इनको मिर्ची लग रही है। हम लोग कल गए, निषाद समाज का कार्यक्रम रखा था हमारे निषाद समाज के नेता ने, और वहां पर वो मछली बनवा रहे हैं, मछली खिला रहे हैं, वो उनका काम था। मैं कार्यक्रम अटेंड किया, कार्यक्रम अटेंड करके मैं वापस लखनऊ को आया। तो निश्चित तौर से वो आज अपने लोगों को, समाज को बुला रहे हैं। और मछली पालना, मछली पकड़ना, मछली बेचना, मछली खाना, ये निषाद समाज की पूरी उनके जीवन शैली में, परंपरा में जुड़ी हुई है। तो रहा हूं कि फोटो है तो दिखा दें ना, मेरी फोटो दिखा दें। मैं इस्तीफा देने के लिए तैयार बैठा हूं, तुरंत इस्तीफा दूंगा। और नहीं तो योगी जी को गेरुआ का सम्मान करते हुए, जो गेरुआ वस्त्र पहने हैं उसका सम्मान करते हुए उनको इस्तीफा देकर तत्काल मठ में जाना चाहिए। और मठ में जा क्या झूठ बोलने वाले लोग हैं, मैं समझता हूं झूठ बोलकर केवल जनता को भ्रमित कर रहे हैं और गेरुआ वस्त्र का अपमान कर रहे हैं।
And now viewers, this self-defense response coming in from Ajay Rai is after UP CM Yogi Adityanath launched a sharp attack on Congress over the Ayodhya fish feast controversy. Now he said that it alleges to disrespect to all religion and heritage, while also saying that this is Congress's duplicity and it's a shameless behavior which is on display. Take a listen.
आपने कल देखा होगा, कांग्रेस के लोग केवल विरासत का अपमान ही नहीं करते। कल कांग्रेस के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष का आपने आचरण देखा होगा। हनुमानगढ़ी में दर्शन करने जाते हैं और बाहर जाकर के मछली का दावत उड़ाते हैं, ये राम राम चिल्लाते हैं। बेशर्मी की भी एक सीमा होती है। किसने कहा था फिर मंदिर जाने के लिए? अरे जो खाना था बाहर खा लेते, अयोध्या के बाहर खा लेते। लेकिन उनके कार्यालय में यह है इनका दोहरा आचरण। गिरगिट भी शर्मा जाता है इन लोगों के सामने। तो वो भी शर्मा जाता होगा कि मनुष्य के रूप में हमारी कौन सी ऐसी प्रजाति हो गई है कि जो वहां मंदिर में राम राम चिल्ला रहे हैं, बजरंगबली के सामने दंडवत होने का ढोंग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बाहर जाकर के मछली की दावत उड़ा रहे हैं, मछली की दावत उड़ा रहे हैं। इनकी पुराना इतिहास है इस प्रकार का। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष कांग्रेस का
अजय राय आजकल लगातार अयोध्या आना जाना कर रहे हैं, और आज उन्होंने अयोध्या आया और इस पावन पवित्र श्रावण मास के उपलक्ष्य में हनुमान जी का दर्शन भी किया। और उसके बाद उन्होंने जो पाप करने का काम किया है, जो है भगवान भूत भावन के जो है इस पावन पवित्र अवसर पर जिस तरह से उनके स्वागत में मछली भोज का आयोजन किया जा रहा है, अपने आप में दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, निंदनीय है। वही मार्ग कांवड़ यात्रियों की मार्ग है जिस तरह से इन्होंने सनातन संस्कृति के ऊपर, इस पावनता के ऊपर कुठाराघात करने का जो चेष्टा किया है, इसकी जितनी निंदा की जाए उतना कम है।
दरअसल बीजेपी का ये बहुत पुराना फार्मूला है, जब वो बुनियादी मुद्दों पे घिरते हैं, जैसे आजकल स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, रोजगार और चढ़ावा चोरी पे बुरी तरह से घिरे हुए हैं। तो इसलिए नैरेटिव्स बनाने के लिए, प्रोपेगेंडा के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी के उस आयोजन को निशाना बना रहे हैं जहां मछली भात परोसा गया। मछली भात आयोजक ने, रामनिहाल निषाद ने कहा कि ये उनका पारंपरिक भोजन है और ये हमेशा करते रहे हैं और ये उनका संवैधानिक अधिकार है कि वो क्या खाएंगे और क्या नहीं खाएंगे। बीजेपी वालों की तरह दिखाने के लिए नहीं कि बंगाल चुनाव है तो मछली भात खा लेंगे। अभी सावन में ही उनके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नितिन नवीन मटन और चिकन खाते हुए वायरल हुए थे, तब सनातन धर्म का अपमान नहीं था।
कांग्रेस का कल्चर है भोज देना। कांग्रेस कुछ मानती थोड़े है, मानती तो ऐसा नहीं करती कि सावन के महीने में चोरी से खाते ठीक चलता, लेकिन सार्वजनिक प्लेस पर, वो भी अयोध्या में हनुमानगढ़ी में मछली का भोज करा रहे हैं, तो ये तो उन्हीं को पसंद आता होगा। इसके लिए कांग्रेस को अब क्या कहा जाए। एक तरफ तो भगवान राम के भक्त बनते हैं, हनुमान जी का चालीसा पढ़ते हैं, दूसरी तरफ मछली भोज करते हैं। ये कल्चर है कांग्रेस का।
All right, viewers, now shifting focus to Manipur, where fresh tensions have now been reported from Senapati district. According to reports, clashes have now broken out in Senapati district, with several incidents of violence and arson also coming to light amid intense firing. Security forces have now been deployed to bring the situation under control, but at the moment we understand that several houses were set ablaze and a CRPF Jawan was also injured in a gunfight which broke out between two groups in Manipur's Senapati. In fact, according to a senior officer, houses were set ablaze after miscreants torched a house in Tafu village, which in fact is dominated by Kuki community. Now, following the incident of arson in Kangpokki, several houses were also set ablaze in gunfight, which broke out between the two groups in Senapati. And right now, we're fetching these visuals coming to light, showing how the tensions escalated on the ground. My colleague Johnson also joining us with more details on this. Johnson, we understand that several houses were set ablaze. A CRPF personnel was also injured in this gunfight. Right now, what's the situation on the ground?
Yes, right now the situation on the ground is very tense. Even more CRPF personnel, even more CRPF team have also been sent for reinforcement at the very same spot. Not only the reinforcement CRPF team, but also the district SP and its team is also on the very spot to control the law and order situation in the very area. Yes, it can be mentioned that the first incident, the brutal incident took place at around 2:20 to 2:30 a.m. the very early morning, when one cookie house was burned down by unknown miscreants. Following the incident, two more houses belonging to the Pamay Naga community were also burned by unknown miscreants. So, as these LSP houses were burned from both the community, plus gunfight erupted between these two communities, between these two communities, as per the report, and the gunfight took place at the Pautuki village area, where one of the CRPF personnel, SI, which is known as Pradeep Singh of 26th Battalion CRPF, sustained bullet injury on the left foot. Immediately, he was evacuated to the Senapati District Hospital for treatment. But now, the latest report is that the injured CRPF SI, Pradeep Singh, will be shifted to RIMS Hospital, Imphal, for further treatment. And right now, in Tapo area, the situation is very tense. All roads along the Senapati town, they have been blocked by just volunteers condemning the activity, condemning the incident, and the Tapo village authority have also declared deadline for 24 hours to the concerned authority to arrest all those culprits who are involved in this first arson. And not only this, hearing the report of this burning down arson in this Senapati area, it was also reported that in Ukhrul district, in Chinaketal area, the Kuki armed militants have also opened fire targeting the Naga villages in Chinaketal also. Right now there is huge tension. Right. There is still uncontrolled situation in this Senapati area, and the district administration, the district police and the additional security team are right now on the spot to monitor strictly. That's you.
Okay, so that's the situation on the ground right now. Lithoy also joining us with more information on this. Lithoy, do tell us what exactly triggered the clashes between the two groups in the first place, because it escalated to several houses being set ablaze and also a CRPF personnel getting injured.
Yes, Sister, this violence has been triggered by the long time, since the since the beginning of this year, there has been, series of incidents between Naga and Kuki communities. And after that, 6 Naga were massacred, where they were dismembered and mutilated. And yes, of course, there is a significant development coming in from the J Songtun village in Kangpokpi district following to this firing incident. According to the latest information, combing operations were conducted in the village, including at the residence of Jangboy Kipgen, who is identified as the Home Secretary of the Kuki National Front or UPF, and is alleged to be the chairman and central coordinator of the Unified Command of Kuki armed groups in the Kangpokpi district, comprising both Sioux and non-Sioux groups. So during the operation, the CRPF Cobra personnel reportedly recovered a large quantity of arms, ammunition, and other.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much. And maybe that we need some kind of the so-called protection, because that that at the first level, maybe some kind of the protection is very, very important. But
when I gave the protection to the steel industry, your company is the one which objected.
Yeah.
you are not you. Nippon is there. Nippon is with ArcelorMittal.
Yeah.
So it was the Japanese who were objecting when I gave protection to the steel industry. So you guys need to sort it out between yourselves.
Yeah, to represent the steel industry, generally speaking, in case of putting some money into the market, first of all, we capture the market by export. Then we put some money for downstream products. But substrate, semi-products need to be imported from Japan or something. Then the last phase, we can complete our localization by producing it from the upstream. So starting with the downstream, which is closer to the market, and then make the project feasible. Unless otherwise, we cannot make the project feasible. So the request to the Indian government, sorry to say, is to ask for some favor to exclude the import of the substrate, the semi-products from.
All right, so that was Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who's on a visit to Japan right now with the biggest delegation of business representatives, about 200 in his delegation, as he pushes for a better, stronger trade ties between India and Japan. And now here's Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has landed in Japan, as we just got you the visuals, with the largest ever business delegation of about 200 to visit the country. The 4-day visit in the country comes with the sole aim of giving a major push to strengthen the Indo-Japan investment and trade ties. Here's a quick report on the entire visit. Take a look.
The Union Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal has arrived in Japan with India's largest ever business delegation of 200 members. The visit comes with a clear focus to deepening B2B engagements, boosting investments and creating new opportunities for companies from both the countries. Goyal highlighted India's rapidly expanding infrastructure and digital connectivity, positioning India as a strong investment destination. From airports and ports to digital infrastructure, India has expanded its capacity. Goyal also underlined India's digital transformation, pointing to the expansion of 5G across the length and breadth of the country.
We've doubled our airports, doubled our port capacity. Modern expressways are coming up across the country. As I said, all our utilities, water, electricity, our digital connectivity is amongst the best in the world. 5G through the length and breadth of India. In every respect, a country on the move, working to make it attractive for your businesses to come to India, to work in India, to invest in India, to manufacture in India, for India and for the world.
The Commerce Minister also made a direct pitch for greater collaboration between small and medium enterprises in India and Japan, seeking to connect businesses with supply chains and investment opportunities. With a huge 200-member business delegation, India is looking to turn the strong political partnership with Japan. With trade, technology and SME collaboration at the core of the engagement, this is sure to strengthen the Indo-Japan investment and trade ties.
And now we're shifting focus to what is unfolding right now in Tamil Nadu. Chief Minister Vijay has now officially scrapped the controversial Parandur Greenfield Airport project, fulfilling a major pre-election promise made to local villagers and environmentalists. Now, the announcement quickly triggered a political storm in the state, with the MLAs from opposition DMK staging a walkout in the assembly after Speaker JCD Prabhakar denied them permission to discuss the cancellation. Now, the drama unfolded while Minister K.A. Sengotian was speaking at the protest by milk producers. In fact, DMK MLAs tried to interrupt and flag the Parandur issue, but the Speaker ruled that as per Assembly Rule 110, there can be no debate on statements and announcements made directly by ministers or the Chief Minister. So, denied a discussion, the opposition MLA staged a walkout in protest. So, we're looking at this controversy with the TVK government now cancelling Parandur Airport project. DMK MLAs now staging a walkout in protest. In fact, we've got reactions coming in on this. Let's take a listen.
கருத்தில் கொண்டும் தொழில் வளர்ச்சியினை கருத்தில் கொண்டும் சரக்கு போக்குவரத்தை அதிகரிக்கும் வகையிலும் புதிய விமான நிலையம் அமைப்பதற்கான தேவை ஏற்பட்டு உள்ளது. புதிய விமான நிலையம் அமைப்பதற்கு தேர்வு செய்யப்படும் இடம் பெரிய அளவில் விவசாயிகளை பாதிக்காத வகையிலும் அதிக அளவில் குடியிருப்புகளை அகற்றாத வகையிலும் அமைய வேண்டும். ஆனால் முந்தைய அரசு விவசாயிகளை பெரிய அளவில் பாதிக்கும் வகையிலும் குடியிருப்புகளை அதிக அளவில் அகற்றும் வகையிலும் விமான நிலையத்தை அமைப்பதற்கான முயற்சிகளை மேற்கொண்டது.
All right, so that's the statement coming in from CM Vijay, who's now fulfilled his pre-poll promise about not having an airport, Parandur Airport, and scrapping the project entirely due to environmental concerns. Instead, he's now focusing on the expansion of the existing Chennai airport. This is where about Terminal 3 and 5 are set to be now expanded. So, big statement coming in from CM Vijay, who's now fulfilled his poll promise, but the DMK reacting strongly to it and staging a walkout in the assembly as well. In fact, my colleague Sharda also joins us with more details on this. Sharda, the controversy over Parandur Airport project is now escalating. DMK first staging a walkout from the assembly and now also attacking CM Vijay over the same.
Well, today the announcement was made under a special resolution under the Chief Minister's stand, saying that the Parandur Airport was decided by the DMK 5 years back. the project is completely scrapped. Now, this is one of the main
project is completely scrapped. Now, this was one of the main promises that Vijay made while making his election manifesto, saying that 12 villages will lose its agricultural land, and especially these lands are important for the farmers, and that's the reason he has now cancelled the entire project. While, however, the DMK has claimed that they had already asked for a debate on this particular project, whereas now, under the special resolution passed by the Chief Minister, without any debate, the resolution was passed for scrapping the project. The DMK also alleges that this particular airport would have got multiple industrial developments for the outer Chennai region instead of having the particular already existing airport to be developed. With Vijay has confirmed, saying that the Terminal 3 and the Terminal 5 of the already existing Chennai airport will be developed, and in that case the international movements for Chennai will increase, whereas the DMK says that the industrial development will still lag. DMK leader M.K. Stalin has also quoted a point saying that with this move there is no change by the political government that is made, but also with motives that the TVK government has scrapped this project, which will take the state of Tamil Nadu at least 10 years back, and pointing that the growth has already been very slow in the state of Tamil Nadu when compared to the other states.
All right, thanks Radha for joining us and getting us the latest on how this controversy is now escalating in Tamil Nadu. Thanks so much. And with that, viewers, we're now slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari now makes big statement on UCC implementation in West Bengal, vows to stop conversions and infiltration in the state.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
A massive warehouse fire erupted in St. Petersburg on Sunday, sending thick flames through the industrial facility as firefighters rushed to contain the blaze. Russia's emergency minister said the affected areas stretched across 82,000 square meters, while the warehouse itself covered 22,000 square meters. The facility was being used to store paper and polymer materials, creating a particularly difficult challenge for firefighters battling the intense flames. Emergency officials warned that the heat, flying sparks and burning fragments from the materials could allow the fire to spread further. Fire crews continued operations around the warehouse as officers coordinated the firefighting response and worked to prevent the blaze from extending to nearby areas.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
प्योर
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Big win for Republic Bangla. Bangla CM Suvendu Adhikari announces withdrawal of all false cases against Republic Bangla. West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari says Republic Bangla was the biggest victim of Mamata rule. CM says withdrawing all 31 false cases. Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari makes big statement on UCC implementation in West Bengal, vows to stop conversions and infiltration in the state. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar on a crucial two-day visit to Russia. Jaishankar to hold talks with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. NSAG Doval lands in Beijing. Doval to hold crucial border talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Fire erupts after ventilator explosion in hospital in Maharashtra's Amravati. 3 infants killed, 6 in critical condition. Defence Ministry officer found hanging at Dwarka home in Delhi. Victim's family alleges dowry torture. Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Shada Mitra. And our top focus at this hour. Speaking at Republic Bangla Summit, West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari announced that Republic Bangla was among the biggest victims of Mamata Banerjee government. And viewers, in a big win for Republic TV, Bengal's CM Suvendu Adhikari has now announced that all the fake cases will be withdrawn against our Bangla. Listen in to this big announcement coming in from Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari himself.
আপনি নিজেই বলেছেন 31 কেসেস লজ এগেইনস্ট রিপাবলিক মিডিয়া সবাই দেখেছেন সন্ময় বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে তার পানিহাটির বাড়ি থেকে মারতে মারতে তুলে নিয়ে গিয়ে পুরুলিয়ার কেসে ট্যাগ করা হয়েছে এমন প্রচুর উদাহরণ আছে রিপাবলিক বাংলা তার মধ্যে সবচেয়ে বেশি সাফারার আই নো আর অ্যাজ এ চিফ মিনিস্টার অ্যাজ এ হোম মিনিস্টার আমি ডিক্লেয়ার করছি ক্যাবিনেটে আমি রিপাবলিকের সব কেসকে উইথড্র করব ইটস মাই কমিটমেন্ট all cases are false fabricated lodged by the Mamata Banerjee's government due to their vendetta এই জিনিস চলতে পারে না মুক্ত কর ভয় আপন মাঝে শক্তি ধরো নিজেরে করো জয় তাই নরেন্দ্র মোদীজি বলেছিলেন ভয় আউট ভরসা ইন আপনি নিজেই বলেছেন 31 কেসেস লজ এগেইনস্ট রিপাবলিক মিডিয়া সবাই দেখেছেন সন্ময় বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে তার পানিহাটির বাড়ি থেকে মারতে মারতে তুলে নিয়ে গিয়ে পুরুলিয়ার কেসে ট্যাগ করা হয়েছে এমন প্রচুর উদাহরণ আছে রিপাবলিক বাংলা তার মধ্যে সবচেয়ে বেশি সাফারার I know, or as a chief minister, as a home minister, আমি ডিক্লেয়ার করছি ক্যাবিনেটে আমি রিপাবলিকের সব কেসকে উইথড্র করব। It's my commitment. All cases are false, fabricated, lodged by the Mamata Banerjee's government due to their vendetta. এই জিনিস চলতে পারে না। মুক্ত কর ভয়, আপন মাঝে শক্তি ধর, নিজেরে কর জয়। তাই নরেন্দ্র মোদীজি বলেছিলেন, ভয় আউট, ভরসা ইন।
All right, here's a big win for Public Bangla there. And now shifting focus, a chlorine leak from a tanker at a water plant in Nagpur has been causing breathing difficulties for several people. Both project employees and locals soon began experiencing respiratory issues after their exposure to the poisonous gas. So far, at least 50 people have now been admitted to various hospitals for treatment. Here's a quick report on the entire incident. Take a look.
Panic gripped the Godani area of Nagpur after a chlorine gas leak was reported by the Municipal Council water purification project. It prompted the authorities to evacuate the residents within the 200-meter radius. The leak not just affected the persons working on the project but also those in the nearby surroundings. Several persons after the chlorine gas leak complained of respiratory distress and breathing difficulties following the exposure. The emergency response has been initiated with the affected people being rushed for medical treatment. According to sources, around 40 to 50 people have been admitted so far for nausea and vomiting.
पुलिस यहाँ पहुंची और जो लोग फंसे हुए थे उनको बाहर निकालना शुरू की। उसके बाद बैरिकेडिंग लगाएं। हमें भी सूचना मिला, हमसे पहले हमारे फायर डिपार्टमेंट को मिला सूचना। फायर सबसे पहले यहाँ पे पहुंची और अपनी कार्रवाई शुरू की। उसके बाद मुझे पता चला, यानी एनडीआरएफ को, एनडीआरएफ, डीस, ओसीडब्ल्यू, ये सारी टीमों को जब पता चला, सारी टीमें बिल्कुल त्वरित गति से यहाँ पे पहुंचे और ऑपरेशन में जुट गए। सारे लोगों के कोऑपरेशन से, कोऑर्डिनेशन से ये ऑपरेशन सफल हुआ और अभी वर्तमान में स्थिति सामान्य है। किसी भी प्रकार का कोई हताहत नहीं हुआ है। कुछ लोग को सांस लेने में दिक्कत हुई थी, जिन्हें हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराया गया। कुछ लोग वहां से डिस्चार्ज हो गए। अभी भी 20 की संख्या में शायद हॉस्पिटल में हैं।
NDRF team has begun rescue and relief operations at the site.
And now here's the controversies are brewing in Uttar Pradesh. A welcome event organized by UP Congress chief Ajay Rai has now triggered a bitter row, with Bharatiya Janata Party now alleging that the feast served fish curry in the temple town of Ayodhya. And responding to these allegations, Ajay Rai has now come out and posed a challenge to UP Chief Minister to share photos of fish curry dish being served at the event. He even vowed to resign if the allegations are proven right. Let's take a listen to the self-defense that's coming in from Congress chief.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का काम है कि आज पूरे देश के अंदर आज अत्याचार अन्याय हो रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरे देश के अंदर अत्याचार अन्याय करवा रही है। और अभी आप कल निषाद समाज ने मुझे बुलाया था, हम लोग वहां गए थे। भगवान, मैं जब भी अयोध्या जाता हूं, हनुमान जी का दर्शन करता हूं, भगवान राम का दर्शन करता हूं, उसके बाद कार्यक्रम में जाता हूं। इसके पहले भी मैं था, इसी प्रकार से कार्यक्रम करता हूं। और जो भगवान राम के दर्शन को रोके, हम लोगों को दर्शन के लिए रोका जा रहा था, ये चढ़ावा चोर जो भगवान का राम का पैसा खा रहे हैं, हम लोगों ने बात उठाई है, तो आज निश्चित तौर से इनको मिर्ची लग रही है। हम लोग कल गए, निषाद समाज का कार्यक्रम रखा था हमारे निषाद समाज के नेता ने, और वहां पर वो मछली बनवा रहे हैं, मछली खिला रहे हैं, वो उनका काम था। मैं कार्यक्रम अटेंड किया, कार्यक्रम अटेंड करके मैं वापस लखनऊ को आया। तो निश्चित तौर से वो आज अपने लोगों को, समाज को बुला रहे हैं। और मछली पालना, मछली पकड़ना, मछली बेचना, मछली खाना, ये निषाद समाज की पूरी उनके जीवन शैली में, परंपरा में जुड़ी हुई है। तो रहा हूं कि फोटो है तो दिखा दें ना, मेरी फोटो दिखा दें। मैं इस्तीफा देने के लिए तैयार बैठा हूं, तुरंत इस्तीफा दूंगा। और नहीं तो योगी जी को गेरुआ का सम्मान करते हुए, जो गेरुआ वस्त्र पहने हैं उसका सम्मान करते हुए उनको इस्तीफा देकर तत्काल मठ में जाना चाहिए। और मठ में जा क्या झूठ बोलने वाले लोग हैं, मैं समझता हूं झूठ बोलकर केवल जनता को भ्रमित कर रहे हैं और गेरुआ वस्त्र का अपमान कर रहे हैं।
All right, here's a response from Congress chief comes after UP CM Yogi Adityanath launched a sharp attack on Congress over Ayodhya fish feast controversy during Sawan. He alleged that this means a disrespect to religion and heritage while flagging Congress's hypocrisy in the entire episode. Take a listen.
आपने कल देखा होगा कांग्रेस के लोग केवल विरासत का अपमान ही नहीं करते। कल कांग्रेस के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष का आपने आचरण देखा होगा। हनुमानगढ़ी में दर्शन करने जाते हैं और बाहर जाकर के मछली का दावत उड़ाते हैं, ये राम राम चिल्लाते हैं। बेशर्मी की भी एक सीमा होती है। किसने कहा था फिर मंदिर जाने के लिए? अरे जो खाना था बाहर खा लेते, अयोध्या के बाहर खा लेते, लेकिन उनके कार्यालय में ये है इनका दोहरा आचरण। गिरगिट भी शर्मा जाता है इन लोगों के सामने, तो वो भी शर्मा जाता होगा कि मनुष्य के रूप में हमारी कौन सी ऐसी प्रजाति हो गई है कि जो वहां मंदिर में राम राम चिल्ला रहे हैं, बजरंगबली के सामने दंडवत होने का ढोंग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बाहर जाकर के मछली की दावत उड़ा रहे हैं, मछली की दावत उड़ा रहे हैं। इनकी पुराना इतिहास है इस प्रकार का। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष कांग्रेस का
अजय राय आजकल लगातार अयोध्या आना जाना कर रहे हैं और आज उन्होंने अयोध्या आया और इस पावन पवित्र श्रावण मास के उपलक्ष्य में हनुमान जी का दर्शन भी किया और उसके बाद उन्होंने जो पाप करने का काम किया है, जो है भगवान भूत भावन के जो है इस पावन पवित्र अवसर पर जिस तरह से उनके स्वागत में मछली भोज का आयोजन किया जा रहा है, अपने आप में दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, निंदनीय है। वही मार्ग कांवड़ यात्रियों की मार्ग है। जिस तरह से इन्होंने सनातन संस्कृति के ऊपर, इस पावनता के ऊपर कुठाराघात करने का जो चेष्टा किया है, इसकी जितनी निंदा की जाए उतना कम है।
दरअसल बीजेपी का ये बहुत पुराना फार्मूला है। जब वो बुनियादी मुद्दों पे घिरते हैं, जैसे आजकल स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, रोजगार और चढ़ावा चोरी पे बुरी तरह से घिरे हुए हैं, तो इसलिए नैरेटिव्स बनाने के लिए, प्रोपेगेंडा के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी के उस आयोजन को निशाना बना रहे हैं जहां मछली भात परोसा गया। मछली भात आयोजक ने, रामनिहाल निषाद ने कहा कि ये उनका पारंपरिक भोजन है और ये हमेशा करते रहे हैं और ये उनका संवैधानिक अधिकार है कि वो क्या खाएंगे और क्या नहीं खाएंगे। बीजेपी वालों की तरह दिखाने के लिए नहीं कि बंगाल चुनाव है तो मछली भात खा लेंगे। अभी सावन में ही उनके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नितिन नवीन मटन और चिकन खाते हुए वायरल हुए थे, तब सनातन धर्म।
अब कांग्रेस का कल्चर है भोज देना। कांग्रेस कुछ मानती थोड़े है, मानती तो ऐसा नहीं करती कि सावन के महीने में चोरी से खाते ठीक चलता, लेकिन सार्वजनिक प्लेस पर, वो भी अयोध्या में हनुमानगढ़ी में मछली का भोज करा रहे हैं, तो ये तो उन्हीं को पसंद आता होगा।
Now here's a torch rally was held by the women of Kurai, a Punba club in Manipur. Now demanding implementation and updating of the National Register of Citizens before the upcoming census exercise. The protesters called for greater transparency and accountability in the entire process, stressing the need for officials to address their concerns ahead of the upcoming census exercise. Here's a quick report. Take a look. Around 2,000 women staged a massive torch rally in Keshampat's junction in Manipur. The protesters demanded NRC before the census exercise in the state. The rally was organized as part of the campaign for just and fair delimitation exercise. The campaign has been underway in the state for nearly 1.5 years as the participants allege that illegal foreigners have now occupied Manipur. The protesters raised slogans including "No NRC, no IDP settlement until census." Manipur has been witnessing such massive rallies since August 3rd, with participation now growing on the ground. Protesters have now vowed to continue their agitation until they receive a response from the Manipur government. All right, viewers, we're getting some breaking news at this hour. NSAG Doval has now landed in Beijing for a 2-day official visit. At the invitation of Wang Yi, the foreign minister and member of Politburo of Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, NSAG Doval, India's special representative on the India-China boundary question, arrived in the country on a 2-day visit earlier this afternoon. In fact, NSAG Doval and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who's China's special representative, will now be holding 25th round of the special representative talks on India-China boundary question, and that's set to take place on August 25th, that's tomorrow. Now, during his visit, NSA Doval will also call on Chinese Vice President in this crucial visit. So, we are inching closer to Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to New Delhi for BRICS Summit. NSAG Doval is right now in China laying the groundwork for that visit and also, of course, holding crucial border talks with the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi as well. Border stability, disengagement, as well as question and a discussion on maintaining peace at the border is something that's going to be taken up in these conversations, which are set to be held at the 25th round of India-China talks. In fact, we understand that NSA Doval will also be calling on a Chinese vice president as well during this visit, as he will be holding India-China boundary talks on August 25th. That's tomorrow. So NSA Doval right now in Beijing, and the question of a boundary dispute is something that's going to be taken up. Along with that, NSA Doval is also expected to raise the concerns about cross-border terrorism, specifically in relation to Pakistan, during this meeting as well. All right. My colleague Chandrakala also joining us with more details on this. Chandrakala, it's a very crucial visit. NSA Doval in Beijing. Boundary dispute is set to be discussed, and also this is coming just ahead of Xi Jinping's visit to Delhi for the BRICS Summit. So what's on the cards?
Well, absolutely. NSA Doval has arrived in Beijing for a very, very crucial meet on the boundary question, the 25th level special representative talks, which is to be taking place tomorrow. Of course, he will be meeting his counterpart, the Foreign Minister Wang Yi, and the discussion will be focused on the border standoff between both the countries. Also coming at a time when the fresh escalation has happened, fresh face-off is happening between India and China in the Arunachal sector of LAC. Of course, the fact that, this is a 25th level talks, and also coming at a time when Chinese President Xi Jinping is most likely to be visiting Delhi for the BRICS Summit. And this particular visit by NSA Doval will lay the groundwork for the possible bilateral meeting between Indian Prime Minister and Chinese President Xi Jinping. Also, we know that, there has been some tactical, disengagement between both the sides following the Galwan Valley standoff. But yes, there is no forward movement as far as de-escalation is concerned. So yes, this entire, border dispute will be discussed, and the fact that the Chinese President Xi Jinping will be visiting India, this will be his first trip in 7 years, and he will be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The fact that in August 2025, both the leaders held a bilateral discussion on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Tianjin. And of course, what we are also learning that India will be raising the issue of cross-border terrorism with China. So yes, a very, very crucial bilateral visit. In fact, a very, very busy week of of diplomacy. The NSA is visiting China, and simultaneously External Affairs Minister Jay Shankar is visiting Russia. So yes, they are making sure that both the leaders should be visiting in New Delhi for the BRICS summit under the same roof, and a very, very crucial bilateral discussion is expected.
Right, and in fact, big week for India as well as far as the diplomacy is concerned. Thanks so much for joining us and getting us the latest on this. With that, viewers, we're now shifting focus to another big story that we're tracking at the moment now. High drama, in fact, was seen outside Vidhan Sauda as opposition parties staged protests against Congress Minister B. Nagendra. Now, while holding the protest, the BJP and JDS both demanded the resignation of Karnataka Minister B. Nagendra. And this comes over the alleged Valmiki Fund scam. Now, the protesters organized a march from Freedom Park towards Vidhan Sauda. B. Nagendra was one of the accused in the alleged Valmiki Fund scam. Meanwhile, in response, the state leadership accused the opposition of disrupting the Legislative Assembly sessions and engaging in political tactics. Investigators now continue probing forged documents and unauthorized bank accounts as well linked to diverted funds. Here's a quick report on how this entire episode has been unfolding in Karnataka. Take a look.
Political tensions have intensified in Bengaluru. High voltage protests have witnessed outside Vidhan Sauda over Congress Minister B. Nagendra. The BJP and JDs marched from Freedom Park towards Vidhan Sauda demanding one thing: B. Nagendra's resignation. The protest is linked to alleged multi-crore irregularities in Karnataka Maharshi Valmiki Scheduled Tribe Development Corporation.
Well, with respect to the tactics by BJP and JDS by not letting the assembly to continue in the fullest measure, DK Shivkumar, the current chief minister, along with various other ministers who are attending the assembly and the council at various other stages, have mentioned and have spoken to the media, and through various other social medias are mentioning to the people of Karnataka that BJP and JDS leaders aren't allowing the ruling party to conduct the house in a decent and a disciplined manner. There are various other issues that have been ongoing in the state of Karnataka. River Kaveri's issue has been continuously prevailing for the last couple of weeks, and there is drought-like situation in various other parts of the state. And at this point of time, when the state government had written a letter to the union government and the Prime Minister to probably relax some of the measures of the NDRF, and at this point of time when there was a severe time to have a conversation with the opposition and the ruling party with respect to what has to be done to the drought families and the farmers, BJP and JDS aren't allowing to conduct the house. So the taxpayers' money of the Karnataka is being wasted by BJP in JDS is what the Congress have taken a step on, and this is another point which the BJP and JDS will have to reply for. But the BJP and JDS leaders have very clearly mentioned that they would allow the ruling party Congress to conduct a decent house once Nagendra resigns from his position, and they do not want a person who has a criminal background, who's already acquitted at some point of time.
The agitation turned tense when the protesters attempted to push past security barricades and enter the legislature. More than 500 policemen were deployed to maintain law and order. The police also detained several BJP leaders, including leaders of the opposition in the Legislative Assembly, R. Ashoka, and BJP State President B.Y. Vijendra.
And now, viewers, in his exclusive military breakdown of Operation Sindoor, Major General G.D. Bakshi details how India shattered Pakistan's low nuclear threshold through air power-centric, non-contact warfare, achieving escalation dominance via precision strikes and multi-layer defenses that locked down Pakistani airspace. Take a look at this detailed report.
In the last few days, we have seen a series of documentaries on Operation Sindoor, which were designed retrospectively to set the record straight. Many top functionaries, starting from the National Security Advisor and such high-level dignitaries, have come on camera to record their views, give us some insights into the decision-making that took place at that very critical, crucial time. One is the Discovery movie which has interviewed a large range of hands-on operators of India's national security, and for the first time we have some greater insights into the war. But what I find is that as far as strategic communications are concerned, it's a good exercise. But I think India should have done it at that time itself. Because once an operation is launched, once the bombs have burst in Karachi, Malir or wherever, there is hardly any point, saying, no, we haven't done it. I mean, what the hell? We could have been far more proactive. That's the lesson learned. Clear lesson learned from this. Of that I will come later. What I wish to inform people is that Republic TV is coming up. We have made entire AI generated war documentary, because that has helped us to capture the technical equipment handling scenes extremely well, much better than we could have. We may not have been able to get access physically to all that equipment, because some of it is still classified as secret, etc. But we found that from what is available in the open sources, open domain, you can collate a lot, and I had written that book immediately after Operation Sindoor, which was collated entirely from open sources. This was the book, Operation Sindoor, an open source analysis. We had done it from the open sources, from OSINT, retrospectively, to note that most of what we had said has conformed with the actual reality. 90-95% correspondence is there, and which is a good thing, because that means your strategic communication is working well. These days you may win the battle in the air, on the ground, on the sea, but if you lose the battle of the narrative, you lose a lot. Pakistan was much faster on the draw, and we had Air Vice Marshal Aurangzeb giving his very slick PowerPoint presentation immediately on the 8th of May itself, and that sort of dominated the media waves, the air waves, and they were able to give their narrative. For some reason, the Foreign Ministry was still continuing giving the military picture, which we have a Ministry of Defence, and there are SOPs that they should have stepped in early. So that is one of the lessons learnt, which I shall go into details later. But now let's take a quick overview again of Operation Sindoor. Part 1, we had done the build-up to the war. We had done the attack on the camps. In Part 2, we are going to show the actual kinetic combat that took place, especially attacking 11 out of 12 Pakistani airfields, knocking out their 7 radars, shooting down 13 aircraft, and we had made Pakistan kaput. The Pakistani Air Force had refused to fly, dare not fly. So like I said, we saw in Operation Sindoor 4 days of unprecedented levels of violent kinetic combat between India and Pakistan, 2 nuclear-armed nations. And I think one of the prime lessons for the third nuclear age is that you can deter. A modest nuclear arsenal can be totally deterred, can be totally cancelled, and you can engage in very violent kinetic actions without crossing the nuclear threshold, without being unduly cowed down by the nuclear threshold, which Pakistan had tried to peg at an absurdly low level in South Asia. Absurdly low level in South Asia. India was able to call Pakistan's nuclear bluff. We were able to call Pakistan's nuclear bluff completely. 4 days of hammering, and there was no question of Pakistan crossing the nuclear Rubicon, right?
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Big win for Republic Bangla. West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari announces withdrawal of all false cases against Republic Bangla. Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari says Republic Bangla was the biggest victim of Mamta rule. Chief Minister says withdrawing all 31 cases. Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari makes big statement on UCC implementation in West Bengal, vows to stop conversions and infiltration in the state. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on a crucial two-day visit to Russia. Jaishankar to co-chair 27th India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission in Moscow. Meanwhile, NSA Ajit Doval lands in Beijing. Ajit Doval to hold crucial border talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Fire erupts after ventilator explosion in hospital in Maharashtra's Amravati. 3 infants scorched to death, 6 in critical condition. Defense Ministry official found hanging at Dwarka home in Delhi. Victim's family alleges dowry torture. A big breaking news at the moment that's coming in. A flight from Delhi carrying 164 passengers collides with a bird en route to Patna. Air India flight Delhi to Patna flight suffers a bird hit during the hazardous, during landing and runway inspected. The Air India flight AI 1741 that was carrying 164 passengers landed safely at Patna airport. No disruption to the flight operations. In fact, there was a minor disruption that occurred mid-air where a flight landed. Flight was hit, a bird hit the flight during landing, and despite that, the flight landed safely in Patna airport. The flight was en route to Delhi, to Patna from Delhi, carrying 164 passengers, and it collided with a bird en route to the Patna airport. Although the flight landed safely, and there have been no reports of any major disruption or any damage to the flight as well. The flight has now landed safely at Patna airport, although it suffered a minor disruption mid-air where it collided with a bird, and the flight, in fact, landed safely in Patna airport. No reports of any damage was reported.
My colleague Hers joins us to give us more updates on this. Hers, can you give us more details into this particular incident that occurred? We're getting to know that the flight, in fact, landed safely in Patna airport, and there was a minor disruption where a bird collided with the flight. Was there any response from the Patna airport or the flight, any flight officials?
Right, Amrita. Now, this in fact was a flight that was traveling all the way from IGI airport in Delhi to Patna airport, and this in fact was an Air India flight. AI 1714 is the flight number that suffered a bird hit while it was landing at the Patna airport. The flight was carrying nearly 164 passengers. There were 164 passengers on board. However, this incident took place when the flight was about to land at the Patna airport. The flight suffered a bird hit while it was landing at the runway of the Patna airport. Although at this moment, we are not learning that there is any casualty or any injuries that have been caused to anyone on board, but it was an Airbus Neo plane which was traveling all the way from Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport to Patna airport. And this was an Air India flight with 164 passengers and few members on board. It suffered a bird hit while it was landing at the Patna airport earlier this afternoon. However, there are no news reports of any kind of injuries or casualties that have been caused, but there are some minor issues that have been caused with the aircraft itself. It was an Airbus Neo aircraft that was in fact traveling from Delhi to Patna that suffered a bird hit while it was trying to land at the Patna airport. Amrita.
Right. Harsh, to get more details on that, and we'll get back to you very shortly on these updates. And now, viewers, we move on to another story that's coming in from Manipur. Fresh tensions have been reported from Manipur's Senapati district. According to reports, clashes have broken out in the Senapati area with incidents of violence and intense firing. Security forces have been deployed to bring the situation under control. We're getting to know that several houses have been burned down in this latest escalation of violence. And once again, ethnic communities have clashed once again. This happened in Senapati district. And we're getting to know that almost 4 to 5 houses have been burned in Senapati district, and several vehicles and properties have been vandalized. The latest that we're tracking in Manipur, as the state has been demanding for the NRC for the past several months, several days, and now in this latest escalation, we're getting to know that in Senapati, several protests have broken out, and houses have in fact been burned down in Senapati district. My colleague Johnson joins us to give us more details in this. Johnson, break down for us what exactly happened and what was the trigger for this latest escalation of violence in Manipur?
Yes, Amrita, as you have also mentioned, this is not the first incident. This is not the first incident that happened, the clash between the Kuki and Naga community. The first clash started from the first week of February of 2026 from a very minor issue. And now the tension has been flared up, and the tension has been escalated in all the hill districts where there is many dominated by the Kuki and Naga community. Starting from May 13, where there is abduction of 48 hostages on board the Kuki and Naga community side. So during the incident, those Kuki hostages has been released by the Naga community, but unfortunately, 6 Naga hostages were brutally murdered by the Kuki community, and the justice is still yet to be served. So there is ongoing tension right now, and today the first tension escalated in Senapati district and Tafo village, where this is one of the Kuki-dominated area. The first incident was taken place at around 2:20 to 2:30 a.m. the very early morning, where one of the houses which is already vacant was burned by the unknown miscreant. But from the ground sources, it is also reported that the Kuki itself burned the houses itself. But it is as there is no official report, so the house is burned by unknown miscreant, and after 2 minutes, 3 houses were more burned by unknown miscreant that belong to the Paumai Naga community. So as there were a sense of arson, as there were a sense of burning houses, the tension escalated, and the cross-firing incident took place between the Kuki and the Naga community, which resulted into the injury of one CRPF officer. There is one CRPF personnel which is identified as Sub-Inspector GD Pradeep Singh of 36th Battalion CRPF. So he is now at Imphal RIMS Hospital for further treatment, and he is out of danger. He sustained bullet injury on the left foot. So right now in Tafo village, in Senapati district, there is huge tension. Even the district SP, his team, and the additional CRPF team has been sent for reinforcement to control the law and order situation. In the main town, Senapati district, roads have been blocked by burning tires, and all several houses were set ablaze, starting from the midnight, and also in the broad daylight itself. So the Tafu village authority, Kuki village authority have also appealed and given a deadline of 24 hours to concerned authorities to nab also the culprit area, and the security forces, not only the security forces but also the district administration of Senapati district, they are trying their best level. In another development, Cobra team along with the CRPF is conducting a mass joint operation in Kangpopi district, where there is residence of the one chairman, also the overall commander of the Kuki and the Su groups. So in that operation also, huge cases of arms were also recovered. And in the very early morning, just 2 minutes where the arson took place in Senapati district, there were also reports of firing that happened in Ukul district also. That's the Meta.
Right, and we'll be tracking the latest, how it unfolds as well. Thank you for all of those inputs, Johnson, and keep tracking, and we'll get back to you very shortly again. And now moving on to another story, tensions have erupted in Mumbai's Mazgaon area ahead of Ganesh Chaturthi when eggs were thrown at a Ganesh idol during a procession. This triggered chaos and disrupted the arrival of the procession of the Ganesh idol. The incident was followed by a clash between two groups, prompting police to step up security in the area. Here's a full report. Take a look.
Tensions rise in Mumbai's Mazagaon after eggs were thrown at a Ganesh idol. The incident took place during the Ganesh idol arrival procession when some unidentified individuals threw eggs at the idol from top of the building. This comes ahead of the Ganesh Utsav in Maharashtra, which will begin on the 14th of September. The incident triggered panic at the spot, with people raising slogans such as Jai Shri Ram and Vande Matram. The crowd demanded the immediate arrest of those responsible and allegedly pelted stones at the building from where the eggs were thrown. Senior police officers and heavy additional forces were rushed to the spot to pacify the crowd and clear the area. This is not an isolated incident. A similar episode unfolded in Nagpada in the August of 2022 when eggs were allegedly hurled at a procession carrying a Ganesh idol.
And viewers, moving on, speaking at the Republic Bangla Summit, West Bengal Chief Minister Subhendu Adhikari announced that Republic Bangla was among the biggest victims of the Mamata Banerjee government. And viewers, in a big win for Republic, Bengal Chief Minister Subhendu Adhikari has announced that all fake cases will be withdrawn against our Bangla. Let's listen in what he had to say.
আপনি নিজেই বলেছেন 31 cases lodged against Republic Media. সবাই দেখেছেন সন্ময় বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে তার পানিহাটির বাড়ি থেকে মারতে মারতে তুলে নিয়ে গিয়ে পুরুলিয়ার কেসে ট্যাগ করা হয়েছে। এমন প্রচুর উদাহরণ আছে। রিপাবলিক বাংলা তার মধ্যে সবচেয়ে বেশি সাফারার। আই নো। আর অ্যাজ এ চিফ মিনিস্টার, অ্যাজ এ হোম মিনিস্টার, আমি ডিক্লেয়ার করছি ক্যাবিনেটে আমি রিপাবলিকের সব কেসকে উইথড্র করব। ইটস মাই কমিটমেন্ট। অল কেসেস আর ফলস, fabricated, lodged by the Mamata Banerjee's government due to their vendetta. এ জিনিস চলতে পারে না। মুক্ত কর ভয়, আপন মাঝে শক্তি ধর, নিজেরে কর জয়। তাই নরেন্দ্র মোদীজি বলেছিলেন ভয় আউট, ভরসা ইন।
And moving on to the next story, in a shocking news from Maharashtra, a massive fire broke out in the newborn ward of the Amravati District Women's Hospital in Maharashtra. 3 newborn infants died after suffering burns in the fire. The fire was triggered by an explosion in a ventilator. Several other infants were safely rescued during the incident, while several also injured in the fire. Here's more on the report. Take a look.
A massive fire broke out in the newborn ward of Amravati District Women's Hospital, triggering panic in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, where dozens of newborn babies were undergoing treatment. The fire in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit was triggered by an explosion in one of the ventilators at around 3:30 a.m. This led to the death of 3 infants who succumbed after suffering severe burn injuries in the blaze. There were about 39 newborns admitted to the ward. As soon as the fire broke out, the nurses on the duty immediately moved the infants away from the ventilators. About 36 infants were successfully saved during the incident.
And now with more updates coming in from Jharkhand. The Supreme Court has issued notice to the centre, Jharkhand government and others on a PIL seeking a CBI or an independent probe into the alleged irregularities in the Jharkhand Public Service Commission Civil Services Preliminary Examination 2025. And this continues even as the students demand the CBI probe on that. And now in the latest, that we're tracking, the Supreme Court has sent notice to the centre, Jharkhand government and also several others. This is regarding a PIL, that's they are seeking a CBI or an independent probe into the alleged irregularities in the JPSC examinations, and that was what the main demand of the students have been. And in that, the Supreme Court in fact has sent notice to the Jharkhand government as well as the centre regarding its PIL on the CBI probe of the exam irregularities that has happened in the JPSC examinations. In fact, the students have also been demanding a CBI probe into the exam irregularities and several cases and instances of rigging, as they claim. And we have got to know that the past few weeks there have been various protests that went down where the government has also cancelled. Even then, the other day we have got that it was overturned. My colleague Sarthak joins us to give us more details into this. Sarthak, break it down for our viewers. This is the latest that we're tracking now. The Supreme Court has issued a notice to the centre, the Jharkhand government and several others. This is regarding a PIL where they are seeking a CBI probe into the irregularities of the JPSC examinations. Tell us more on this, Sarthak.
Well, absolutely, Amrita. As you rightly pointed out, Supreme Court today sought a response from the Jharkhand government on a plea where they were seeking an independent CBI investigation into this alleged malpractice in the Jharkhand Public Service Commission Combined Civil Services Preliminary Examination. And arguments took place. Senior Advocate Manan Kumar, who was representing the petitioner in this case, told the bench that the students have been continuously protesting over this issue, and they are demanding a CBI probe into a CBI inquiry into this entire matter. However, Chief Justice of India Surya Kant sought clarification on whether this matter involved multiple examinations, whether there was some sort of distinction required between the JPSC examination, the staff selection examination. He also pointed out whether this also includes the judicial service examination, and CGI also clarified that this particular allegations require an investigation rather than merely an inquiry that was being sought by Advocate Mishra, where they were seeking that CBI inquiry has to be done. It was pointed out by CGI Surya Kant that an investigation has to be done, not just an inquiry, and noting that matters such as forensic examination may be necessary, and this can only be undertaken by an investigating agency. So on that point, Mishra reiterated that they are expecting a CBI probe into this matter. So on that note, the court has issued notice to the state of Jharkhand and a reply has been sought from the state of Jharkhand. So they will be filing the replies on the next date of hearing. Based on that, whether court will be ordering a special CBI inquiry, a special CBI investigation, a CBI probe into this matter or not. This is something that only time will tell, and we are constantly tracking this case. Amrita.
That's right. Thank you so much for giving us all of those details, Sarthak, and we'll continue to track this and get back to you. And moving on, a chlorine leak from a tanker at a water plant in Nagpur has caused breathing difficulties for people. Both project employees and locals have been experiencing respiratory issues soon after the exposure to the poisonous gas. So far, as many as 50 people have been admitted to various hospitals for treatment. Here's a report. Take a look.
Panic gripped the Godani area of Nagpur after a chlorine gas leak was reported by the Municipal Council water purification project. It prompted the authorities to evacuate the residents within the 200-meter radius. The leak not just affected the persons working on the project but also those in the nearby surroundings. Several persons after the chlorine gas leak complained of respiratory distress and breathing difficulties following the exposure. The emergency response has been initiated with the affected people being rushed for medical treatment. According to sources, around 40 to 50 people have been admitted so far for nausea and vomiting.
पुलिस यहाँ पहुँची और जो लोग फंसे हुए थे उनको बाहर निकालना शुरू की। उसके बाद बैरिकेडिंग लगाएं। हमें भी सूचना मिला, हमसे पहले हमारे फायर डिपार्टमेंट को मिला सूचना। फायर सबसे पहले यहाँ पे पहुँची और अपनी कार्रवाई शुरू की। उसके बाद मुझे पता चला, यानी एनडीआरएफ 20 OCW, ये सारी टीमों को जब पता चला, सारी टीमें बिल्कुल त्वरित गति से यहाँ पे पहुँचे और ऑपरेशन में जुट गए। सारे लोगों के कोऑपरेशन से, कोऑर्डिनेशन से ये ऑपरेशन सफल हुआ और अभी वर्तमान में स्थिति सामान्य है। किसी भी प्रकार का कोई हताहत नहीं हुआ है। कुछ लोग को सांस लेने में दिक्कत हुई थी, जिन्हें हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराया गया। कुछ लोग वहां से डिस्चार्ज हो गए। अभी भी 20 की संख्या में शायद हॉस्पिटल में हैं।
NDRF team has begun rescue and relief operations at the site.
And now viewers, a welcome event organized by Uttar Pradesh Congress Chief Ajay Rai triggered a bitter row with the Bharatiya Janata Party, alleging that the feast served fish curry in the temple town of Ayodhya. Responding to the allegations, Ajay Rai has now come out to challenge the UP Chief Minister to share photos of fish curry dish being served at the event and vows to resign if the allegations are proven right.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का काम है कि आज पूरे देश के अंदर आज अत्याचार अन्याय हो रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरे देश के अंदर अत्याचार अन्याय करवा रही है। और अभी आप कल निषाद समाज ने मुझे बुलाया था, हम लोग वहां गए थे। भगवान, मैं जब भी अयोध्या जाता हूं, हनुमान जी का दर्शन करता हूं, भगवान राम का दर्शन करता हूं, उसके बाद कार्यक्रम में जाता हूं। इसके पहले भी मैं था, इसी प्रकार से कार्यक्रम करता हूं। और जो भगवान राम के दर्शन को रोके, हम लोगों को दर्शन के लिए रोका जा रहा था, ये चढ़ावा चोर जो भगवान का राम का पैसा खा रहे हैं, हम लोगों ने बात उठाई है, तो आज निश्चित तौर से इनको मिर्ची लग रही है। हम लोग कल गए, निषाद समाज का कार्यक्रम रखा था हमारे निषाद समाज के नेता ने, और वहां पर वो मछली बनवा रहे हैं, मछली खिला रहे हैं, वो उनका काम था। मैं कार्यक्रम अटेंड किया, कार्यक्रम अटेंड करके मैं वापस लखनऊ को आया। तो निश्चित तौर से वो आज अपने लोगों को, समाज को बुला रहे हैं। और मछली पालना, मछली पकड़ना, मछली बेचना, मछली खाना, ये निषाद समाज की पूरी उनके जीवन शैली में, परंपरा में जुड़ी हुई है। कह तो रहा हूं कि फोटो है तो दिखा दें ना, मेरी फोटो दिखा दें, मैं इस्तीफा देने के लिए तैयार बैठा हूं, तुरंत इस्तीफा दूंगा। और नहीं तो योगी जी को गेरुआ का सम्मान करते हुए, जो गेरुआ वस्त्र पहने हैं उसका सम्मान करते हुए उनको इस्तीफा देकर तत्काल मठ में जाना चाहिए। और मठ में जा क्या झूठ बोलने वाले लोग हैं, मैं समझता हूं झूठ बोलकर केवल जनता को भ्रमित कर रहे हैं और गेरुआ वस्त्र का अपमान कर रहे हैं।
Also, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has launched a sharp attack on Congress after the Ayodhya fish feast controversy during Sawan, alleging disrespect to religion and heritage. Take a listen.
आपने कल देखा होगा, कांग्रेस के लोग केवल विरासत का अपमान ही नहीं करते। कल कांग्रेस के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष का आपने आचरण देखा होगा। हनुमानगढ़ी में दर्शन करने जाते हैं और बाहर जाकर के मछली का दावत उड़ाते हैं, ये राम राम चिल्लाते हैं। बेशर्मी की भी एक सीमा होती है। किसने कहा था फिर मंदिर जाने के लिए? अरे जो खाना था बाहर खा लेते, अयोध्या के बाहर खा लेते, लेकिन उनके कार्यालय में ये है इनका दोहरा आचरण। गिरगिट भी शर्मा जाता है इन लोगों के सामने, तो वो भी शर्मा जाता होगा कि मनुष्य के रूप में हमारी कौन सी ऐसी प्रजाति हो गई है कि जो वहां मंदिर में राम राम चिल्ला रहे हैं, बजरंगबली के सामने दंडवत होने का ढोंग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बाहर जाकर के मछली की दावत उड़ा रहे हैं, मछली की दावत उड़ा रहे हैं। इनकी पुराना इतिहास है इस प्रकार का। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष कांग्रेस का
अजय राय आजकल लगातार अयोध्या आना जाना कर रहे हैं, और आज उन्होंने अयोध्या आया और इस पावन पवित्र श्रावण मास के उपलक्ष्य में हनुमान जी का दर्शन भी किया, और उसके बाद उन्होंने जो पाप करने का काम किया है, जो है भगवान भूत भावन के जो है इस पावन पवित्र अवसर पर जिस तरह से उनके स्वागत में मछली भोज का आयोजन किया जा रहा है, अपने आप में दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, निंदनीय है। वही मार्ग है।
दरअसल बीजेपी का ये बहुत पुराना फार्मूला है। जब वो बुनियादी मुद्दों पे घिरते हैं, जैसे आजकल स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, रोजगार और चढ़ावा चोरी पे बुरी तरह से घिरे हुए हैं, तो इसलिए नैरेटिव्स बनाने के लिए, प्रोपेगेंडा के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी के उस आयोजन को निशाना बना रहे हैं जहां मछली भात परोसा गया।
अब कांग्रेस का कल्चर है भोज देना। कांग्रेस कुछ मानती थोड़े है, मानती तो ऐसा नहीं करती कि सावन के महीने में चोरी से खाते ठीक चलता, लेकिन सार्वजनिक प्लेस पर, वो भी अयोध्या में हनुमानगढ़ी में मछली का भोज करा रहे हैं, तो ये तो उन्हीं को पसंद आता होगा। इसके लिए ये कांग्रेस को अब क्या कहा जाए। एक तरफ तो भगवान राम के भक्त बनते हैं, हनुमान जी का चालीसा पढ़ते हैं, दूसरी तरफ मछली भोज करते हैं। ये कल्चर है कांग्रेस का।
And now slipping into a very short break, but we'll be right back with you with more updates on the other side. Coming up next, Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari makes big statement on UCC implementation in West Bengal, vows to stop conversions and infiltration in the state. Coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the U.S. Treasury Secretary drew a direct line to the 1943 Tehran Conference, where Allied leaders weighed how to exert maximum pressure on Axis.
And viewers, the torch rally was held by the women of Kurai Apunbalop in Manipur. They were demanding the implementation and updating of the National Register of Citizens before the upcoming census exercise. The protesters called for greater transparency and accountability in the process, stressing the need for authorities to address their concerns ahead of the upcoming census exercise in Manipur. Here's a report. Take a look.
Around 2,000 women staged a massive torch rally in Keshampath Junction in Manipur. The protesters demanded NRC before the census exercise in the state. The rally was organized as part of the campaign for just and fair delimitation exercise. The campaign has been underway in the state for nearly 1.5 years as the participants allege that illegal foreigners have now occupied Manipur. The protesters raised slogans including "No NRC, no IDP settlement until census." Manipur has been witnessing such massive rallies since August 3rd, with participation now growing on the ground. Protesters have now vowed to continue their agitation until they receive a response from the Manipur government.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे वो जो पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे वो जो पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hindu Adhikari announces withdrawal of all false cases against Republic Bangla. Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari says Republic Bangla was the biggest victim of Mamata's rule. Chief Minister says withdrawing all 31 cases. Allegations of MTFIR in the Aston Martin case in Hyderabad now. Full name of MP's son and his family completely hidden. A controversy erupts in Ayodhya over a fish feast organized during the welcome program for UP Congress Chief Ajay Rai. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath takes on the Babri Backers as there is a fish feast storm now in Ayodhya. After synthetic lettuce and chemical milk, now worms are being served for 500 rupees. Viewers, very warm welcome watching Republic TV. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with breaking news coming in. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, has said that 3 Bambia gang-linked fugitives have been apprehended in Malaysia and they have been deported to India. 3 Indian fugitives have been deported to India, and that is the big update we're getting in right now. They have been absconding. These 3 gangsters apprehended in Malaysia. They have been deported to India. And this is the Bambiha gang, viewers. It has its roots in Punjab, and this is the breaking news we have right now, that these are gang origins from Bambiha gang in Punjab. And now viewers, Amit Shah said that Indian agencies got the 3 absconding Indian gangsters apprehended in Malaysia, deported them to India, sent them to police custody, and now the fugitives are namely Jasprit Singh, Ajay Singh and Pawandeep Singh. They're linked to the Bambiha gang and are accused of multiple crimes including extortion, cross-border arms and narco-trafficking, and a foiled grenade attack in Ludhiana. And under Modi, the Prime Minister Modi's vision of a safe and secure India, Home Minister says that agencies have facilitated the deportation of 51 hardened criminals in 2026 alone. And that's a big update that is coming in right now on the crackdown against the gangsters. Ishan is joining us live on the broadcast for more. We've seen first there's been crackdown on such gangster networks. There was the Bhatti network, and now even these 3 fugitives linked to the Bambiha gang have been now cracked down upon. It's a big update, Ishan. Tell us more details, please.
3 operatives of the Bambiha gang, that is Jasprit Singh, Ajay Singh and Pawandeep Singh, were apprehended in Malaysia and deported to India. And they have been taken into police custody. They were arrested by the Punjab police at Delhi IGI airport upon arrival on 19th. And the operation was led by the Overseas Fugitive Tracking Team. Now this is a crack team under the Central Intelligence Wing with the assistance of central agencies. Now, the intelligence wing allowed the track these fugitives all the way to Malaysia, and they became a key operatives of the Bambiha gang war, and were wanted in connection with the 2025 murder case of Yashwant Singh. And this Yashwant Singh was a former Punjab University leader. So all 3 were apprehended, and Chinese P-86 grenade were recovered from these gang members as well. They were wanted in multiple cases involving extortion, explosives and other related offences. Investigators have also pointed out alleged link with Pakistan's ISI. So this is a great boost to India's security and national safety. So this work goes on, and conspiracy holders are being brought back to India for persecution.
Thank you so much, Ishan, for joining us with details coming in on that story. We'll keep a close eye. And now we were shifting our focus to the news coming in from the world of technology and business. Google, in fact, has now made a statement about regarding the government's order. And for more on this, I have my colleague Rishta joining us on the broadcast. Rishta, over to you.
Thank you so much, Rakshita. Now, we have a big update coming in. Google has officially said that it is complying with the government's order that directed it to shut down hundreds of accounts on its Firebase web development platform. Now, this was after finding a pattern of criminals misusing the service to impersonate major banks and also defraud people. So in an exclusive response to Republic Business, the tech giant said that it has strict policies in place that prohibits the use of services for phishing, malware, or financial fraud. Now, the company stated it evaluates all government takedown requests through rigorous legal procedures and is continuously upgrading its infrastructure. Now, on Firebase specifically, Google claims to have rolled out automated security measures to block abuse before it even happens. Now, this comes after the government mandated the tech giant to shut down hundreds of accounts on its Firebase platform. So, scammers had weaponized the service to impersonate top banks like SBI, ICICI and Axis. And viewers, it was also the PM Kisan Farm Scheme that had been impersonated, tricking victims into downloading malicious apps to steal their OTPs and credit card data. Now, as per a Reuters report, 7 of the 57 websites and databases asked to be removed were phishing pages created using Firebases that mimic these top Indian banks. As I had named them, State Bank of India, ICICI and Axis Bank as well. The remaining were what the government agency said were websites created to collect data stolen from victims' phone, including credit card details and one-time passwords. We'll be tracking this story very closely and bring in more updates as and when it comes. Back to you, Rakshita.
Thank you so much. Details coming coming in from the world of business, and viewers, do stay tuned for more business updates on Republic TV. And now, viewers, we shift our focus to a shocker that is coming in from Maharashtra. A massive fire broke out in the newborn ward of the Amravati District Women's Hospital in the state. 3 newborn infants, and they died after suffering severe burns in the fire. Few families remained uninformed about their children's whereabouts. Now, Amravati MLA Sulbha Kodke claims that the fire was triggered by an explosion in a ventilator. Now, several infants were safely rescued now. Take a look at this report to know more.
A massive fire broke out inside the newborn care unit of Amravati District Women's Hospital. The blaze triggered panic inside the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, where dozens of newborn babies were undergoing treatment. 3 infants died after succumbing to severe burn injuries. The fire reportedly broke out at around 3:30 in the morning, with the exact cause still under investigation. According to Amravati MLA Sulbha Kodke, the fire was triggered by an explosion in one of the ventilators.
नुकतंच आपल्या अमरावती शहरामध्ये आपण हे 200 बेडचं महिलांचं हॉस्पिटल आपण ओपन केलं आणि त्यामध्ये खऱ्या अर्थानं लहान बालक असेल महिला असेल यांच्या संदर्भात हे चांगले व्यवस्थित असं हॉस्पिटल आपण ओपन केलं. परंतु आजची ही घटना म्हणजे विचार करणारीच आहे, कारण एवढ्या नवीन बिल्डिंगमध्ये असं होणं या ठिकाणी फार घातक आहे. आज जी घटना घडली ही खरंच निषेध करण्यासारखी आहे आणि या ठिकाणी असणाऱ्या हॉस्पिटलचा वरच प्रश्न आता निर्माण झालेला आहे. आणि या माध्यमातून या ठिकाणी असं असलेलं व्हेंटिलेटर फुटलं आणि त्यामुळे 3 बालक या ठिकाणी गेले. बाकीचे 9 मधले 6 बालक यांना आपण बाहेर हे केलेलं आहे. परंतु यामध्ये कशी झालं, मी आताच CS साहेबांशी बोलली आणि त्यांना म्हटलं की हे जे आपण बघतोय हे व्हेंटिलेटर वगैरे लागतो याच्यावर कंट्रोल कोणाचं होतं फायर याच्यावर, तर त्यांनी सांगितलं आपलाच माणूस होता.
There were 39 newborn babies admitted in the unit when the fire broke out. Hospital staff immediately sprang into action, moving the infants away from the ventilators and evacuating them from the affected areas. Several newborns were safely evacuated. Some were later shifted to the government hospital for further treatment. 4 children are currently undergoing treatment, with 1 reported to be in a serious condition. The tragedy also left anxious families waiting for answers outside the hospital.
हमको यही बताया गया था कि तुम्हारे बच्चे को वेट का प्रॉब्लम है, उसको ICU में रखेंगे, और हमको 2 दिन से तो मिलन नहीं दिए बच्चे को. और रात में ऐसा हादसा हो गया, फिर हम बच्चे को ढूंढने आए तो बच्चा हमारा दिखने लापता बच्चा दिख रहा था हमारे को.
जिस वार्ड में ये 9 बच्चे थे उसी वार्ड में आपका बच्चा था?
हाँ जी.
Another family member said his nephew was rescued but remains in critical condition.
गढ़ शंभू में था, मेरा भाई यहाँ पर था बच्चे के पास. उसका फ़ोन आया मेरे को 3:30 बजे कि भैया यहाँ आग लग गई और वो बच्चे को भी अंगार लग गई है, थोड़ी भड़क ये लगा है. तो फिर मैं तुरंत यहाँ आया. यहाँ आया तो बच्चे को यहाँ पर सुपर में एडमिट कराए. सुपर में एडमिट करा तो बच्चे के हालात अभी नाजुक है और उसको हमने यहाँ पर डफरी में इसलिए एडमिट करे थे क्योंकि उसकी सांस लेने की भी दिक्कत थी. सांस कमज़ोर था, वो ले नहीं रहा था, तो वहाँ 8 दिन से हमने यहाँ एडमिट था. तो रात में ये हादसा हो गया और यहाँ पर अभी उन्होंने सुपर फैसिलिटी में यहाँ पर लाके एडमिट करा दिए. अब यहाँ पर हमको बच्चे का कुछ भी लोकेशन बता नहीं रहे हो कि बच्चे को क्या हुआ है.
Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has also expressed his shock to the incident. The exact cause of the fire remains unclear, even as the questions are now being raised over the hospital safety and the circumstances surrounding the ventilator malfunction. The incident has left 3 families grieving and several others waiting anxiously for the condition and whereabouts of their newborns.
And viewers, now it's a major update coming in the Disha Salyan death case. A revelation, in fact, as her father claims that there was pressure from Uddhav Thackeray. Disha Salyan's father in the High Court says that Parambir Singh had put pressure in the case, and Disha Salyan's father also goes on to claim that the police cooked up the suicide theory, revealing that Disha's body was found in a nude condition. and that people from Aditya Thakere's team, he alleges, contacted Disha's father, and he claims that there was pressure from Aditya Thakere's camp on him after his daughter's death in 2020. Disha's father claims that post-mortem copy was not shared for 5 years. And in fact, viewers, we've seen how the Supreme Court had also pulled up the Mumbai police for not registering the FIR, that when there are allegations of foul play, the Mumbai police was pulled up by the Supreme Court, and now we see that the matter is in the court. Disha Salian's father alleges there was pressure. There was pressure from Aditya Thakere and his father Uddhav Thakere, the then Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and that Parambir Singh was trying to build pressure and concocting a case of presenting the case as a case of suicide. That's the big breaking news we have right now, viewers. Getting you more details with our correspondents from Mumbai. This is a hearing that was going on in the Bombay High Court in the Disha Salian, who was the former manager of Sushant Singh Rajput. She died a few days before Sushant Singh's death, and Disha's father claims that there was pressure from Thakere's camp and that a body was found nude. There have been allegations already made by the lawyer, by the father earlier as well, that the allegations of sexual assault should also be probed. Bombay High Court had questioned in this August, police's refusal to file the FIR. And of course, there's a lot of questions also raised on the post-mortem report, which was not given to the family for 5 long years. So now, viewers, the Bombay High Court had asked Mumbai police why no FIR was filed, and now you have the case moving forward. This month itself, there have been back-to-back updates coming in from the court in the Disha Salian death case. And now you have the Bombay High Court hearing in which Disha's father has claimed that there was pressure from Aditya Thakere's camp, Uddhav Thakere, the then Chief Minister's camp, and Parambir Singh had tried to make this case that of a suicide. Satyaprakash joins us live on the broadcast from Mumbai. Satyaprakash, हमें बताएं क्या कुछ आज कोर्ट में हुआ है? दिशा सालियान के पिताजी ने आज काफ़ी बड़े आरोप लगाए हैं कोर्ट में। पहले भी वो कई बार हमसे बात करते हुए ये सब बयां कर चुके हैं, लेकिन आज ये मामला कोर्ट में था, हाई कोर्ट में था, और ये काफ़ी ज़्यादा अहम हो जाता है उनका बयान।
जी हाँ, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट में अभी सुनवाई चल रही है। जिस तरह से बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट में दिशा सालियान के वकील ने कहा है कि जो इस मामले को लेकर कहीं लगातार दबाव बनाए जा रहे थे, ये आज से नहीं, लगातार जब से मामला आया है, जब से दिशा सालियान का ये मामला चल रहा, तब से परिवार की तरफ से दिशा सालियान के पिता लगातार ये आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि इस मामले को लेकर दबाव बनाया जा रहा है। जो परमवीर थे वो दबाव बना रहे थे, परमवीर मामले को दबाने की कोशिश किए थे, और उद्धव ठाकरे गुट द्वारा भी लगातार दबाव बनाया गया था। कहीं न कहीं जो आज बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट में दिशा सालियान के वकील ने कहा है, ये काफी दिनों से लगातार दिशा सालियान के पिता आरोप लगाते आ रहे हैं कि इस मामले को लेकर उस समय की महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार थी और उद्धव ठाकरे जो कि मुख्यमंत्री थे, उस समय ये जो घटना हुई थी, कहीं न कहीं दबाव बनाने का कोशिश किया गया था। उस समय जो मुंबई पुलिस कमिश्नर थे परमवीर सिंह थे, वो दबाव बनाने की कोशिश किए थे, और आदित्य ठाकरे का जब नाम आया तो कहीं न कहीं शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे गुट द्वारा लगातार दबाव बनाया गया था। तो इन सारी चीजों को लेकर लगातार जो है परिवार कहता रहा। आज जो है बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट में यही बातें जो है दिशा सालियान के पिता के वकील ने कहा कि जिस तरह से इस मामले को दबाने की कोशिश किया गया है, जिस तरह से FIR दर्ज नहीं हुआ, एक्सीडेंटल मामला दर्ज करके इसको मामले को दबाने की कोशिश किया गया है, पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट नहीं दिया गया, इतने साल हो गए लेकिन पुलिस द्वारा कुछ भी कार्रवाई नहीं किया गया। पिछले जो सुनवाई हुआ था उस समय बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने पुलिस को फटकार लगाते हुए कहा कि अगर पिता आरोप लगा रहे हैं तो FIR क्यों नहीं किया गया। तो आज जो है जिस तरह से बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट में सुनवाई चल रही है और जिस तरह से पिता के दिशा सालियान के पिता के वकील ने आरोप लगाया है कि इस मामले को लेकर रफा दफा करने की कोशिश किया गया है, दबाव बनाने की कोशिश किया गया है, और इस मामले में FIR दर्ज किया जाए। आदित्य ठाकरे का नाम लिया है। अन्य चीजों को लेकर लगातार सुनवाई चल रही है। जी
बिल्कुल। ये जो कि हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से प्रेशर बनाने का आरोप, यहाँ पर किस तरह से इसको एक सुइसाइड थ्योरी देने का तमाम बार हमने देखा है कि कई ऐसे तथ्य सामने आए हैं जहाँ पर ये दिखाई देता है कि यहाँ पर बहुत चीज़ें जो हैं वो मिल नहीं रही हैं। अगर आप बात करें जो भी बयान है तमाम, और जो अगर आप बात करें इस पूरी तफ्तीश में, जैसे अभी तक पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट तक नहीं मिली है, उसको लेकर भी तमाम सवाल उठाए गए हैं। पोस्टमार्टम की अगर बात करें तो उसमें जो इंजरीज हैं फेस पर या जो भी इंजरीज रही हैं वो चीज़ें उसमें उसका मेंशन ही नहीं किया है, जिक्र ही नहीं किया गया है पोस्टमार्टम में। और यहाँ तक कि वो कहते हैं उनके पिताजी कि उन्होंने कपड़े नहीं पहने, उनके शरीर पे कपड़े नहीं थे, जिसका मतलब ये है कि यहाँ पर उसकी और तफ्तीश होनी चाहिए थी, क्योंकि उन्होंने पहले भी सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट के यहाँ पर आरोप लगाए हैं। लेकिन इस पर अभी तक पुलिस ने कोई भी ओके वी हैव जस्ट स्टे विद अस, वी हैव निरंजन जॉइनिंग अस लाइव ऑन द ब्रॉडकास्ट। निरंजन, वेल इट्स अ बिग statement that is coming in the court. The father of Disha Salian has directly accused Aditya Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray, creating pressure and alleging foul play in the investigation.
Very closely, and it's linked to the Sushant Singh Rajput case. Now, this is for the first time. In fact, you know, this is very interesting, Rakshita, and the reason why I wanted to just come in and put a few facts in the story in perspective, because you will remember about 6 years back when the story broke, the story was not only about Disha Salian, and the story of Sushant was not only about Sushant. They were somehow linked, is what many people said back then. But in the specific case of Disha Salian, let's stick to Disha Salian for now. And Disha Salian case was a case of suspicious death. It was never straightforward, and even back then we had raised several questions. Now these questions were specific. Why was there a cover-up in the case of Disha Salian? And the reason why we asked that question is because facts were never clear. The logs of the visitors was cleaned up from Disha's apartment. Who was present in Disha's apartment was never revealed to the public. And there were many versions of the police that did not add up. And back then I still remember that Disha's parents were forced. Disha's father held a press conference to claim that his daughter committed suicide and they're trying to malign the daughter. But let me tell you, this is for the first time. The same father who then came under pressure is now in court. And he's confirming or admitting that he was under pressure from Uddhav Thackeray. He says, Uddhav Thackeray called me, Uddhav Thackeray spoke to me, Uddhav Thackeray put pressure on me. He's also saying some people on the behalf of Aditya Thackeray contacted him and they tried to force him. He also says they've tried to force me to file a complaint alleging that, you know, they were trying to malign my daughter, and that is why I asked them, they asked me to file a complaint, and he's confirming whatever happened. So he's actually confirming the questions that we had all along when we said that the circumstances under which Disha was found dead was always suspicious. For example, Rakshita, the distance from where her body was found never added up. Her body was found from a distance from the window. Her body was found in a nude condition. Why would somebody commit suicide in a nude condition? Okay. Take, for example, the photograph that you had of the recent post-mortem report. It's a private report that was accessed. And in that you have photos of Disha Salian. Her face is visible from the site where the body was found. The face, there is not a drop of blood. Now, if somebody falls from a height and there's not a single drop of blood. Now, these were some questions that were raised even by private investigators and medical experts who filed their own independent reports looking at the photos from back then. Now, I think when you look at all of this in perspective, it only raises questions on whether Disha Salian back then was the manager of Sushant Singh Rajput. She was the manager of Sushant Singh Rajput, and a few days after the death of Disha Salian, you had Sushant Singh Rajput's death. Now, it came in close succession. We know Sushant was extremely upset. We don't know. Even now, of course, though some people will want to say that Sushant committed suicide, etc., we are not convinced. We were never convinced that Sushant committed suicide. But in the case of Disha Salyan, the fact that the father himself is now confirming that he was under pressure from Uddhav Thackeray, under pressure from Aditya Thackeray, under pressure from Parambir Singh, under pressure from even Sachin Waze. Today in court, as we speak, they're saying Sachin Waze was brought into this case specifically to cover up the truth. Now, I think when you look at all of this together, this only confirms that there was perhaps a major cover-up that happened in the case of Disha Salyan. Just imagine Disha Salyan was a random person, right? In this particular case, assume that for a minute Disha Salyan is a random person or she is just a manager, celebrity manager. Why would Uddhav Thackeray put pressure? Now, I'm going purely by what Disha Salyan's father is saying. Why would an Uddhav Thackeray, as alleged by Disha Salyan's father, put pressure on Disha Salyan's family? Why would Aditya Thackeray's friends put pressure on Disha Salyan's family, as alleged by Disha Salyan's family? Why would Parambir Singh put pressure on Disha Salyan's father? Why would Disha Salyan's father, after all these years, go to court and confirm that he was under pressure? He's actually confirming that they came to him, they asked him to file a complaint and give a statement in the press not to malign his daughter. I still remember when they came out and did a news conference. Even then we had said they perhaps were under pressure. He's confirmed today in court that yes, they were under pressure. And I think that is why this story becomes all that much more bigger, because we said back then Disha Salyan case is high profile. There are many people involved. We said back then that, the role of Aditya Thackeray should be investigated because it was alleged back then. We said back then that Uddhav Thackeray government was trying to cover up. Disha Salyan's own father is now saying that. We had said back then that Parambir's role is suspect, and he has said it today in court. And we had said back then that Sachin Waze's role is also suspect, and they have themselves admitted in court. And I think this story is now going to blow up in Maharashtra. Just wanted to put it in perspective. Disha Salyan was a high-profile celebrity manager. She was Sushant Singh Rajput's manager. And her death never added up. And I think this is now going to open up the story. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Niranjan, for joining us with details. We have also Meenakshi, who has been tracking all the developments from court. Meenakshi, tell us more details. What happened in the court today?
Rightly mentioned by Niranjan that Disha Salyan's father already said to us, and when was speaking to him, he said that he was pressurized by that government. And today, now he is with me. Disha Salyan's father, Satish Salyan, is with me, but he is waiting for what court proceedings will come and coming here. I am the court, and from court giving all live reports on Disha Salyan case that Uddhav Thackeray pressurized Disha Salyan's father, and his lawyer Nilesh Ojha mentioned that, and how that time former police commissioner Parambir Singh also pressurized Disha Salyan's father Satish Salyan, and they police already mentioned that आपको sign करना पड़ेगा ताकि आपके बेटे के कोई बदनामी ना हो, बॉडी देखने से पहले आपको साइन करना पड़ेगा. These are lines by police. They have mentioned that to Satish Salyan, Disha Salyan's father. And now we have very important thing is that
very important case, there. We have to submit a very short break, but Meenakshi, we will come back to you in the next bulletin. But right now, viewers, we have to submit a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more updates on the Disha Salyan death case and many more updates coming in from across the country. The controversy also erupting in Ayodhya and much more.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
And cover up is what we are asking. Allegations of NTFIR in Aston Martin case in Hyderabad. Full name of MP's son and his family hidden in the FIR.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सब का राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
सच बेरो
कैसे करके क्या हो जाए हो गया, हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला, तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
It's a big win for Republic Bangla. Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari announces withdrawal of all false cases against Republic Bangla. Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari says Republic Bangla was the biggest victim of Mamata rule. Chief Minister says withdrawing all 31 cases. Allegations of an empty FIR in the Aston Martin case in Hyderabad. Full name of MP's son and his family completely hidden. Controversy erupts in Ayodhya over a fish feast organized during the welcome program for UP Congress Chief Ajay Rai. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath takes on Babri backers as there is a storm over the fish feast. After synthetic lettuce and chemical milk, it's now worms served for 500 rupees.
Breaking news coming in. There are major revelations that are now coming in the Disha Salyan case.
Disha Salian's father has now stated before the Bombay High Court there was pressure from Uddhav Thackeray. He tells the court, Parambir Singh, who was the Mumbai police commissioner, then put pressure in the case. Disha Salian's father tells the Bombay High Court the police cooked up the suicide theory. The father reveals her body was found in a nude condition. There are major revelations coming when he says when people from Aditya Thackeray's team were contacting people in this case. And the big news also coming that Disha Salian's father tells the courtroom there was pressure from Aditya Thackeray's camp. He says that post-mortem copy was not shared for 5 years. This is the big story that we're continuously tracking, viewers, and large questions remain after the major revelations were seen. In fact, I also want to tell the courtroom what else, I want to tell our viewers what else was happening in the courtroom. When he sought the legal notice, they say they only provided a copy after 5 years. He says Disha died on 8th. As per their version, it is 9th. He says after some days, people from Aditya Thackeray's camp approached him. They said, "आपकी लड़की की बदनामी ना हो, इसलिए आपकी तरफ से एक complaint करना पड़ेगा." They took signatures of the father on various documents. This is very serious, as viewers, Republic TV has been following the Disha Salian case for the longest time, asking for action to be taken. There was no bloodstains in the photo, it was said. Petitioner asked the police officer how come there were no bloodstains if she had fallen from a height. Judges have now asked for the ADR of that day from the Defense Counsel. And viewers, very strong words coming here in this case, where I'm also going to try and go across to my colleague who's joining me. Revati is inside the courtroom giving us these updates. I'm also going to be... All right, Meenakshi is joining us. Meenakshi, it's said that the judges have now asked for the defense lawyer to submit the ADR copy of the court and the statement of the petitioners, the parents as well. What are you picking up?
Yes, as you have rightly mentioned, I am meeting my colleague, both are inside the court, and I am now giving live updates of Disha Salian death case. What happened till now? When starting of the argument by Disha Salian's father, Satish Salian's lawyer Nilesh Ojha has raised question over the timing of the incident and the subsequent events. According to the submission, Disha's death was reported around 2 a.m. while her father was allegedly informed him that something had happened at the party and asked him to come. These all are mentioned by Disha Salian's father, Satish Salian's lawyer Nilesh Ojha. And Ojha further submitted that while Disha's father was on his way, another friend allegedly asked him not to come to the police station and instead directed him to the hospital. When he reached the hospital, he was allegedly told that he could not see the body and the Disha had been drowned and fallen. And the lawyer claimed that the following day, Disha's father was called to the Maharashtra police station. Very important thing, which was where an officer allegedly showed him photographs relating this case, and he also raised allegations regarding photographs and questioned whether some of the images shown during the investigation were subsequently altered or fabricated. And these allegations made by the petitioner's counsel and have not been established by the court. The counsel further questioned the circumstances around the recovery of Disha's body, including its condition and the absence of blood.
Okay, so I'm just going to interrupt you for one moment, Meenakshi. There is some issue in your audio here. I want to go across to Satya Prakash. Satya Prakash, this is a big hearing that's happening in the Bombay High Court. Major revelations coming through. What are you picking up in what the High Court is now asking for?
देखिए रिदम, जिस तरह से बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने पिछली सुनवाई में कहीं कहीं मुंबई पुलिस को फटकार लगाया था, आज वही कहीं कहीं जो दिशा सालियान के वकील ने साफ तौर से कहा कि जब मामला आया था 2020 का मामला आया था और जिस तरह से इस मामले को लेकर लापरवाही बरता गया, जिस तरह से एडीआर दर्ज किया गया और जिस तरह से पोस्टमार्टम सबसे बड़ा होता है कि किसी की डेथ हो जाती है तो जो परिवार वालों को पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट दिया जाता है, लेकिन पोस्टमार्टम इतने साल हो गए अभी तक नहीं दिया गया। जिस तरह से प्रेशर दबाव बनाने की बात किया गया है परिवार द्वारा, लगातार कई सालों से बातें किया जा रहा है और जिस तरह से आज हाई कोर्ट में भी कहा गया कि जो उद्धव ठाकरे सरकार थी, महाविकास अघाड़ी की सरकार थी, उस समय जो है मुंबई पुलिस कमिश्नर जो है परमवीर सिंह थे, आदित्य ठाकरे मंत्री थे और उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री थे। कहीं इनके दबाव बनाने की कोशिश किया गया और जिस तरह से आदित्य ठाकरे की टीम द्वारा जो है दिशा सालियान को जो संपर्क किया गया, उनके परिवार वालों से संपर्क किया, तो कहीं ना कहीं इस मामले में लेकर जहां मुंबई पुलिस लापरवाही बरता है जांच में, वहीं दबाव बनाकर कहीं कहीं इस मामले को रफा दफा करने की कोशिश किया गया है। सालों के साल हो गए, 5 साल से ज़्यादा हो गए ये केस को लेकर, लेकिन मुंबई पुलिस अभी तक FIR दर्ज नहीं किया है। एडीआर रिपोर्ट जो होती है, एडीआर रिपोर्ट भी परिवार वालों को नहीं दिया गया है। कहीं कहीं बड़ा सवाल है कि जब पोस्टमार्टम हुआ तो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट नहीं दिया गया, एडीआर का जो एक्सीडेंटल डेथ का मामला दर्ज किया गया तब क्यों नहीं दिया गया। इन सारी चीज़ों को लेकर कहीं कहीं लापरवाही साफ तौर से दिख रही है और यही परिवार लगातार बार बार आरोप लगा रहा कि दबाव की वजह से। जी,
एंड जैसे आपने कहा सत्यप्रकाश, उनकी बॉडी पे बहुत कोई मार्क्स नहीं थे। ये कोविड के पीरियड में हुई थी जब रिपब्लिक टीवी ने भी ये किया था एंड इन्होंने और भी डिटेल्स कोर्ट में बोली हैं। उसके फादर और लॉयर ने ये भी कहा है, the police said we did the RT-PCR, then only we did the post-mortem, but that is falsified, the lawyer Nilesh Ojha tells the High Court, because Sushant was murdered within 6 days and his post-mortem was done within 7 hours. He died on 14 June. Ye sari details will come back to you to really understand what's happening. Satyaprakash, thank you for joining us for this top focus story. Republic TV continues to investigate. Viewers, a controversy has erupted in Ayodhya over a fish feast organized during the welcome program for Uttar Pradesh Congress Chief Ajay Rai. A video of fish meal being prepared at the banquet hall surfaced online. Meanwhile, Hindu sons have called it an insult to Sanatan, as Sawan is considered a sacred month for Hindus, and also they've demanded an apology from the Congress. Along with that, Chief Minister Yogi has also slammed the Congress, stating that duplicity of the Congress is on display and there is no limit to shamelessness of Congress. Rai, who was in Ayodhya on Sunday, visited the Sri Ram Janambhoomi temple and the Hanuman Garhi before attending the welcome program in Tarun. He also recited the Hanuman Chalisa at Hanuman Garhi. Take a look.
A Congress event in Ayodhya has now sparked a political controversy. The controversy began after a video surfaced showing fish being prepared at a banquet hall. The fish feast was organized during the welcome program for Uttar Pradesh Congress Chief Ajay Rai. The event was organized by Congress leader Ram Nihal Nishad following his joining of the party. He, however, defended the choice, saying every individual has a constitutional right to eat food according to their preferences.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का काम है कि आज पूरे देश के अंदर अत्याचार अन्याय करवा रही है। और अभी आप कल निषाद समाज ने मुझे बुलाया था, हम लोग वहाँ गए थे। भगवान, मैं जब भी अयोध्या जाता हूँ हनुमान जी का दर्शन करता हूँ, भगवान राम का दर्शन करता हूँ, उसके बाद कार्यक्रम में जाता हूँ। इसके पहले भी मैं था, इसी प्रकार से कार्यक्रम करता हूँ। और जो भगवान राम के दर्शन को रोके, हम लोगों को दर्शन के लिए रोका जा रहा था, ये चढ़ावा चोर जो भगवान का राम का पैसा खा रहे हैं, हम लोगों ने बात उठाई है तो आज निश्चित तौर से इनको मिर्ची लग रही है। हम लोग कल गए, निषाद समाज का कार्यक्रम रखा था हमारे निषाद समाज के नेता ने, और वहाँ पर वो मछली बनवा रहे हैं, मछली खिला रहे हैं, वो उनका काम था। मैं कार्यक्रम अटेंड किया, कार्यक्रम अटेंड करके मैं वापस लखनऊ को आया। तो निश्चित तौर से वो आज अपने लोगों को, समाज को बुला रहे हैं। और मछली पालना, मछली पकड़ना, मछली बेचना, मछली खाना, ये निषाद समाज की पूरी उनके जीवन शैली में, परंपरा में जुड़ी हुई है।
मैं बात करने की कोशिश करूंगा अगर
Following the controversy, Republic confronted Ajay Rai, but he tried to evade the questions.
कांग्रेस प्रदेश अध्यक्ष अजय राय कार्यालय पहुंच रहे हैं। आप देख सकते हैं सामने से गुजर रहे हैं। मैं बात करने की कोशिश करूंगा अगर अध्यक्ष जी 1 मिनट, अध्यक्ष जी तो देखिए रुके नहीं यहाँ पर और सीधा कार्यालय के अंदर निकल दिए। अंदर चली गई अजय राय की गाड़ी। लगभग 12 बजने वाले हैं और आप देखिए प्रदेश अध्यक्ष कांग्रेस पार्टी कार्यालय जो प्रदेश कार्यालय है उसके अंदर प्रवेश कर गए हैं। रुकने की कोशिश की, गाड़ी ब्रेक तक भी नहीं लगाया, थोड़ा सा भी नहीं रुके कि शीशा नीचे करें और उनसे बातचीत हो और पूछा जाए कि जिस तरह से सावन के पवित्र माह में अयोध्या में हनुमानगढ़ी के बगल में मछली भोज करके सनातन का अपमान किया गया, हिंदू देवी देवताओं और व्रत त्यौहार का अपमान किया गया है, उनकी भावनाओं को आहत किया गया है। तो इस तरह की चीज़ें पूछने से पहले ही वो कार्यालय में पहुंच गए, नहीं गाड़ी रोके। उनको पहले ही पता था रिपब्लिक भारत ये सवाल करेगा ही करेगा और इसका जवाब देना उनके लिए कठिन था, इसीलिए वो रुके नहीं।
Questions are being raised because before attending the program, Rai also visited the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi temple and Hanumangarh. Reacting to the controversy, UP CM slammed Congress, stating that there is a limit to Congress's shamelessness.
आपने कल देखा होगा कांग्रेस के लोग केवल विरासत का अपमान ही नहीं करते। कल कांग्रेस के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष का आपने आचरण देखा होगा, हनुमानगढ़ी में दर्शन करने ले जाते हैं और बाहर जाकर के मछली का दावत उड़ाते हैं, ये राम राम चिल्लाते हैं। बेशर्मी की भी एक सीमा होती है। किसने कहा था फिर मंदिर जाने के लिए? अरे जो खाना था बाहर खा लेते, अयोध्या के बाहर खा लेते, लेकिन उनके कार्यालय में ये है इनका दोहरा आचरण। गिरगिट भी शर्मा जाता है इन लोगों के सामने तो।
Meanwhile, as fish feast row spiraled, UP Congress chief on Monday challenged CM Yogi to show evidence of him eating fish.
मैं तो रहा हूं कि फोटो है तो दिखा दें ना, मेरी फोटो दिखा दें, मैं इस्तीफा देने के लिए तैयार बैठा हूं, तुरंत इस्तीफा दूंगा। और नहीं तो योगी जी को गेरुआ का सम्मान करते हुए, जो गेरुआ वस्त्र पहने हैं उसका सम्मान करते हुए उनको इस्तीफा देकर तत्काल मठ में जाना चाहिए। और मठ में जा क्या झूठ बोलने वाले लोग हैं, मैं समझता हूं झूठ बोलकर केवल जनता को भ्रमित कर रहे हैं और गेरुआ वस्त्र का अपमान कर रहे हैं।
पूजन करने के बाद भोजन क्या? मछली।
While speaking to Republic, Mahant Raju Das also criticized the intentions of the Congress.
अयोध्या में हंसी तब आई हमको कि जो पूरा दल गया हुआ था उस दल में सब के सब मेरे जानकारी में सात्विक आदमी था और सबके सब अयोध्या के प्रतिष्ठित ब्राह्मण थे। हनुमानगढ़ी गए, हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ा, दर्शन पूजन किया, उसके बाद कई कुंटलों मछली अभक्ष का भोजन की तैयारी। ये कैसा हिंदू है भाई?
Other sons also accused Congress of hurting Sanatan sentiment and demanded an apology.
अजय राय आजकल लगातार अयोध्या आना जाना कर रहे हैं और आज उन्होंने अयोध्या आया और इस पावन पवित्र श्रावण मास के उपलक्ष्य में हनुमान जी का दर्शन भी किया और उसके बाद उन्होंने जो पाप करने का काम किया है, जो है भगवान भूत भावन के जो है इस पावन पवित्र अवसर पर जिस तरह से उनके स्वागत में मछली भोज का आयोजन किया जा रहा है, अपने आप में दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, निंदनीय है, वही मार गए।
The move has raised several questions for Congress and it cannot be ignored as it comes at a time of auspicious month of Sawan.
And there's breaking news that's coming in. DMK chief M.K. Stalin has moved the Madras High Court challenging TVK candidate V.S. Babu's victory in Kolathur. DMK leader Stalin has filed this election petition in the Madras High Court challenging the victory of V.S. Babu. I want to go across to my colleague Sharda joining us live on the Top Focus story. Sharda, Stalin is wanting a declaration that this election of V.S. Babu be declared void and he be declared the winner. Give us more details.
Well, M.K. Stalin, which is his constituency Kolathur, for the first time he's lost from the last 4 times where he had won. So he was the sitting chief minister from that particular constituency, and after losing from Kolathur, he's now filed a case in the Madras High Court seeking for a recount as 5 of the 14 electronic VVPAT machines that was earlier checked over a case filed in the police station showed technical glitches. So now an official case has been filed with the Madras High Court seeking for a recounting to take place. And the MK Stalin side also claimed that there seems to be a mishap in the counting. A miscalculation would have made V.S. Babu, the TVK candidate, to win in this particular constituency. There's been a lot of jibes over MK Stalin losing from Kolattur constituency, as Kolattur was one of the constituencies that were developed very rapidly in the last 5 years, and pointing that the Kolattur's failure of the sitting chief minister to lose from his constituency as a big stabbing for the DMK when compared to the newly ruled TVK government has come into place in just 2 years of time after starting the political party. So now MK Stalin, the former chief minister and the DMK chief, who is not an MLA, has asked for a recounting to take place as there are multiple miscalculations in all the 248 missions are being requested to check by him right now.
All right, thank you, Sharda, for giving us those details. We're going to track that hearing closely. Now, viewers, the other top focus, tensions have erupted in Mumbai's Mazgaon ahead of Ganesh Chaturthi, where eggs were thrown at Ganesh idol during a procession. This has triggered chaos. There's disruption, the arrival procession of Ganesh idol. The incident was followed by a clash between two groups, prompting police to set up security in the area.
Tensions rise in Mumbai's Mazagaon after eggs were thrown at a Ganesh idol. The incident took place during the Ganesh idol arrival procession when some unidentified individuals threw eggs at the idol from top of the building. This comes ahead of the Ganesh Utsav in Maharashtra, which will begin on the 14th of September. The incident triggered panic at the spot, with people raising slogans such as Jai Shri Ram and Vande Matram. The crowd demanded the immediate arrest of those responsible and allegedly pelted stones at the building from where the eggs were thrown. Senior police officers and heavy additional forces were rushed to the spot to pacify the crowd and clear the area. This is not an isolated incident. A similar episode unfolded in Nagpada in the August of 2022 when eggs were allegedly hurled at a procession carrying a Ganesh idol.
Now, viewers, big news coming in. Speaking at the Republic Bangla Summit, West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari announced Republic Bangla was among the biggest victims of the Mamata Banerjee government. And viewers, in a big vindication for Republic, Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has announced that all the fake cases will be withdrawn against Republic Bangla. Listen in to the West Bengal Chief Minister.
আপনি নিজেই বলেছেন 31 কেসেস লজ এগেইনস্ট রিপাবলিক মিডিয়া সবাই দেখেছেন সন্ময় বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে তার পানিহাটির বাড়ি থেকে মারতে মারতে তুলে নিয়ে গিয়ে পুরুলিয়ার কেসে ট্যাগ করা হয়েছে এমন প্রচুর উদাহরণ আছে রিপাবলিক বাংলা তার মধ্যে সবচেয়ে বেশি সাফারার আই নো আর অ্যাজ এ চিফ মিনিস্টার অ্যাজ এ হোম মিনিস্টার আমি ডিক্লেয়ার করছি ক্যাবিনেটে আমি রিপাবলিকের সব কেসকে উইথড্র করব ইটস মাই কমিটমেন্ট all cases are false fabricated lodged by the Mamata Banerjee's government due to their vendetta এই জিনিস চলতে পারে না মুক্ত কর ভয় আপন মাঝে শক্তি ধরো নিজেরে কর জয় তাই নরেন্দ্র মোদীজি বলেছিলেন ভয় আউট ভরসা ইন
And that's what vindication looks like, viewers. That's a big welcome step. Moving to the Supreme Court, notice has been issued to the central government, Jharkhand government and others on a PIL that seeks a CBI or an independent investigation into alleged irregularities of Jharkhand Public Service Commission civil preliminary examination in 2025. The Supreme Court, in its wisdom, has said that a notice will be issued to come to the bottom of the details that have been stated in the PIL. This notice has been issued to the central government in the capital as well as in Jharkhand. And let me go across to Sarthak. Sarthak, a bench of Justice Suryakant has sought this. What are the details that you are picking up?
Well, Rhythm, just to give a little background, the case actually concerns this Jharkhand Combined Civil Services preliminary examination of 2025 that was conducted by JPSC on April 19, 2026. And the petition that has been filed in the Supreme Court is not simply asking the Supreme Court to cancel the exam entirely, but the students are protesting regarding this. And what they're seeking is an independent, a detailed, comprehensive, and a time-bound investigation that has to be done by CBI into this entire matter. And it is important to mention that one of the most important points that the petition has pressed in this PIL is that this investigation should cover several parameters, like how the preparation and printing of the question papers was done, how the coating and the storage of the papers was done, how the transportation, the distribution, how the entire exam was conducted. A detailed inquiry has to be done. And it was mentioned by Chief Justice of India, Suryakant, as well, that merely an inquiry is not enough. A detailed investigation has to be done, noting that matters concerning the forensic examination may be necessary in this particular matter, and therefore Chief Justice of India Suryakant has issued notice to the state of Jharkhand, and they're asking them to file a reply on the next date of hearing. And upon their reply, it will be decided whether a CBI probe is required in this matter or not. Rhythm.
Thank you, Sarthak, for giving us details. We'll track that top focus story with you later. Now, viewers, there was high drama seen outside Vidhan Sauda as opposition parties staged protest against Congress Minister B. Nagendra. While holding the protest, BJP and JDS demanded the resignation of B. Nagendra over the Valmiki Fund scam. The protesters organized a march from Freedom Park towards Vidhan Sauda. B. Nagendra was one of the accused in the alleged Valmiki Fund scam. Meanwhile, in reply, the state leadership accused the opposition of disrupting the Legislative Assembly sessions and engaging in political tactics. Investigators continued probing forged documents and unauthorized bank accounts linked to the diverted funds.
Political tensions have intensified in Bengaluru. High voltage protests have witnessed outside Vidhan Sauda over Congress Minister B. Nagendra. The BJP and JDs marched from Freedom Park towards Vidhan Sauda demanding one thing: B. Nagendra's resignation. The protest is linked to alleged multi-crore irregularities in Karnataka Maharshi Valmiki Scheduled Tribe Development Corporation.
Well, with respect to the tactics by BJP and JDS by not letting the assembly to continue in the fullest measure, DK Shivkumar, the current chief minister, along with various other ministers who are attending the assembly and the council at various other stages, have mentioned and have spoken to the media, and through various other social medias are mentioning to the people of Karnataka that BJP and JDS leaders aren't allowing the ruling party to conduct the house in a decent and a disciplined manner. There are various other issues that have been ongoing in the state of Karnataka. River Kaveri's issue has been continuously prevailing for the last couple of weeks, and there is drought-like situation in various other parts of the state. And at this point of time, when the state government had written a letter to the union government and the Prime Minister to probably relax some of the measures of the NDRF, and at this point of time when there was a severe time to have a conversation with the opposition and the ruling party with respect to what has to be done to the drought families and the farmers, BJP and JDS aren't allowing to conduct the house. So the taxpayers' money of the Karnataka is being wasted by BJP in JDS is what the Congress have taken a step on, and this is another point which the BJP and JDS will have to reply for. But the BJP and JDS leaders have very clearly mentioned that they would allow the ruling party Congress to conduct a decent house once Nagendra resigns from his position, and they do not want a person who has a criminal background, who's already acquitted at some point of time.
The agitation turned tense when the protesters attempted to push past security barricades and enter the legislature. More than 500 policemen were deployed to maintain law and order. The police also detained several BJP leaders, including leaders of the opposition in the Legislative Assembly, R. Ashoka, and BJP State President B.Y. Vijendra. Reacting to the protest, Priyank Kharge slammed BJP and challenged BJP to debate on the issue in the Assembly.
See, the ED had written to the Department of Home seeking our cooperation, and we are cooperating in every possible way. There is no compromise with respect to the Karnataka Public Service Commission scam. Already the chairman is in the dock. We have given aid and advice to the governor to ensure that the chairman does not continue, and we have also requested for an inquiry, and the government will do everything in its capacity to ensure we bring justice to the people who have written the exams.
The opposition has also been disrupting assembly proceeding for days over the issue, refusing to back down from resignation's demand. The BJP's demonstration came a day after Ashoka accused the Congress government of failing to take action over the diversion of funds. Meanwhile, the investigators continue probing forged documents and unauthorized bank accounts linked to the diverted funds. This time, the protest highlighted the seriousness of the issue as the controversy moves beyond assembly floor straight to seats of power in Vidhan Sabha.
Viewers, the other story coming up after a short break. A controversy has erupted in Ayodhya over a fish feast organized during the welcome program for UP Congress Chief Ajay Rai. Much more after a short break. Stay with us.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट
अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm. Our top focus stories are going to be on the Disha Salian case that's come up in the Bombay High Court. There are major revelations in it when Disha Salian's father says pressure was put by the Uddhav Thackeray camp. First, a look at our top headlines. Major revelations in the Disha Salian case. Disha's father claims political pressure from Uddhav and Parambir Singh. And this is vindication. It's a big win for Republic TV. Republic Bangla, Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has announced withdrawal of all false cases against Republic Bangla. Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu says Republic Bangla was the biggest victim of Mamta rule. Chief Minister says withdrawing all 31 cases. Allegations of an empty FIR in the Ashton Martin case in Hyderabad. Full name of MP's son, his family completely hidden. And a controversy erupts in Ayodhya over a fish feast organized during the welcome program for UP Congress Chief Ajay Rai. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath takes on Babri backers as there is storm over fish feast in Ayodhya. And shocker, viewers, after synthetic lettuce and chemical milk, now worms are being served for 500 rupees. Viewers, major revelations in the Disha Salyan case. Disha Salyan's father has made big claims before the Bombay High Court, claiming pressure from Uddhav Thackeray. The father says in the High Court, Parambir Singh put pressure in the case. Disha Salyan's father has said the police cooked up the suicide theory. He says Disha's body was found in a nude condition. People from Aditya Thackeray's team contacted, he said. He claims pressure from Aditya Thackeray's camp. He says post-mortem copy has not been shared 5 years later. The accidental death report is also not shared. These are very big claims, viewers, coming. And should the CBI probe the Disha Salyan case? Because these are big names that are now coming forward and being put by Disha Salyan's father. He says Parambir Singh put pressure in the case. सत्य प्रकाश, मैं आपके पास आना चाहती हूँ. आज हाई कोर्ट के सामने एक बहुत ही बड़ी हियरिंग में दिशा सालियान के पिता ने कहा है कि परमबीर सिंह ने उन पे प्रेशर और दबाव डाला और उद्धव ठाकरे जी की कैंप ने उनको कांटेक्ट किया, आदित्य ठाकरे की टीम ने उनको कांटेक्ट किया. क्या डिटेल्स आ रही हैं आज?
देखिए रिदम, जिस तरह से बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट में सुनवाई चल रही है और जिस तरह से पिता द्वारा आरोप लगाए गए हैं कि जो आदित्य ठाकरे की जो टीम थी उस समय जो है संपर्क किया था, परिवार वालों से संपर्क किया था और जिस तरह से इस मामले को दबाने की कोशिश किया गया था, लगातार कहीं न कहीं इस मामले को लेकर पुलिस द्वारा लापरवाही बरता गया है. आज नहीं, जब से मामला आया है तब से दिशा सालियान के पिता आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि इस मामले को लेकर लापरवाही बरता जा रहा है, लगातार दबाव बना जा रहा है. सरकार, उस समय की सरकार जो है महाविकास अघाड़ी सरकार थी, उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री थे, आदित्य ठाकरे मंत्री थे और उस समय जो है मुंबई पुलिस कमिश्नर जो है परमबीर सिंह थे. तो सारे लोगों पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं दिशा सालियान के पिता और लगातार ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि इस मामले को लेकर FIR दर्ज किया जाए. लेकिन इतने साल हो गए, अभी तक FIR दर्ज नहीं हुआ. जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट, जो सबसे बड़ा सवाल है कि आखिर पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट क्यों नहीं दिया गया परिवार को पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट, जब परिवार वाले आरोप लगा रहे थे तो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट देना चाहिए था, लेकिन वो भी रिपोर्ट नहीं दिया गया. और जब एक्सीडेंटल का मामला मालवानी पुलिस स्टेशन, मुंबई के मालवानी पुलिस स्टेशन में दर्ज हुआ था, उस समय जी जो एक्सीडेंटल जो रिपोर्ट होता है, फाइल होता है, उसका कॉपी भी दिया जाता है परिवार, लेकिन वो भी नहीं दिया गया. तो कहीं कहीं सब लापरवाही सामने आ रही है. आज जो बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट में दिशा सालियान के पिता के वकील द्वारा आरोप लगाए गए हैं, कहीं कहीं ये चौंकाने वाले हैं. रिदम.